going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. And obviously, I'm live and alive, and there's a big day of coverage ahead right now. And I hope you guys are having a great one. Obviously, we're going to talk about some dark shit today. But I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is Wednesday, May 25th, 2022, 11:19 a.m. I'm a little late, and I apologize. The reason why I'm late is because I was, getting a little bit of sun on my eyes, face, skin. Wait, what happened? What do you mean what happened? We're going to talk about a fucking mass shooting that we're going to talk about the most deadly, possibly by the end of this, possibly most deadly mass shooting that occurred. It's like, shooter being trans rumors have been debunked. Well, I never said that the shooter was trans anyway. I knew that it was fucking false. I don't know why you're like coming in here like we were spreading that or something. But thank you. Thank you for coming in and informing this community that already knew that that wasn't the case. Yeah, I know Beto just yelled at Greg Abbott live on television. We're going to watch that as well. I have a lot of thoughts on what's going on. But let's have a normal one. Chat sound good? Yeah, we looked at a lot of, I covered this like a lot yesterday. Obviously, it's a pretty prescient, pretty important thing to talk about. So, there's more coverage needed to be afforded to this matter. Obviously, I'm a fucking pathetic little news cuck who thinks, these things are important to talk about. when there's more important things going on, like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. But this is what I'm going to be talking about. I also have Cameron Kasky coming. So yeah. Fuck that trial. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I will. Yeah, I'm gonna have Cameron Kasky on in a little bit, in like an hour. He's a big HasanAbi head. For those of you who don't know, he's like, I don't know what his username is on here, but he's a big time, long time HasanAbi head, OG HasanAbi head, and he's also one of the survivors of Parkland. I will have him on to talk about gun control from a leftist perspective. He is a leftist, so yeah. And we're gonna do all that. But as far as personal news goes, I feel like shit. That's it. I just feel like shit. I have no personal news other than that. Beto crashed Abbott's presser. Yeah, I know. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll look at all of that. We're just gonna get right into it here. I'm just gonna blast off, let the people know that I'm live. I've been looking at your at Hasan tweet. I've been looking at your selfies for HasanAbi, selfie day. At least that gives me a little bit of happiness. You know what I mean? That there's a sense of community there. That's nice. So, yeah. Blast off. No, I'm not going to blast off with like a sexy thing. I'm going to talk about a shooting at an elementary school. And predictable. It's predictable reaction. Sorry, I'm just typing out what I'm gonna say when I'm live. Nice bathroom. You can clap all of them. Anyone that comes in and says dumb shit like that. Cover America's predictable reaction to the senseless gun violence that happened. Did you cover the shooting yesterday? Just wondering. Yes, dude. I covered it the entire day. His personal perspective. New one, not the same. What the fuck? What? Thanks for covering this stuff for us, bro. It's a tough topic, but I always feel better here. There you go. I didn't want to do anything cheeky. I didn't fucking put a meme on it, but here it is. You can retweet it if you want to let people know. Okay, here it is. Here's the tweet. In case you're looking for other politics news topics afterwards, this Twitter topic, yeah, sure. Did you cover the Sixth Amendment screw job by the Supreme Court yesterday? No. Yeah, the Onion is once again busting out this classic that they have, which is no way to prevent this, says only nation where this regularly happens, which is, you know, at this point, it is such a fucking classic that it's a cliche. You know what I mean? Which is such an unfortunate thing to have be a cliche. It's ridiculous. As the land of the brave, why do Americans so easily go to there's nothing we can do about it, we're different as soon as there's any issue at all that someone wants to tackle? Like guns. People like shooting guns. People say that people act like, you know, that's a significant proportion of their like it's a really big part of people's personalities. It's a really big part of people's, you know, opinion, the way they live their lives. They all become single issue voters, and the single issue is guns. Okay. But I mean, dude, do you want to know why? Straight up, this is not a diss on anyone that's like covering the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. But do you want to know why? Like, no one gives a shit. Okay, no one. We've already the human condition is so capable of adapting. Okay, and we have completely adapted to this new norm. Not even a new norm, but just like the norm in America. Kids get fucking brutally slaughtered, 19 of them in a fucking elementary school, and people don't give a fuck. They just don't care. We've already moved on from it. Okay, got it, learned it. Well, shooting happened. Thoughts, prayers. Posted my shit on Instagram. Time to move on. And they have moved on. People already moved on. You know what I mean? Like, look no further than where people's interests lie than the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, which has been going on for like 8 months, I feel like. Which has been going on for years, I feel like. And motherfuckers are still like, they're like, nope, that's significantly more important. It's not even 24 hours. It hasn't even been 24 hours, and it does not matter. People do not give a shit, okay? They just don't. Does that make me feel a little fucking doom-pilled? Yeah. Do I recognize that it probably comes from how desensitized we are? Most likely, you know? I don't think people care. I just don't care. I don't think people care. People like they have moved on. They're like, yep, there's nothing we can do about it. Who gives a fuck? Right? Voting doesn't help. You know, protesting the streets doesn't help. Nothing works. We have a government that straight up does not give a fuck. Like literally does not care about the interests of its citizens. They are already far removed from the consequences of like their own legislative agenda, whether it be because they're 85 and never going to see, you know, the negative impact of climate change, or you know, that they can get abortions themselves or for their children themselves because they're rich enough, or in this circumstance they have private security out the ass, so you know they're not going to get fucking shot at. They're sending their kids to the appropriate schools that probably have the you know, the coverage. They're not sending their kids to fucking public school. They're just fine. They're always gonna be fine until one of them gets fucking shot. They're not gonna give a shit. Same with any other issue that we're talking about. Like I've made this dark assessment before about like gambling, right? Will there ever be any kind of legislation to maybe curb back online gambling? Will that happen? No, it won't. Until one of these fucking senators has a son or daughter that kills themselves because of their gambling addiction. And then, even then, it's entirely dependent on how many senators have a close proximity to someone who's been impacted by a gambling addiction. Only then will they overcome their desire to work at the whims of whatever fucking corporation is now a multi-billion-dollar revenue generating operation. They just don't care. These people, the people who try to give a fuck every single time this happens, are random parents of victims from past shootings, and those poor people are getting demonized by right-wing losers on Twitter and accused of clout chasing. People definitely don't care unless it's happening to them, and politics is just sports, something to keep score on and win. Yeah, no, it's incredibly fucked up. It's incredibly fucked up, but that is absolutely the truth. No one gives a fuck. No one cares. Straight up. But that softball game already happened to the ruling class. Yeah, that wasn't enough. That was not enough. Their meal ticket is still coming from, and it's not even just like their meal ticket coming from the NRA. The NRA is just a good way to calculate exactly how much these motherfuckers sell out for. But what you fail to recognize in that situation is that Americans, like the constituents, genuinely see this as a main issue. Okay. This has penetrated the American consciousness deeply. Guns are a very important, profoundly important single issue voter for single issue voters, or single issue for single issue voters. And the NRA is simply, taking advantage of like America's psychotic gun culture, America's predisposition towards violence, and a lack of like adequate substitutes for your personality in the form of commodity consumption to pump up gun manufacturing as best as they can. And they are going to continue to do so. Like, it's not just the money that congressmen are getting from the NRA that stops them, that gets them to say thoughts and prayers in the aftermath of a fucking school shooting. It's not just that. It's also the reality that there's a lot of people who do love fucking guns. They do love shooting guns, and they think like any kind of restriction on weapons purchases is actually going to mean the government's going to come knocking down your door and like fucking killing you to take your AR-15 away. So, that's it. That's what's going on. That's what's happening in the fucking world, dude. It is what it is, but it is the reality. It's the dark reality that we are currently living in. Okay? Gun culture, our violent attitude, our violent culture. Everybody thinks they're fucking John Wayne. The idea that like you can become like a good guy with a shooter, even a good guy with a gun in a tactical situation, requiring you to be the hero. It's like everything that is wrong. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong all the time in America. Okay? Always. And I say this as someone who likes shooting guns, who has shotguns, who actually enjoys shooting guns. I think that it's a fine thing. It's a fine hobby. Like, I get it. I understand it. Here, by the way, I'm gonna post this tweet to inform people one last time. But it's fucking insane to make it a part of your entire personality and to vote on behalf of like what will happen to your gun, and also go along with the rest of the Republican Party against any initiative that actually fucking makes sense to, I don't know, curb back some of this gun violence through the form of regulation. There's a 99% chance that nothing will happen after this horrible incident based on the sole fact that both the victims and the shooter were brown. Fuck this country. Dude, it didn't happen after white kids were fucking murdered. Hold on. Here, I'm gonna show you Greg Abbott's press conference after the school shooting. This fucking piece of shit, is offering updates on what happened. And then we'll talk about Beto also jumping in. But obviously, if you were paying attention to what was going on yesterday, well, a school shooting, another fucking mass shooting happened in America, a country where mass shootings are so fucking commonplace. More mass shootings have happened in this country than there have been days in this year so far. Okay, and I don't know what to say. Do you think a majority of AR manufacturers are blamed here? Like, AR is not the fucking most deadly weapon either. But I do think that it's something that should be severely restricted in both its manufacturing and also severely restricted in its sale to random people. But good luck getting that across to any single person. They will never understand that. If they love guns, if they have a gun, they think you're a fucking piece of shit. You're trying to take their toy away. But they never will admit that you're trying to take their toy away. They will try to turn that into a more serious conversation about fighting tyranny. Dude, you're a fat piece of shit. You've literally never left your couch. Your fucking skin has melted into the couch. You are not going to fight against a tyrannical government, okay? Like, you are not the Viet Cong. You are not the Taliban. You will never be able to fight successfully against the American government if it wanted to fucking shove its boot up your ass. And as it does all day, every day, and you shut the fuck up and you keep consuming the garbage that you consume on a daily basis and refuse to recognize that you're being fucked over all the goddamn time. So it's already happening. You talk about a tyrannical government fucking you over. Hello, we're here, okay? We're here already. A tyrannical government fucking you over isn't when they tell you can't get a $5 jalapeno popper at Applebee's, okay? It's the surveillance state that we have. It's the police state that we have. It's the severe lack of freedom of travel that you engage in. As long as it's done through a capitalist framework, though, you deserve it, right? You're a cuck piece of shit. You're a pathetic fucking loser. You're a serf. You have peasant mindset. You're like, oh, man, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I deserve to be fucking shit on every day. I deserve to be in a situation where I can't pay for fucking healthcare. You know what I mean? There are people who legitimately believe that. They think that that's not tyranny. They think it's not fucking medical tyranny when you can't get health care because you just have it's just too expensive. You're paying a fuckload out of pocket. You're terrified to go to the doctor because you don't want to get medically bankrupt. So, you know, that's not medical tyranny. The real healthcare tyranny is, when the government's like, here's a fucking free vaccine. None of these pieces of shit are going to fucking get together and actively dismantle the federal government, okay? They're not going to be able to do that. The Republican Party is already doing that. The Democratic Party is also looking over and allowing that to happen anyway. And they're doing it at the behest of corporations. You are fucking powerless, okay? And if you think you're a brave hero, a brave mujahideen who's going to be able to fight back against the American government and like actually fucking organize, guess what, dude? You can't even organize in a fucking workplace. Good luck. You don't even want to organize in your fucking workplace. Obviously, not the people in this chat, not the people in this community. But think about that. Motherfuckers are like, yeah, we're gonna fight back against the government. That's why I need a gun, bro. You can't even fucking fight back against your boss. Your shift manager fucks you every day. You can't even have you don't even have control over your own life as an adult, dude. 80% of your life is spent in a fucking corporate in a corporate office. Okay, or in some kind of workplace, and you have no control over that. You can't even organize to take control over that in some meaningful capacity because you think that's communism. And then you turn around and you think you're going to fucking fight back against tyranny when the government wants to fuck you? The government's fucking you already. So shut the fuck up. Anyway, here's Governor Greg Abbott holding a press conference after the Texas shooting, even though he like literally is, alongside every other Republican, responsible for some of this fucking bloodshed. They are responsible for it. Governor Greg Abbott, straight up, like, you know, in 2015 was like, oh, we're number 2 after California in gun purchases. Like, we got to get those numbers up. Why, dude? Are you a gun? Hello? The fuck? What is it? What is that? What is that? Why is the fucking governor saying we need to buy more guns? Can you imagine doing that about any other commodity? Can you imagine people being like, wow, Arkansas is really kicking our ass with corn purchases. Time to buy more corn. Come on, California, step it up. No, that would be fucking psychotic. If you were like, I can't believe New York is buying more Burberry this year than we are here in California. Get right with it, sisters. Get right on it. We need to pump those numbers up. We need to buy more Burberry. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact price point. As a matter of fact, Burberry's probably cheaper than a fucking gun, but it doesn't matter. That's people think it's something different. People think it's like something totally different. When it's a gun, it's like a part of your personality, a part of your existence, a very important part of your personality. That's how little fucking that's how little care we have in ourselves and in our other fellow men and women, okay? That like we have attached our personality to a fucking weapon. It's such a complicated problem, and therefore solving it is virtually impossible. There is so much revenue to be made. There's so much revenue to generate from selling guns, from beefing up the gun culture and continuing to advocate for it. And so many people have like personally decided that this is their life. This is literally everything to them. They've attached their personalities to having a gun. And for some weird fucking reason, no one sees it like, if you had a friend who just everything they did was like about fucking wearing, Supreme belts or wearing Supreme shit or wearing Gucci shit or whatever the fuck. Don't Pepela here. I'm not like, it's not time for jokes, okay? You'd be like, fuck that guy. That guy sucks. But when it's like a guy who's all about guns, you're like, oh my God. Oh my God, that's normal. That's so normal. This guy just is a gun guy. So it's not an accident that we have. It's not an accident that we have this thing happen. Mass shootings and specifically school shootings happen so frequently in this fucking country. Other countries don't have these issues. Anyway, here, hold on.
Far more evil for someone to gun down little kids. It is intolerable. And it is unacceptable for us to have in the state anybody who would kill little kids in our schools. Children are a blessing. God teaches us that.
Fuck you, dude. Children are a blessing. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit.
Filled with laughter.
Bro, when a tragic event occurs, as it does always, okay, nonstop, first thing that these fucking assholes think about is like, oh no, how will this impact the bottom line of gun manufacturers? So understand that. When someone is saying like, oh man, we gotta protect guns, like, remember, they're not saying like we have to protect the American citizens' like right to self-defense or any other fucking bullshit that they try to make it seem like they care about. They straight up are basically saying, oh, did a bunch of babies die? What will this do for the bottom line of gun manufacturers? How can we defend gun manufacturers' bottom line? Understand that. It's nothing but that, okay? It's nothing but that. That's it. That's what these motherfuckers care about.
Innocence and joy. Their love is a gift that parents get to unwrap every single day.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking piece of shit, dude.
Parents in Uvalde had that gift taken away from them. Stolen by a demand.
Okay, I don't care about this. I don't care about what he has to say. I don't care about his like fake tears. Literally going to go to an NRA. He's going to go to an NRA conference on Friday. So just remember that. He's going to an NRA conference. That fucking dickhead in the back also. Ted Cruz, trigger warning, Ted Cruz. They're both going to an NRA conference in Texas, okay, on Friday. So if they're fucking sitting here crying, and that dickhead too, that one that can't even fucking cook a brisket. God damn, Texas Republicans are so cucked. Literally the most cucked motherfuckers on the planet. If you are a Republican in Texas and you pride yourself on like, being, Texas tough, Texas fucking, everything's bigger in Texas, and you find yourself voting for this fucking melted candle wax figurine and this dickhead, you're just a cuck. You are a gigantic cuck. These guys literally just fucking slap on some fucking cowboy boots, and you're like, all right, that's me, yee, brother. That's me. He's just like me for real.
Support. They're also supported by the Texas Division of Emergency Management, the FBI.
These guys led Texas through multiple infrastructure collapses, shootings, 2020 election nonsense. At what point do we call the residents of Texas stupid? The residents of Texas are not stupid, man. They're not stupid. They just feel fucking disillusioned. They feel powerless. The plurality of Texans just don't vote. They're not fucking stupid. As a matter of fact, they're fed up. Who are they going to vote for? What are they going to do when they vote for someone? Stop blaming fucking voters, man. You're a fucking voter, okay? Stop blaming voters. How cucked are you to the American government? How cucked are you to our idiotic two-party system that you literally turn around and blame your fellow man? Now, of course, if they're Texan Republicans, they're cucks regardless. That's entirely different. But like that, this is not the fault of Texans. Like, it's not their fault. What good would voting do in the situation if the state legislature is still dominated by fucking the Republican Party and they're pushing for state measures like overturning the results of a Democratic election if the state legislature, dominated by the Republicans, by the way, see that it's, see that the Democrats won and they don't like that. What are you going to do? Vote harder, dude? How are you going to vote harder? No, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. The Democratic Party is just as fucking corrupt as the Republican Party, and they rely on the Republican viciousness to whip up people into a frenzy to go out and vote for them, to fundraise. You need power. Politics is about power. Politics is about the distribution of violence. Who gets to do it? Politics is about the distribution of resources. Who gets to have it? Right now, you as a voter don't have shit. You want to know why? Because your primary responsibility, the reason why you are alive on this planet is to fucking sit down, shut the fuck up, and consume, okay? Whether it be garbage TV shows, garbage Marvel movies, or just straight garbage being fed to you from every facet of like every single industry, filled to the brim with fucking microplastics, yum. That's your job. Your job is just to fucking consume. Just sit there and eat and consume. And I'm a person who does love commodity consumption, okay? I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm not, okay? The viral thing about this now is that he was a transgender leftist illegal alien. I'm trying to fact check it constantly right now. It's not real, dude. It's a self-report. You are literally reporting on yourself. I hope you understand that the circles that you are trafficking in, the circles that you're engaging in, are psychotic 4chan losers. Those are the only fucking people that said this. It was a complete lie. Unless you're fucking literally baiting in here to just be like, ha ha ha, I got him. So just remember, that's a lie. That person that they found on Reddit, a random trans person in Reddit, they were like, 4chan was like, how can we turn this around and make it transphobic? The trans girl that they're using in the photos is literally alive. Like, she was fucking writing on Reddit, like, I'm alive. The shooter is dead. What the fuck are you guys doing? But they don't care. Paul Gosar tweeted it, so it's beyond 4chan. Yeah, Paul Gosar is the 4chan fucking Republican. What are you talking about? He's literally... Anyway... So just remember, like, if you're getting whipped up into a frenzy or like believing in complete fake news like that, just think about where you are consuming news from, okay? Where you're getting news from. It's just, I'm so fed up, dude. I'm so fucking fed up. I don't know. It's just, this sucks. It sucks so bad. Okay? I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than it just sucks. It sucks so bad. Better to look at what else your peers believe. Like, do you align with that guy who thinks the earth is flat? Might want to chew on that one, lol. What? Text in here, what can we do? Serious question. It's so fucked in my state, and there isn't much I can do from Austin, Texas, a more progressive area of itself, where I live in downtown. Yeah, I don't. At this stage, when it comes to gun violence, like, I literally don't know what. I have no other options. I have nothing. I feel incredibly fucking hopeless. It is such a fucking gigantic problem that requires a creative and multifaceted solution. Like, we're talking about basically changing the American consciousness around gun ownership. We're talking about getting the Democratic Party to stop being feckless. Johnny Depp court, don't care, didn't ask about anything else. dude. Okay, well, you know, there's plenty of other places where you could get the Johnny Depp content, and you just felt like coming in here to say that. It was really psychotic. Easier or the more difficult to stop lobbying? It's not just lobbying. Can you want to say between healthcare and gun laws, Democrats only have enough political capital for one and healthcare is more important? Yes, because healthcare is a significantly better solution to avoiding fucking further gun violence from occurring. But Democrats don't have political capital for either. So what the fuck are you talking about? I said if given a hypothetical option, most likely if you gave me like a dumb option, I would choose healthcare, yes, over gun laws. You want to know why? Because mental health also plays a significant role in this. I don't know. I don't know what we can do other than, like, you know. Or why do people think these issues are mutually exclusive? I don't know. Here.
As well as multiple federal partners, including the DEA, ATF, HSI, and Border Patrol. And then, of course, the valiant local officials. The Uvalde Sheriff's Department, Uvalde Police Department, Uvalde Independent School District Police.
I guess the thing you can always do is try to organize, okay? You know, organize in your community as best as you can. That's the first step towards even getting the Democratic Party to fucking do anything. I don't know what else to say other than that. You know, that's the primary thing that you can do. It's the first step. Most significant thing you can do. You know, run for office in local positions. Organize your workplace, organize your community, and try to build at least the infrastructure to push back, not against the Republican Party. Obviously, no one gives a fuck about that. You're not going to convince them. They're fucking psychos. But at least urge the Democratic Party in unison to take action. Because right now, and this is going to change in the midterms, which have started, our coverage has started on it, but right now, the Democratic Party at least has a 50-50 and a majority vote in the Senate. So the Democratic Party could actually push for bills and pass bills. But they won't. Because they can't. Because they don't want to. They don't want to even get the adequate number of votes within their own caucus. They don't even they don't even have enough Democrats to say, yeah, we got to do something about this. Okay? Number one reason why the Democratic Party has current blood on their hands is because they would rather fucking fundraise off of dead babies. Okay? They would rather fundraise off of destroying the women's bodily autonomy instead of actually do anything to solve it. They will never turn around and abolish the filibuster. They will never turn around and even whip their own caucuses to vote on behalf of popular legislation. Okay? They will not do that. Cameron Kasky is here. He's going to be here for, he's going to walk in here in a minute, and we're going to talk to him about this as well. But for them just be posturing for big corporate, prove me wrong. They are doing that. Can you explain what banning the filibuster, like yeeting the filibuster, or at least changing the rules around how the filibuster works by forcing you to physically filibuster, would dramatically improve the already unequal grounds that the Senate is built upon. Right now, all you need to do is, if you don't have a 60 vote supermajority, okay, for any bill whatsoever, Republicans can just say, we're going to filibuster this bill. We're going to not let it pass. We're going to stop it. And the way that the Senate currently works, originally what the filibuster was you'd have to stand there and personally stop bills from passing by abusing the speaking, like the amount, the limitless time that you can use to speak to stop a bill from passing. Okay. Then it basically became the threat of a filibuster that was enough because senators don't want to fucking work. And that's what it evolved into basically. And the Senate already is like incredibly unequal. It's built upon unequal grounds where each state has the same fucking bearing, and the same number of same amount of power basically, even though you got a state like California that has the same number of senators as as any other state, when it's like larger, its population is larger than like 10 states combined. Okay. This is a clip of someone telling Greg Mabit during a speech that this is his fault. Why are you saying Greg Mabit?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sit down. You're out of line and an embarrassment. Hey, sit down.
It's not someone, bro. It's fucking. It's Beto. It's fucking everyone's favorite. Beto O'Rourke. Wait, hold on.
Don't play this.
Shooting is right now, and you are doing nothing.
No, he needs to get his ass out of here. This isn't the place to talk this over.
This is totally predictable. When you...
Sir, you're out of line. Sir, you are out of line. Sir, you are out of line.
They should just like shoot each other. I don't understand. Like, why are they being pussy ass libtards with one another, talking like human beings? They should just like fucking just take out your revolver, okay, and just bust a cap, I guess. Yeah, just duel, dude. Fuck it, YOLO. I mean, it'd be more entertaining than whatever the fuck we're watching currently. I think, does Beto O'Rourke genuinely care about gun control? Maybe he does. He did actually literally fucking push for gun control in a state like Texas. Oh, damn, this dude went to the wrong house. How dare you politicize the 100th shooting? Next time, talk politics after the next shooting. No, that's Beto doesn't give a fuck if shootings keep happening. It's just an avenue for him to get votes. I think so too. What the fuck are you saying? Why wouldn't he care? Because he's a fucking Democratic Party politician. I don't think any of these fucking demons legitimately care about issues unless they're like personally impacted by it. But the reason why I said maybe Beto O'Rourke actually does care is because like he was wild enough to straight up say like, I'm going to confiscate guns from Texans, while also, while also someone who genuinely wanted to have a role in Texas politics. So that is like a wild thing to just put yourself out there for, okay? Seven-day waiting period on gun control, mass shooting every other day. Now, obviously, he would be significantly better than Greg Abbott, and I do hope. I don't think he has a shot at winning, but I do prefer him to Greg Abbott. Obviously, doesn't matter. Like, shit sandwich. Nothing you can do about it. Texas is so trigger happy. He's threatening to just take him away. It wouldn't make sense if he was doing it just for votes. He has to care. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think he does genuinely care. I think he does genuinely care about the gun thing. Because if he wasn't, he would have to be like you have to be a fucking crazy person that wants to have some kind of like position of prominence in Texas politics while simultaneously talking about like making guns your main issue. It is literally a deeply popular thing. Like guns are a very much in the core identity of Texans. Guns and eating $5 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. As someone who organizes in Texas, Beto always shows up at rallies, the Capitol, protests, block walks, etc. He's a lib, but he actually does a lot of work here when he isn't campaigning. Yeah, I know. I do think he cares. He's a dweeb, but I do think he cares. Ultimately, I'm saying I already said that it's likely that he does care about this issue. Because if he didn't, he could very easily just be like, no, I actually am not going to do anything about guns. Guns are cool.
Please leave this auditorium. I can't believe you're a sick son of a bitch that would come to a deal like this to make a political issue.
Yeah, what a sick son of a bitch he is, dude. Saying like, you're at fault here. Or your position on like making it as easy as possible to fucking get guns in the state of Texas. Yeah, no, this is like guns are not the responsible party here. How dare you sick son of a bitch? Listen, when a fucking Republican asshat says, "How dare you sick son of a bitch?" You're politicizing this. Remember, you're politicizing this tragedy. No, what they're actually saying is, "How dare you sick son of a bitch? How dare you try to impact guns in the aftermath of this tragedy that happened because of the readily available and broadly available and not restricted purchase of guns." That's what they're saying. They're not saying, how dare you talk about this fucking issue politically at a time when like babies are dying. They're literally just saying, how dare you fucking talk about guns like this. They're not talking about children. They're talking about guns. Take your shoes off. But yeah. It shows how much animosity they have for being so-called woke left. Literally any other failure by the Democratic Party. I mean, I do think that Beto is a real one. Here, you can sit down. It's going. Not great, but it's going. Okay. On. I'm gonna crank up your volume. Speak into that microphone real quick. Let me see.
Hey.
On. All right. Okay, let's see. Wait, speak into it real quick.
Ruth Conda, forever. Bader Ginsburg.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Cameron Kasky is in the building. We are going to be, obviously, I'm going to be continuing talking about this. He is, unlike all the other guests that I have on, he's actually a HasanAbi head, so he's in the chat with you in a lot of these instances. And I would say probably the most leftist out of all the Parkland kids that now grew up and are adults.
Maybe not, but of the ones that stuff like CNN, yeah, probably. I'm doing Tapper in like 2 hours, and I'm very interested in seeing what nuanced discussion we're gonna have about gun control on that program.
Yeah, probably not much. So yeah, I mean the CNN point of view on this stuff is just like, no, these guns are for killing Muslim children overseas, like not for killing American children here in America. What the fuck are you doing with guns? That's their attitude for the most part. But for those of you who don't know, here, let's pull up your Wikipedia. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Cameron Kasky is an activist. More importantly than anything else, obviously, he's a HasanAbi head, but he's an American activist and an advocate against gun violence who co-founded the student-led gun violence prevention advocacy group Never Again. He's a survivor of the Parkland shooting, Parkland school shooting. And yeah, he is here to talk about gun control from a leftist perspective. He's notable for organizing, to help organize the March for Our Lives nationwide student protest in March 2018. And he's a survivor of the February 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Wow, you were included in Time Magazine's 100 most influential people of 2018.
Me and Kim Jong Un.
Really? Well, I mean, Kristen Cinema's on this one, so
Wait, is she really?
yeah,
Oh,
she was one of the
I'm
most
so
influential.
excited. Probably freaking out. That's why she did it, I imagine. It's funny. It says he currently attends Columbia University. There's so much wrong stuff on this.
You don't attend Columbia University? Is it fake news?
I think I'm still enrolled because I'm in a program where you kind of never leave. But I don't attend Columbia University. I can't afford that shit.
All right, I'm cranking his volume up more.
My apologies, everybody.
I'm not gonna give your username away. I don't know what it is, but also I'm not gonna give it away regardless.
Gotcha.
It's probably not. It's probably for the best. I don't know if you post a lot in the chat or not, but
It's at Proud Resistor.
wait, really?
No, it's like Cam Kasky or some shit. I don't know.
Okay.
I've been in chat before. I know some of you. I've seen some of you people around.
No, it's not Proud Resistor, dude. Okay. Yeah, Proud Liberal. What the fuck is this? Okay, so yeah, he's Vorlo. He's here to be under my house. Okay. That's like a chat meme. All right. So look, you don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to continue covering this as I was already. What do you? I mean, we were just talking about Beto O'Rourke, but what are your thoughts on Beto O'Rourke?
Well, I mean, I have been very, very vocally critical of most of what Beto O'Rourke has done since since he almost slapped Ted Cruz. I think that was a great moment, but I think we all kind of expected him to become this like Obama lib darling that made the same exact kind of resistance moms excited, but was never particularly doing as much as I think he claimed he was doing. That being said, it's this like catch-22 where, you know, my first thought after this kind of stuff is it's so fucking annoying that everybody's like, yep, you see these school shootings, you got to vote. But on the other hand, hey, Texas should probably vote for fucking Beto O'Rourke. So I'm like, do I speak the truth, which is voting keeps us in this cycle of violence where we're never going to be able to make this shit happen? Or do I speak the other truth, which also happens to be true, which is Beto O'Rourke has a semblance of a shot at doing something in Texas, and Texas has horrible gun laws. But then again, as somebody with a left-wing perspective, I know a lot of people don't want to disarm the working class, and also going to people of color in a country where the police are like fucking violent as fuck and in gangs and shit and doing awful things and being like, hey, cough up the guns, give them over to me. It's a lot more nuanced than people want to treat it as, because gun control laws are everything from life-saving to racist, and it's tough.
Yeah. Well, Beto O'Rourke went up as Governor Greg Abbott was talking earlier today, and he said, like, you know, you're responsible, something along those lines. I mean, this is theater, but from what I understand, he does legitimately care. Like, this is one issue that he legitimately cares about, I think, to a certain degree, because if he didn't care about it, then he would never, as I was saying earlier, he would never fucking run in Texas as someone who wants to maintain a role in, like, Texas politics and openly run on, like, or openly campaign on saying, openly campaign on saying stuff like, I'm going to take guns away in Texas. Like, you have to care about it. Shooters already had a gun illegally. Politicians telling lies you can't own a gun legally at 18 years old, but Buffalo shooter did. How? Why? Someone blames on guns. This guy is literally fucking Turkish. His name is Çılgın Motorcu, and he's over here talking about American gun laws and just spreading misinformation as well.
One of the biggest bits of misinformation we
Fucking
see
idiot.
is after mass shootings is Republicans mining for any fake shit they can use to treat the shooter as somebody who is dealing with gender dysphoria and use it as an attack on trans people and on non-binary
They did
people.
that already, yeah.
They did that for this one?
Yeah,
I
they
didn't even
did.
fucking know that.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
immediately one of the first things that they did is they found like a trans woman on Reddit and were like, this is the shooter actually. And she was like, I'm literally alive. The shooter is dead. What the fuck? This is me. But that didn't stop them. That didn't stop fucking Paul Gosar, the 4chan representative, from coming out and also blaming a random trans person for the shooter as the shooter. He tweeted about it. Great country, to be honest. Like, it's awesome. It's just politics is great in this situation. But it doesn't matter. They can just like lie anyway. So here's the Paul Gosar tweet for the record. This false the shooter was trans rumors going around the far right is from a 4chan thread that links to a completely uninvolved person on Reddit who is still alive, doesn't live in Texas, and obviously had nothing to do with the shooting. Here, I'll just retweet this as well. We already know, fooled. It's a transsexual leftist illegal alien named Salvatore Ramos. It's apparently your kind of trash. That's what he said.
You have to, people like to also treat this as something that's kind of a new phenomenon. But if you look back at the shit they were saying after Parkland, and to tell you the truth, I wasn't like tapped into culture at the time of Sandy Hook and other shootings, so I didn't really know the response. But after Parkland, they were making up the most insane shit in the world. It was fucking nuts. They said I happened to be someone who spoke on television about a mass shooting who has a father and grandfather who were adoption lawyers. So QAnon saw adoption lawyer and they were like, "Oh, Russian child trafficking."
They said you're like a QAnon. They say your family's QAnon.
They said my family. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't deep state child trafficking shit. As if my father and grandfather are nearly intelligent enough to pull something like that off.
Yeah. I turned off the noise gate, by the way. I know that a lot of people are saying this, but here, let's move back a little bit more, and then as long as you like speak directly into the microphone, like very close, it should be fine. Yeah, I mean, I just like I don't even use the Joe Rogan like one punch method. People are just fucking complaining nonstop in here. I'm sorry, it's really really annoying, but so. I think your mic today is unusually loud. Okay, here I'll lower my microphone as well so it doesn't fucking peak, and then you guys can hear both of us in the same audio level. Please behave, chat. Please fucking chill. Sorry, this is just incredibly annoying. Okay, so yeah, they blamed the random trans person. What else is new on that front? But I mean, the reaction that they have, the things that they've said so far are exactly the same in the aftermath of Parkland, in the aftermath of Sandy Hook, and they're going to continue saying the same things over and over again. It's such a automated response that it's such a fucking automated response that like people engage with. One, don't make this political. Even though it's inherently a political issue, that is the reason. There is one main difference that, like, I mean, there's a reason why this happens all the time in America, right, and not in any other comparable OECD developed nation, right? That is the prevalence of guns, obviously. The other thing is like, oh well, if it's a white shooter, they'll say mental health. Okay, well then offer some kind of remedy for that. They don't do that either. They don't care. It's just a way to deflect away the attention from guns and having a conversation about gun control. Then they now recently have started, like in the aftermath of Parkland, where they brought up the Pioneer program, I think it's called, like the Florida, the arming teachers.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the like.
We're gonna get right into it.
All right, so I thought you were talking about the Obama era program that was for students who needed serious discipline. That was one of the things that the right really targeted with that shooter. But there was also, the arming teacher shit. But I mean, out of Florida, like, you can expect that type of bullshit.
Yeah. Super quiet. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind.
Oh,
dude.
guys, this is a difficult subject. All right, we're not trying to yell at you about it.
I will yell at them about it. I will yell at them a lot once this segment is over. Being fucking insanely annoying.
Nobody's madder at chat than chat right now. There's a civil war happening.
It's just like, it's so fucking annoying. They literally, if it's not like perfect, if it's not 100% perfect, they just lose their shit. Like, it's just,
They can wait until we're playing Elden Ring.
Yeah. Okay. So, where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about the canned responses. One of the things that they have moved on to now is just like making schools not be soft targets, and what they mean by that is they want to put people, guards, security guards, cops, school resource officers in schools to be the good guy with a gun, right? That's basically what they're talking about. Like, they need a good guy with a gun myth that would also work in schools because it works in real life. It's not something that works in real life, and it didn't even work in Parkland specifically.
Do you know the like whole story with him?
Here, tell everyone in the chat what happened in Parkland.
In Parkland, the SRO, the school resource officer, who I saw every single day at school, like he was doing the traffic entering, like we all knew this guy, Officer Scott Peterson. he fucking Irish exited the shooting, saw that there was a mass shooting going on, and dipped out literally faster than I've ever seen anybody leave anything. And then instantly, like, conservatives were like, all right, well, we need to get as many cops on campus as possible. And that's where the within the left wing kind of discussion about guns gets complicated. Is okay, disarming members of the working class is dangerous in a country where the working class is actively oppressed. But on the other hand, disarming the working class is like, putting police officers in these situations only makes them more violent. And with the AR-15s and similar guns, there's already so fucking many of them out there. An assault weapons ban is about stopping those things from entering the market. It's not about anything else. There's too many for it to be safe for consumer use, and they're marketed like consumer products. They have the same fucking focus groups doing their advertisements as there are for Mattel. Like, it's insane what's going on. And within the left, it's difficult because people make really good points about police being brought into situations when other people can't defend themselves. If you disarm, the citizens, does that mean that we're going to count on the police for anything? How are you supposed to say that to people in a community?
No, I don't. I think, like, well, one thing I always talk about is, like, when I talk about disarming people, or when I talk about, like, gun control and restrictions on the purchase of guns in some capacity or licenses, I'm actually talking about disarming the police as well. I think the police should have less guns. There should be less guns overall. It goes hand in hand. Now, the other thing I have to mention here is because the cops will use and they'll justify bigger budgets and say they need further militarization by saying that, like, everyone can have an AR-15. Like, I'm terrified. I'm a cop.
Eric
it's like
Adams is big about it. He's got those, like, let's take the guns off the streets, and it's just like, okay, here's another $1 billion.
Yeah. So that is, you can't talk about gun control without, like, also talking about disarming police in a meaningful way as well. Obviously, that also has to happen. One of the things I want to talk about, though, specifically with respect to good guy with a gun being a myth, okay, is the reality that there were cops at the school. As far as we know, from what we understand, Anderson Cooper talked about this last night. There were cops already at the school. They were shooting at the shooter. Yesterday. And they claimed that he had a body armor, which we don't know if it's true or not. They're saying he only had a plate carrier now. And they couldn't ding him. So they just allowed this fucking dude to walk into the school and kill 19 children and 3 adults.
Well, it's the same thing as the metal detector thing. It's like if somebody wants to go fucking shoot a bunch of people, they can shoot the people in the line for the metal detector. The metal detector argument is so fucking popular, even with liberals. Liberals love the metal detectors at school idea. And the metal detectors at school idea is based on the premise that a student is just going to come in with an AR-15, a huge piece of machinery in their backpack, and be like, hey, I'm going to make sure that I do math and chemistry before I begin murdering people, as if these shooters aren't people who are coming in and instantly fucking doing what they're doing. So it's absurd. It's just a way for them to harass black students. That's what they love doing after mass shootings, is making being a black student as difficult as possible.
This is also known as the school to prison pipeline, where the presence of police in schools are turn into basically another way to harass, bully, and even, throw into jail black students and brown students usually. During the Abbott press conference, they said the cop didn't fire any shots before the shooter entered the school. Okay, that makes it even worse, though, because cops were there on scene. So that, like, what you're telling me is the pussy cops, like, actually didn't do anything? Is that what you're saying? Like, they didn't even fucking try to prevent them? Because here is Sergeant Eric Estrada. Okay, I don't know if
what?
Sergeant Eric Estrada of the Texas Department of Public
That's like an
Safety.
80s actor, right? He was on Chips.
Okay, well, I don't know, but I don't know if this is that person. It's just
Fired.
probably no relation. But Sergeant Eric Estrada of the Texas Department of Public Safety tells Anderson Cooper that the shooter crashed his car near the school, got out with a gun, wearing body armor, and was engaged by law enforcement, but made his way into the school anyway and went to the classroom to engage in shooting. So I don't know what the response time was ultimately, but there are officers stationed, or there are officers for each school district in Texas. So the idea that, like, schools are soft targets and that there needs to be more protection, more security, more good guys with guns is fucking silly, because there were good guys with guns there, and they fucking backed away and waited for BORTAC to come in. BORTAC is the special weapons and tactics for ICE, basically the ones that were black bagging and zip tying Portland protesters during the George Floyd protests last year or in 2020.
I saw your tweet about that yesterday. Do you know, like, are they? You said they were operating within 100 miles of all the land borders?
Yes. Sea levels, everything, yeah. So the BORTAC is a they get they're basically the SWAT team for ICE, and they get international training. They're really, really fucking horrible, especially because they violate they can violate your Fourth Amendment rights all the time. Like ICE can, if you live in a border town, ICE can straight up stop you under the false suspicion, like under no suspicion whatsoever, with the assumption that you're an illegal immigrant or doing something like trafficking illegal immigrants or whatever. They can stop you. Or BORTAC is under Border Patrol, not ICE. Sorry, it's the same shit. It's still under the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, they are also in that town specifically because Robb Elementary School is a border town, is in the border town of Uvalde, Texas. So there's a lot of ICE and Border Patrol presence there in that town. Regardless, but members of an elite Border Patrol tactical team known as BORTAC responded to the shooting but couldn't get into the classroom because of a steel door and a cinder block. Inside, authorities found dead children in multiple piles, according to the officials. So, according to what Tucker Carlson was saying last night, and I don't know if that's believable at all, one BORTAC officer was the reason why the shooter was shot. But regardless, they could not apprehend the shooter despite engaging with him outside. Okay, they were engaging with the shooter outside of the They were engaging with the shooter outside of the fucking house, outside of the school, and they basically could not do anything about it. They were just like, "Oops, sorry, can't do anything." Wait. Oh, I did not take your noise gate off. That's what the problem was. Okay, now it should be good. Speak into it again.
Hey everyone.
Okay, I think now it should be good. Fucking Christ, that's what it was. I was pissed off thinking like chat was being fucking annoying.
Guns don't kill people. Bad sound kills people.
Yeah, I think you should be good now. It should be a lot better, I think, now. Now that the noise gate is off on yours. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know why it happened like that. Chat was being fucking annoying regardless. All right, so stop saying Candace Owens is running with the trans narrative, please. I'm trying to go through the fucking details. We'll get back to like dumbass Republicans using dumbass Republicans using this as an opportunity to attack trans people. Okay, shut the fuck up, chat. It's fine. We'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah. The reason why I was talking about the canned response from the Republican Party is because everyone in unison collectively decided to run with that and say, oh, schools need to not be soft targets. Schools need to not be soft targets. Schools need more security. Schools need more police officers with guns stationed in schools. And guess what? They did have that, and it didn't fucking work, okay? It happened in Parkland where the school resource officer fucking ran away like a cowardly asshole. And it happened in this circumstance as well, where they engaged with the shooter, as far as we know, and then claimed that the shooter had a fucking plate carrier with armor in it, and that's why their shots weren't doing anything. And then they had to fucking sit around and wait for backup to come in and do something about it, basically allowing children to be thrown at the problem instead of police officers who constantly talk about how their lives are in fucking jeopardy, how their lives are under threat every single day, despite being the 17th most dangerous fucking profession in America. You know, it's a way deadlier to be a fucking roofer or a landscaper, but hey, what do I fucking know?
I think I might have seen something last night. I was reading up about it. Isn't it that more children have now been killed in schools this year than cops on duty? I'm almost certain that's
that is true. Yes, more school children have been killed in schools in the United States of America in 2020 than cops by gunfire on the line
Fucking
of duty.
babies.
Yeah. So they are getting like gigantic swaths of the actual budget. A lot of the budget allocation goes to police, and so they can buy MRAPs and like all this tactical gear and feel super cool
Cure
when
all
they're
the
harassing people.
All the COVID that they got.
Yeah, and then they all get fucking butchered by COVID regardless. Most of the cop deaths, for those of you who don't know, come from COVID, for the record. It's the most deadly thing for cops since COVID started popping off. 2020, 2021, 2022, cops are dying way more. They're dying way more on the line of duty, okay? And they're all dying from fucking COVID.
Meanwhile, like a lot of reputable, or at least considered reputable liberals are out here being like, well, it's important that we protest for the Black Lives Matter, but, it is important to consider what's happening to these police officers. And it's like, yeah, they should wear a fucking mask.
Or get vaccinated, but they're all anti-vaxxers, and the police
too.
union, police union defends them. But yeah, more children, more students at fucking school have died in gunfire than cops on the line of duty. Just remember that. That's the country you're living in. As a matter of fact, the number one cause of child fatality in this country used to be car accidents. And that's no longer the case. It's actually gunfire now. Around approximately like 4,000, I think. Like, gunfire is the leading cause of death for children in this country. In 2020, gunfire became the leading cause of death. Firearms have overtook auto accidents as the leading cause of death in children. Remember, there's nothing we can do about it. It's just a natural way of things, okay? Guns are naturally occurring in the wild. There's nothing we can do to regulate it. There's nothing we can ever do to maybe try to prevent some of this from happening. Well, especially the pro-life party loves this shit. But yeah. 10% of those deaths, 4,357 were children, okay? 10% of all firearm-related deaths in the United States in 2020, out of the nearly 50,000 gunfire fatalities that happened in 2020, 10% of that, 4,357, were children.
Meanwhile, conservatives will instantly, like it's completely burned into their brain, say, well, you have to remember that almost every single gun death is actually gangs. And and they like to pretend it's not fucking dipshit dads not putting the safety on their gun, cleaning their gun improperly, kids going in,
or suicide, which is nearly more than half of the suicide successful suicide attempts. I don't know how to fucking phrase it correctly, but
suicide deaths.
They are. Yeah, they are. Oh fuck! Oh, I can't see this.
Defense?
Daniel Defense is the business that actually sold. Does anyone have the screenshot of Daniel Defense?
Let me see if I can find it.
Because now they're like blocked.
Let me go to Ethan's.
But
Twitter.
the company that fucking sold in Georgia, the famous Georgia company that sold the AR-15s that this kid used on his that he purchased on his 18th birthday, by the way, legally. That company straight up yesterday posted a photo of a fucking baby. They blocked me. Wait, they did?
It's a baby. Train up a child in the way he should go.
Yeah,
and
here.
when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Yeah, this is it. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. This is a baby that they fucking posted. They locked their account probably because they probably were getting harassed. They posted this while the shooting was happening. An hour during the shooting happening, they also posted do you run a DDM4 V7, which is what the shooter was using, if I'm not mistaken. Okay?
It's great advertising for them. I mean, it's how they sell this shit.
Yeah. They locked their account. Daniel, the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary in 2012 drove us a lot of sales. That was a horrible event, and we don't use those kinds of terrible things to drive sales. But when people see politicians start talking about gun control, he's openly admitting it, by the way. This is something I talked about before. A fascinating phenomena in America is that, you know what sells guns? Mass shootings. I've told you this before. Gun sales go up during Democratic administrations. Gun sales go up because people think, oh my God, the Democrats are coming for our guns, and they go and try to purchase. Guns. But yeah, the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary drove a lot of sales. He's openly stating it right now. What about common sense gun control proposals like closing the gun show loophole? How would such a measure affect your business? Terms like common sense come from people whose only goal is to take our guns away. There is no gun show loophole. Every licensed dealer has to follow the law. Yeah, I mean, he was following the law in that situation when he sold this exact weapon that they're fucking promoting on their account while the shooting was happening, by the way, or I think an hour after the shooting occurred. This is what they sold to the shooter themselves. Those transactions happen at shows, outside of shows, and on Craigslist and between friends. They don't affect our business. That's what he said. But unlicensed private dealers sell at gun shows, and they don't have to do background checks.
That guy looks like if you took every white guy from the Vince Gilligan, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul universe and just put them all into one person. You ever watch those shows?
I watched Breaking Bad, yes.
You gotta watch Saul.
What? Do you just not fucking find debunked or not? 4chan mouth breeders and conservative assets are growing to either believe that bullshit or use it as a cover to attack trans people. Dude, what are you saying? I never said that is fine. I just said that it's such a fucking overt and obvious fabrication and a misdirection from the truth that, like, I will get to that eventually, but it says more about where you are consuming information if you believe that. Fun thread on line of duty deaths and police to really drive the point home. I mean, I talked about this already. Yeah, I showed this yesterday. But yeah, 50% of the on the line of duty drowning deaths were off-duty cops who drowned while enjoying a day off with their families. Going to the beach with your son has nothing to do with being a cop. I mean, the automobile crashes, like, maybe they should not drive like fucking dickheads. And also, COVID-19 is still the number one cause of fatality for cops. So remember that, like, they beef up they pad their stats all the time. They used to, in certain jurisdictions, include canine units that were killed or died as a on the line of duty death as well. I believe they stopped doing that.
Sorry, PETA.
Yeah, they count heart attacks. Of course, they count heart attacks. Obviously. So gunfire inadvertent means I think getting shot by another cop. Like,
I'll look it up.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah, it's the officer is the victim of an accidental, unintentional discharge of a firearm by the victim officer or another officer. So it's like if they accidentally or supposedly accidentally shot themselves or another one.
Yeah. Gun cleaning accidents, maybe friendly fire. So yeah, that's one of the ways that happens. Sorry, I just saw another fucking insane tweet really quickly that I will pull up now. This is my favorite type of person on the internet, the Matt Iglesias style liberal that, says things like this. Every child's death is a tragedy, and I'm in favor of stricter gun regulations, but for the sake of everyone's mental health, we should remember that there are more than 50 million K through 12 school children in the U.S. Dying in a mass school shooting is literally less than 1 in a million danger. Yeah, bro. Like, come on, guys. It's not that big of a deal, except, like, it just seems to happen almost exclusively in America. So strange. So strange that it just, like, seemingly only happens in the United States of America for some fucking weird reason.
And as you regularly point out, the real dark comedy of it is the perpetual victim take that, like, every gun person has in a country where you're like, it's the best country in the world if you're a fucking gun fetishist who needs that shit to, like, feel special. And everybody's talking about how they're always constantly under attack. And nothing's getting done. It's like they're always in fight or flight mode. There's this paranoia to it that's really at the center of the way that, as we just said, that they market. It's all about keeping everybody fucking terrified of people like you showing up. What was it that Alex Jones said, and, like, stealing their daughter?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, they're in a constant state of panic. American Republicans are in a constant state of panic. A lot of the reactionaries in this country are also in a constant state of, like, assuming that people are out to get them and that they need to fucking defend themselves with their weapons. They greatly overemphasize their own personal skill level in an active shooting situation. They think that they will be the fucking good guy with a gun that will, personally stop the bad guy with a gun from doing anything.
It's
It's
like
not.
you
It's
fired
it's
big
a
guns
falsehood.
before. You fired big guns before. It's a fucking insane thing. Something like an AR-15, the shit that can do to the body of the person operating it, it's fucking dangerous. With bump stocks, people are always talking about banning bump stocks. And if you're walking into a school with a bump stocked out AR-15, all of this to say, like you said, people overestimate their ability to stop these things. Cops can't fucking stop these things. And they got their however many hours of training in police academy that, of course, never went to dealing with serious things like...
The New York Police Department has a 17% hit rate on an active shooting situation. 17% is what is the amount of times they actually hit the target in an active shooting. Those motherfuckers actually do get shooting training, okay? Most people don't even get that level of training. And it doesn't matter. Also, you mentioned bump stocks. You know the gun fetishists are going to fucking jump up your ass and be like, bump stocks is a bad take. Doesn't really do anything. By the way, the same fucking reason for why bump stocks...
My take.
No, the same reason why, they're... It doesn't matter. God forbid you say like something just like a little bit incorrect when describing a gun.
Well, actually,
every fucking weeb that like literally wants to shove a gun up their asses and that's the only way they can fucking come anymore will come in here and tell you you're so wrong. You shouldn't talk about this. How fucking wrong are you that you're trying to talk about this? Like, say clip just to distract the gun nuts for a second. Yeah, I'm just exclusively using clip going forward instead of magazine. And also, I'm going to tell everyone that the AR stands for assault rifle. Fucking idiots, dude. Anyway, so God, they're so fucking stupid. Every part of this is just fucked. People say mental health is important. Mental health is something that we need to address, and then turn around and refuse to address it. It's all a misdirection, and it still ultimately works to beef up the profits of our industry, our gun manufacturing industry. Okay,
I will say gun manufacturing is one of the only industries that America has managed to make work. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we are the only developed nation where this happens all the fucking time. It doesn't matter if you hear harrowing things like firearms overtaking auto accidents as a leading cause of death in children. It doesn't matter, if the good guy with a gun was literally present in the Robb Elementary School shooting. There was a good guy with a gun at the Buffalo Tops store. There was a good guy with a gun at Parkland, and in none of those instances did the good guy with a gun actually end up preventing people from dying. Unfortunately, okay. And yet, people still go after it. They still go after the narrative of a good guy with a gun, saving the situation, stopping the situation. We need to give more guns. We need to arm every child with a fucking Glock until only then can we be safe. It just sucks. Anyway, Beto O'Rourke confronted Governor Greg Abbott.
Did you watch the video yet?
I looked at it briefly, but we'll watch what he said.
There are family members. There are family members who are crying as we speak. There are family members whose hearts are broken. There's no words that anybody shouting can come up here and do anything to heal those broken hearts. Every Texan, every American has a responsibility where we need to focus not on ourselves and our agendas. We need to focus on the healing and...
So what's up? Like, what do you, when he says stuff like that, what I want to understand is like, what do you mean? Like, what can we do? Like, what should we do? How do we focus on healing and try to prevent this senseless violence from happening?
I mean, you know, it's something you get from liberals and conservatives alike when they're not interested in doing something. Is it's such a strong pathos to say this is the time to think of the victims. The victims are enduring this horrible thing, and that's so very true. But in terms of political discussions, last night I was doing the Anderson Cooper show, whatever, the Anderson Cooper 360 or something, and it was right after Biden had given his address where he said, "Well, isn't this just so sad?" And the two people that were on afterwards said, wow, you know, it's great that we have this leader with compassion who's endured this own personal loss himself. And Biden's speech was about how awful loss is. And yeah, it's great that it isn't Trump going over there and doing what he did in Parkland and saying, I would have run into the shooting, I would have fought the shooter. But it's like these people on this reputable, this massive news network are out here, you know, just talking about how sad it is that Joe Biden has endured personal loss. And that's what they always do. That's what the narrative always is. It's about personal loss. And it's not about the fact that there's a product on the market that's dangerous and is killing dozens and dozens and dozens of people every single week. So it's like, you know, as somebody who has sat here like, wow, isn't this sad industrial complex hit Parkland up real quick for as many weeks as it was profitable, like seeing this shit, I mean, it's, you know, Republicans, it's obvious. I'm really disappointed when I see it from Democrats who I know are just going to do jack shit. It's the same thing with Biden talking about this and not ever mentioning Joe Manchin. He's talking about all the people who are stopping us from getting meaningful gun reform, will not call out the two people who are completely fucking his presidency by name. Absolute nonsense.
Does anyone have that tweet where like Kirsten Sinema is and I believe Joe Manchin as well are like literally saying the exact same thing that Republican senators have said about like thoughts and prayers, like they didn't even do the like you know, we need to tackle this at the legislative level. They straight up were just like they straight up are using the exact same deflection method in the exact same capacity. Look at this. Look, here it is. Kirsten Sinema, we are horrified and heartbroken by the senseless tragedy unfolding at Robb Elementary School in Texas and grateful to the first responders for acting swiftly. No family should ever have to fear violence in their children's schools. Horrified and heartbroken, says Senator Marsha Blackburn. To learn the significant loss of life in the shooting of Uvalde, Texas, please join me in lifting their loved ones up in prayer. Thank you for the local first responders working on the scene. Leader Mitch McConnell. Horrified and heartbroken by the reports of the disgusting violence directed at innocent school kids in Uvalde, Texas. The entire country is praying for the children, families, teachers, staff, and the first responders on the scene. Straight up the exact same thing that Kristen Sinema is saying as the Republicans are. Okay? So just remember, they're getting the same fucking script. They're repeating the same boring ass fucking script that everyone else is repeating because they don't give a shit. They don't care. Democrats ultimately don't care either. I'm sorry. There are some who do. There are some who legitimately do care. I think like they go a little bit beyond like passionate speeches and they do advocate for it. But ultimately, there are enough Democrats that don't care. You know why? Because dead babies is good, okay? It's good for them. They can fucking profit off of it. They can run campaign ads off of it. That's it. That's the end all be all. These motherfuckers don't give a shit about anything. They don't care about your safety. They don't care about your security. They don't care about making things better for you. They care about getting reelected. They care about having and maintaining committee positions so they can get more lobbying done and they can have maybe a cushy job at the end of their fucking career. That's all they give a shit about.
The thing that seriously scares me is the future of people like Eric Adams within the Democratic Party, because Eric Adams has this unbelievably valuable political identity as a black cop Democrat. And that puts him in a space where he's so compelling to so many centrist voters in so many different spaces. Because if I'm a centrist Democrat and I see a black man who claiming he's a progressive, who is also a police officer and pro-police, I would be elated. I would say this is exactly what we need to reach out to the conservatives who would ever vote for a black Democrat for president. Meanwhile, now he's saying he's going to run for president. He's quoting, he's literally saying he's going to be the future of the Democratic Party. And it's like, is Eric Adams going to be the type of basket that the Democrats are putting all their eggs in? Like, is this our future? Is the gun control we get? I don't mean Eric Adams specifically in his fucking rosy bathtubs, but I'm saying like the type of Democrats where gun control is a very popular part of their marketing scheme, but it's specifically the really racist shit that's That's what we're hearing even from Biden gang. That's like, oh, we need to make sure we're giving cops the resources to be able to track these guns down and stop them. That is literally a Trojan horse for violence. It's so fucking insane. I've said it's so insane, I think, after every stanza on this stream, and I apologize. It's just one of those days.
Look, here's another. This is so feckless and so awful for the record, okay? This is so dumb. Like, I know Senator Chris Murphy had some things to say that were, like, very passionate, and everyone's fucking retweeting him and stuff. But, like, it's this same exact attitude that is responsible for the lack of movement in the Democratic side. It's this idea that, like, you have to get some Republicans to please do the right thing. They're never going to do the right thing, dude. They're never going to do the right thing, okay? You are doing the wrong thing by creating this idea that, like, maybe some Republicans will do the right thing. That has never happened. Why the fuck would it change now? You fucking idiots. Let's take a look at what Chuck Schumer had to say about it.
There is a plague upon this nation, a plague of gun violence that has taken over this country. The problem in the Senate is simple. Too many members on the other side of the aisle are disconnected from the suffering of the American people. Too many members on that side care more about the NRA than they do about families who grieve. To my Republican colleagues, imagine if it happened to you. Imagine if this was your kid or your grandkid. How would you feel? Could you ever?
They don't give a fuck, dude. That's not going to happen to their grandchildren. They're going to private school with, like, fucking, that's like a million times removed from the potential consequences of like a random, being in a random underserved and predominantly Latino community. Okay. It's not happening.
And it's also just like nobody's going to talk about the fact that this is a honeypot ice trap. And it's like Democrats have 3 talking points that are so fucking popular because they should be. That we need background checks. Yeah, we fucking need background checks. Red flag laws. That's all great. We're not talking about the fact that gun control as an issue that we need to be enforcing is also used to do shit like that. So I can't even watch politicians talk about it anymore. It just brings me right back to 2018. Like it brings me back to when they were doing it after party. It's just not pleasant because it's the same exact shit. I've gotten older, but their talking points haven't matured at all. I started puberty back in like 2019 and then they've been saying the same shit ever since. So what do you want me to do? Watch the same people looking slightly older saying the same stuff they said after Parkland?
It's just, I mean, yeah, that's all we got.
Ever forgive yourself for not supporting a simple law that would make these mass shootings less likely?
Yeah. Wow, man. Look at yourself. Dude, why the fuck would they care? They live with their demon asses every fucking day. They have already decided that it's okay to fucking rob the American people, refuse to fucking give them health care, refuse to allow them to live a life of dignity, refuse to fucking improve their wages so they don't have to like rely on the government to survive, to get food, even though they're working fucking full-time hours at a Walmart or whatever. Why the fuck would they care if like some people are going to get murdered by an AR-15 or whatever other kind of fucking gun in a black or brown neighborhood, okay? Why would they give a fuck? They don't care about anything. And part of the reason why they don't care about anything is because this side doesn't do a good job. The Democratic side doesn't do a good job of like pushing back against them, okay? Or actually like trying to collectively put together an agenda that has a chance of succeeding, a chance of fucking passing. Change the rules of the fucking game if you need to, all right? They're not doing that either, so they don't have anything. We can't even get the Democrats to fucking care about it, let alone pass their agenda in a meaningful capacity or push to pass their agenda even in a meaningful way, other than just like sit around, throw your hands in the fucking side and go, oh man, how bad are these Republicans? Am I right? They're obstructing every step of the way. Could you ever in a fucking million years imagine Mitch McConnell going up on stage like this and being like, pushing for like, I don't know, executing mothers who had an abortion law or whatever the fuck, right? That's whatever new thing that the Republicans want to pass in that moment, and going, oh man, we simply don't have the votes for this. And honestly, it's a shame on the Democrats to not allow us to pass this legislation, like do the right thing. No, they don't give a fuck. If they undermine the legislative powers, they will go and use the state legislature to push for murdering a fucking teenager who got an abortion bill or whatever the fuck they're pushing for. Okay, like give every baby an AR-15 and a rocket launcher bill. Gets passed if it needs to be passed. If the small arms manufacturers are going to make money off of it and they want the Republicans to push for fucking legislation, they will sidestep congressional power and use the state legislature to do it because they are actually motivated, okay? They are actually motivated and they genuinely do want to make change, whereas the Democrats are simply relying on Republican viciousness to get reelected.
Which, I mean, to their great luck, the viciousness is only becoming clearer, but I mean, you know, we have a whole generation right now that is very, very young, kind of becoming privy to what this whole kind of circle of but vote really is. And it's going to have consequences in the next 10 years. And I don't think people like to think that far ahead.
Yeah. Fun fact, the NRA conference coming up in Dallas, banned guns. Wow, that's interesting. I wonder why they did that. That's a soft target for them.
That shit is always so funny. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to find the places within these horrible situations where you can get a laugh, and virtually anything coming from NRAs. Oh my god.
Oh Jesus, I don't want to look at this, dude.
Oh my god in hell.
Yeah, that's really fucked up. The wild fantasy for Democrats is like Mitch McConnell hearing a guy be like, "Have you no decency, sir?" and being like, "My God, what have I done?" And the Republican fantasy is the giant pile of skulls from the start of Terminator. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is how it is. It's like they think that like they're going to have you no decency, sir. Their way out of their way into getting like legislation
Mr.
passed.
Vice President, I'm speaking.
Yeah, it's just like you really think like you're gonna play some fucking Lin-Manuel Miranda, and then all of a sudden Republicans are gonna be like, "Oh my God, great Scott,
we'll see.
What have I done?"
I think we ought to try it.
Yeah. No, if they all like sit around and watch West Wing, maybe they'll all believe that we can actually get comprehensive legislative change.
Please, 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 damn it, put yourself in the shoes of these
Gen
parents
Z's gonna
for
love that.
once. If the slaughter of school children can...
Please, damn it, sir, do it. Like, shut up, nerd. What the fuck? What are you saying, dude?
My friends and I say, "Damn, that's relatable."
Dude, I want like, oh God, I want like pistol duels. If every American has to live under the constant threat of like gun violence when they send their fucking school children to school, okay, and it's a legitimate thing that people have to think about, and people are going through this like traumatic fucking experience of doing like active shooting drills and shit, that teachers are taught specifically to close the door on other students like it's a fucking zombie apocalypse movie. Like teachers have to literally lock the fucking doors, and if there's someone crying outside like please let me in, because that person might be the fucking school shooter, they won't let them inside.
Well, there's another element to it too that is kind of one of those things that you only realize when you're in it, which is when the glass breaks on the window in the door, and the first thing that comes in is the gun, and you don't know if it's the shooter or the SWAT team.
Yeah.
And during the shooting, I was in a room with a lot of the special needs kids, and police officers, especially in South Florida, receive absolutely no substantial training in responding to situations with developmentally disabled people. It's like a couple hours, if even, of their education. So I was sitting there with all these special needs kids, some of whom might have had elevated responses to seeing somebody come in with a fucking gun, cop or not a cop. And, you know, it was young students who deal with developmental disabilities. They are not going to process everything that's going on the same way that everybody else is, because they have a different perspective. So when the SWAT team came in, the fear of getting shot or watching somebody get shot continued, because if one of those students had an elevated response, none of us knew if one of the cops was going to fucking murk them. So it's just a whole mess and a half.
Yeah.
And by the way, in terms of what you said about duels and how we need pistol duels, I will say Lin-Manuel Miranda did do that in Hamilton. So maybe
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
if
if every other American has to live with that fear of like their child getting fucking murked at school, okay, and that they have to do like these drills all the time, then so should Congress, in my opinion. Mix it up, spice it up a little bit, make Congress resemble the feelings and attitudes and experiences of the working class by I don't know, engaging in fucking duels sometimes. Just spice it up. Look at how fucking terrified they were when January 6th happened. Everyone shat their fucking pants and then literally collectively talked about how this was almost as bad as 9/11, if not worse, the sacred hallowed halls of Congress. I didn't give a shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit about the fucking halls of Congress. I shit on the halls of fucking Congress, okay? Fuck them.
I don't know if this will get the Fed sent to my house, but it's really easy to sneak a dab pen into the Capitol. It's really easy. You just put it in your wallet.
Okay, well, I mean, there's apparently, you know, there's other things that you can sneak as well. But look, yeah, massive investigation over January 6th, tons of school shootings, nothing. Yeah, there's so much happened with January 6th. They thought that it was going to be a good political motivator when it was yet another instance of the do-nothing Democrats failing once again. Like, they could have done something in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, but they didn't, okay? They didn't actually truly prosecute any of the fucking people that were directly responsible for it. They're still in those same halls of Congress. And it's just another costly and unnecessary investigation now that's continuing when the people don't even give a shit. A lot of EU chatters aren't aware during lockdown drills. If you're not in the classroom and the announcement comes, you are locked out and you won't get in until the all clear gets called in.
That was another fucked up thing that happened at Douglas was the bathrooms in the building that got shot up. I think 2 out of the 3 of the bathrooms were locked, speaking of dab pens, because kids were vaping in the bathrooms. So there were people trying to get into the bathroom to hopefully escape this deranged shooter that were unfortunately stuck in the halls because the bathrooms were locked. And also what you were saying about teachers having to shut the door and get all the kids in. My dear friend who was killed at Douglas, a guy named Scott Beagle, who I had known since I was very, very young. And he had been my teacher multiple times at multiple schools, and he was my camp counselor. He died shoving kids into his classroom. He died in the doorway, throwing kids in there. And that's part of what getting a teaching degree is now, is learning how to be a fucking first responder.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say other than, yeah, Jesus. It's just, that's what happened in this school as well. I mean, you have a bunch of teachers. We don't know the exact details, but like a bunch of teachers died. No cops died. I'll tell you that much. Not a single fucking cop put their body on the line in the line of fire.
No, that's for
teachers
did. That's for little kids.
Yeah, that's for exactly. It was fourth graders. That was in the line of fire. So that was great. The grandma of the shooter did more to try and stop him than the cops did. She tried to stop him from leaving, was wounded, called the cops to give him a heads up. The shooter crashed his truck in front of the school, briefly engaged 2 cops, and then the cops hid. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. That's what I was trying to explain. Does anyone have the video of...
I knew the cops hit. I didn't know that it was that, like...
Yeah, no.
Blatantly... Like,
what we know so far about the school shooting was that... early on Tuesday morning, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos sent a private Instagram message to Anita, a 17-year-old girl who he had met randomly on the Tinder for Kids app Yubo in March. I'm about to, Ramos wrote in the message posted at 7:43 a.m. local time in Uvalde, Texas, according to screenshots of the interaction shared with Vice News. When Anita woke up in California, by the way, if you need to leave, like, you can dip out.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm on lunch break right now. I'm an intern, but I've got like probably 5 more minutes.
Oh shit. Okay. When Anita woke up in California several hours later, she responded by asking, "You can come back later too, after you're done with your
I'll text
stuff." When Anita woke up in California several hours later, she responded by asking about to what. Ramos didn't tell her what he was going to do, but cryptically added, "I'll tell you before 11. I got a little secret I want to tell you." At 11:16 a.m., Ramos sent his final message to Anita, "I'ma air out." Anita, who was not feeling well and had gone back to sleep, didn't respond to this message until 4 hours later. By that time, Ramos was dead, and so were at least 21 other people, including 19 elementary school children. Ramos had just carried out one of the deadliest school shootings in American history. The first call to law enforcement came at 11:20 a.m., just minutes after he sent a message to Anita. The calls came after Ramos reportedly shot his grandmother, who he was living with. Okay? While some reports initially said Ramos' grandmother was dead, officials later said she had survived and was being treated in the hospital. Her condition is currently unknown. One local told a Newsy reporter that Ramos got into an argument with his grandmother over failing to graduate. He was angry that he did not graduate, and he got into an argument with his grandmother, and she was screaming, the man claimed. It was Texan students last week of school before summer break. That makes it even, that's an additional sad reality there. Ramos then drove off in a dark truck, according to 911 callers, which he crashed into a ditch near the small campus of Robb Elementary School, home to around 600 students in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. By the way, as we looked at it yesterday, the Robb Elementary School is one of the, I think it's like 3,600th school, ranks like in the dead last in all schools in the state. The reason for why this public school is ranking nearly dead last out of the 4,000 schools in the state is, of course, because it is 92% Hispanic. So not a lot of surprises there. This is an underserved, underprivileged community, predominantly made up of Latino people. And, they were spending probably too much money on their police force. If I'm not mistaken, I think 40% of the Uvalde budget goes directly to the police force. Those very same fucking cowards that were unable to apprehend or kill this fucking shooter. Yeah. Something that every single person in America uniformly agrees is like the one instance where police violence is justifiable and expected. And while these same dipshits have no problem fucking mag dumping into a 14-year-old, a black kid with a phone in his hand, they could not mag dump into a fucking active shooter. Okay, and said, let's throw some babies at the fucking problem. Let's throw some children and some teachers at the problem instead while we wait for backup.
One thing I'll say before I head out, and then I'll text you later, but one thing I'll say before that is I think one of the massive cultural shifts that we can see about mass shootings in the past 4 years, because Parkland was, let's say, I want to say 4 years and 3 months ago, something like that, is the fact that when the Parkland shooting happened, a lot of people in the media were talking about the names of the survivors, the heroes within the school who showed great courage. A lot of people knew the names of the survivors. Biden and other politicians are still in touch with the victims' families. And like there was a shooting with 10 people getting killed in Buffalo, 5-6 days ago. I don't know a single name of a single one of the victims. They were all black victims, 100% part of the fact that the American media obviously does not acknowledge the suffering that people of color go through in this country and the way that it's treated. But it's like Parkland, Sandy Hook, that there was a lot of personal connection to the event. And right now, this shooting's happening. You don't fucking know who was part of it. You hear stories like this grandma doing an unbelievable human achievement to try and stop violence, and we're not gonna fucking remember. We're not gonna remember any of this shit. Meanwhile, a lot of people still remember things from Parkland, and I'm personally, selfishly quite happy that they do, because I hope people remember things about the people we lost in Parkland and the people involved. But it's like, these things are stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking, and sure, they were always around, but now they're so built into the media world that like I don't remember what shootings happen. I have Freudian slips where I get shootings wrong. I never used to do that. I used to fucking know every detail of every shooting, and now I'm mixing up Albuquerque with Buffalo with some city in Florida. I can Google Florida mass shooting. There's probably one every day at least, and it's a mess. On that note, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad you made it back to the gym, and I will text you.
All right. Thanks
Much
for
love,
coming.
man.
Cameron Kasky, everybody. We'll have you come back later if you want. If you're up for it. All right. Okay. Let's now continue with what happened in Uvalde yesterday as I was going through the details. But before I do that, I have to run a quick 60-second ad break. I forgot to run it earlier at the top of the hour. Every hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Sorry. Cameron obviously has a personal involvement in and has been actively trying to combat gun violence and mass shootings and bring about some kind of sensible gun control, as he was personally a victim of, and a survivor of the Parkland school shooting. He's great. At this stage, I feel like I'm going to run the ad break right now. Sorry. At this stage, I feel as though the only people that care about this consistently are people who have been victimized personally by gun violence. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just feels like people just don't give a shit. People don't personally care about it. It is happening so much and with such high frequency that it doesn't matter. And I feel as though, the only solution to get enough people in the public to care about gun violence is just by letting it happen, so that at least one American in every family is impacted by gun violence and mass shootings, so that they can also feel a personal involvement, because it's just not happening in any other meaningful capacity. So that's what it is at this point. Okay. That was a shit time for an ad. Okay, dude, what do you want me to do? Like, this is the 1 minute that you have to see an ad. I'm sorry. Like, and people even then gift subs and shit. I don't know what to tell you. Like, use that fucking ad block. What's wrong with you? I did not say that. Legally speaking, I did not say that just now. Okay. I don't know what ad block is. Thank you, Coffee Dave, for the 10 gifted subs. So where were we? Okay, I'm gonna give you more details on what was happening in that moment. Thank you, Mac Tag, for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. On here. What the fuck? Even NBC's live broadcast is covering the Johnny Depp trial? Jesus Christ, dude. Literally every outlet right now is exclusively streaming the Johnny Depp trial. Holy fuck. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm going crazy. This is insanity,
to deal with
dude.
This unspeakable tragedy.
It's just completely insane.
A gunman entered Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and opened fire on a 4th grade classroom.
The subject was able to make it into the school.
I got to pee. I'll be back in 1 second.
Reported. He went down a hallway, turned right, then turned left, and there was 2 classrooms that were adjoining, and that's where the carnage began.
Law enforcement estimate the shooter was inside the school for 30 minutes.
Border Patrol, Consolidated ISD officers, police, sheriffs, and DPS officers converged on that classroom, and a Border Patrol officer killed the gunman.
At least 19 children and 2 adults were killed only 2 days before the end of the school year.
I just saw my baby.
Felix and Kimberly Rubio had just been with her daughter, Lexi, at the elementary school minutes before the shooting that claimed her life. She made the honor roll and received a Good Citizen Award.
I'm a cop. I'm a deputy here in Uvalde County. This is enough. This is enough. No one else needs to go through this. We never needed to go through this.
10-year-old students Jose Flores Jr. and Uzziah Garcia, identified by their families. The mother of victim Javier Lopez told the Washington Post he was funny and looked forward to going to middle school. And the father of 10-year-old Amari Joe Garza posted on Facebook after identifying his daughter as one of the victims. Please don't take a second for granted. Hug your family. Tell them you love them. Their 4th grade teacher, Eva Morales, an educator for 17 years, also among those killed.
We never believed that something this tragic can happen so close to us. This is just a sad example that this absolutely can happen anywhere.
Officials say the gunman acted alone.
The gunman was 18 years old and reportedly a high school dropout. Reportedly, there has been no criminal history identified yet. There was no known mental health history of the gunman.
He began his rampage when he shot his grandmother. She survived her injuries and is in critical condition.
As we said, called 911 or 911.
School. A witness told 911 he was wearing tactical gear and was carrying a long rifle.
Multiple people called 911.
In the past comes the debate over
Chat, shut the fuck up. I said 911 instead of 911. Shut the fuck up.
Debate over gun laws, all this as once again we see families, we see parents grieving for loved ones they'll never be able to hold again, never be able to see again. Jake?
Jason Carroll in Uvalde, Texas, thank you so much. You're offering us nothing. That's what former Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke shouted at Texas Governor Greg Abbott today during that news conference we showed you. O'Rourke, after being shut down inside, spoke out in the parking lot outside the gathering.
He's refused to support a ban on AR-15s and AK-47s. This 18-year-old who just turned 18 bought an AR-15 and took it into an elementary school and shot kids in the face and killed them. Why are we letting this happen in this country? Why is this happening in this state? Year after year, city after city. Stop selling AR-15s in the state of Texas. You want a solution? Have universal background checks. We don't have them. You want a solution? Red flag laws or extreme risk protection orders, which stop a shooting before it happens. You want a solution? Safe storage laws. It is absolutely wrong. In fact, it is insane. The governor talks about mental health. It is insane that we allow an 18-year-old to go in and buy an AR-15. What the hell did we think he was going to do with that?
Here's what went down minutes earlier inside the press.
I don't care that he's cringe, dude. He's right, okay? I mean, he's right. He's right. I don't care that, like, he's cringe and he's running for governor and all this shit. Ultimately, he is literally 100% correct.
Sir, you are out of line. Sir, you are out of line. Please leave this auditorium. You're a sick son of a bitch that would come to a deal like this.
Yeah, you're a sick son of a bitch. How dare you stop us from actively deflecting the blame away from guns? How dare you? You sick son of a bitch.
District. First of all, let me just start with the obvious question.
Incredible stuff, dude. Homie's wearing a Border Patrol hat. Nice.
How are the people of Uvalde doing?
Yeah, thank you, Jake, for having me on. You know, I grew up not too far from here, about 38 miles from here, small little town, 500 people. Uvalde is home to me, and this is what I'm seeing. Everyone is in a kind of a state of a shock, almost zombie-like, if you will. It really hasn't seeped in the horror. You know, I got to see a little bit of it today. You know, we had a press conference. We had a briefing at 10:30 with the governor, both Senator Cornyn and Senator Cruz, myself and others, and we walked through it. And what I saw people had to relive the horror that happened less than 24 hours ago. And matter of fact, there was one.
Boys, 38 miles in Texas is home for him. Okay. For the record, like 38 miles is you know, you're saying like, oh, how dare he say that? In Texas, that's a very short distance, okay?
And you know, we were speaking, and I go, you know, sir, you know, I appreciate all the support. There's over 100 FBI agents on the scene. Appreciate all the support, but I think we're going to need even more support in the coming days as it really begins to sink in.
Well, I assume some of the support you'll need will be mental health support, because the trauma for these 21 families, not to mention the kids who survived it, and just the people in the community. They're going to need help. Are you planning on asking for that help as well?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we've gotten ahead of it because the reality is everybody needs mental health at this point. I mean, to hear about the stories, and this is a small town, 16 to 18,000 people, Jake. Everyone is connected in some form or fashion. A lot of them are very pro-law enforcement. A lot of the law enforcement...
Yeah, let me tell you something, by the way, about these pieces of shit fucking trafficking, you know, good-natured, good PR, good propaganda for the fucking Border Patrol. ICE deported a survivor of the El Paso Walmart shooting who was assisting in the investigation, her lawyers say. So, yeah, miss me with that fucking Border Patrol hat, you fucking piece of shit, you human garbage, you human excrement, you motherfucker, okay? Anyone that fucking tries to use this as an opportunity to fucking hype up BORTAC, hype up Border Patrol, hype up ICE is literally just a gigantic fucking monster, okay? I'm surprised that ICE was there immediately, okay? I'm surprised that they weren't fucking waiting out there and like trying to nab the parents that were looking for their dead children, okay, inside the elementary school. Surprised that they didn't do that. It wouldn't be that crazy. They do it all the time. They use undocumented children as a honeypot to arrest and deport their immediate family members. This is something that was happening all the time under the Trump administration. They would literally be like, oh, here is your, who's your immediate family? They would get their immediate family and look through the entire immediate family of a child that had crossed the border and was apprehended, okay? They would inform the immediate family members, look through whoever was actually, undocumented and arrest them. Actual Gestapo shit, dude. They did that. It sounds fucking insane, but they did that. So anyone that turns around and tries to fucking use this as an opportunity to fucking, to clear the horrifying, awful fucking ICE practices and to make them seem like it's like a good thing is wrong. Okay?
Safe in their schools. And of course, that responsibility that we collectively have.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about this. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care.
In their community.
I don't care what fucking Biden has to say, honestly, or what Kamala Harris has to say about this. Like, I mean, there's an executive order that they're going to push for, but I don't fucking know.
Breonna Taylor and many others. And I've met many of you before and many times.
Just to give you a state of like how the world works, by the way. I mean, again, this is nothing to do with Asmongold personally. I love Asmongold. He has more viewers right now watching the fucking trial, the ongoing Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial than I did when January 6th was happening. Okay, like more people care about the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial than they did about like watching January 6th unfold live. If you want to understand the attitude, or if you want to understand like why change is seemingly impossible, recognize that we also as a society have completely fucking just are desensitized. Okay? We are completely desensitized. We don't give a shit. We personally do not give a shit. Given the reality of the situation is way more easier than confronting it. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. It's like they would rather fucking watch like celebrity drama, you know?
And
there's people outside of the U.S. Dog, what are you talking about? People outside of the United States? What's your take here? Yeah, people outside of the United States care about it. People outside of the United States care about what's going on in the United States. It's fucking insane. Anyway, moral aestheticism. No, I think I'm not making a moral statement here, other than my analysis over this is basically that people just don't care, okay? Don't care about it. They don't care that fucking kids are being brutally murdered in fucking schools. They just don't. There's nothing people can do, and people have become desensitized because a mass shooting happened last week. A mass shooting happened last week, and another one happened this week. The second deadliest school shooting in the history of the United States of America. It's more so a statement on public sentiment. It's a statement about how powerless we feel, I think, in the face of these sorts of actions. People would probably... Why do people watch the election cycle closely, but the general especially, not the primaries? Because they feel like that is an instance where they're going to make some semblance of change, where there's like a team sport attitude. That's why they tune in. That's why they watch it. People don't fucking care about this shit because they feel like there's nothing that'll happen. We've played this song and dance over and over again. Yeah, it is also a statement on the pacifying nature of celeb drama bullshit for sure, but that is how it is. Ultimately, the Heard Depp trial is more entertaining. This is depressing and angering. People are just going to shut their brains off away from this tragedy and forget about it. Yeah. With the coverage it receives as an unfortunate yet inevitable event makes it easy for people to treat it as a fucking hurricane or some other natural disaster. Yeah. We have completely adapted to this condition. The most incredible feat of mankind is our capacity to adapt to any kind of circumstance. We have completely fucking gotten used to it. By the way, notice how the people are talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial as pure entertainment. It's literally a trial, technically, about domestic violence. Okay? So our entertainment itself is like fucking distorted too. We're talking about domestic violence, domestic abuse, even sexual assault. And motherfuckers are like, yeah, it's more entertaining than fucking dead children. That is yet another testament to how desensitized we are to the ongoing tragedies that we experience or other people in our vicinity experience. Great. He covered the shooting yesterday, went down from 100K viewers in the trial coverage to like 70K, so you're 100% correct? Yeah. Oh, by the way, going back to the details of the shooting itself, I've gone back and forth on this. There's like conflicting reports on this. I don't care about what Kamala Harris has to say. I'm sorry, but one of the sentiments that we've heard so far, or one thing that they're saying is like they originally claimed that the shooter had a fucking body armor on, and that's why they couldn't get to the shooter. And now they're claiming that the shooter just had a plate carrier with no plates in it. After further inspection of the deceased suspect's clothing, it now appears the suspect was not wearing body armor, as previous information had indicated. Instead, Ramos is said to have been wearing only a plate carrier with no ballistic armor inside when he exchanged gunfire with several officers at the school. Don't let the cops. Yeah. While they were doing victory laps on how well they apprehended the shooter or how well they fucking stopped, further lives from being taken away, the reality was a little bit different. Plate carriers are it's like the basic component of what will carry the actual armor and body armor. That's what it is. Here's a plate carrier. For those of you who don't know, here, this is a plate carrier, okay? Here. That's a plate carrier. And you put actual fucking armor in the plate carrier. So he crashed, fled, had a shootout, got tired of that, ran into the school, barricaded in a classroom, and opened fire. Yep. The one instance where the expected outcome is for the police to be violent and swift. Okay? The one instance where universally every single fucking person is like, no, that's good. Please kill this person. What the fuck are you doing? Murder this person immediately. The fucking pig fucks could not even do that right. The one time. The one fucking time, dude. Insanity. I hope those fucking cops live with that every fucking day for the rest of their short-lived lives, okay? 19 fucking dead children, dude. 19 dead children. 3 dead adults. They threw those children at the problem. They were like, fuck it. These are the same fucking cops that have no problem mag dumping into unarmed fleeing black suspects. Crazy. They have no problem mag dumping into a person that they've already apprehended that is on the fucking ground. They have no problem mag dumping into a person because they thought that it was just a taser that they were using. That's a crazy hill to stand on, man. What do you mean, crazy hill to stand on? Ramos drove off in a dark truck, according to 911 callers, which crashed in a ditch near the small campus of Robb Elementary School, home to around 600 students in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, meaning they were aged between 7 and 10. 7 and 10. The vast majority of the students there are Latino, 92%. Okay, remember that. It's been reported that all the victims were all inside the same classroom during the massacre. Ramos was seen exiting the vehicle, brandishing a handgun and a rifle while wearing a backpack and body armor. The body armor plate carrier didn't actually have any plates in it, so it wasn't even protecting you. Okay? 2 local police officers responded immediately to the 911 calls about the truck crashing and engaged Ramos in a firefight outside the school. Both officers were shot in exchange but didn't have serious injuries. Despite the law enforcement attention, Ramos proceeded and entered the school and immediately began to fire upon the student body, moving from classroom to classroom, officials said. At the end of the horror, at least 19 students were dead, along with 2 fourth-grade teachers, Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles. As soon as he made entry into the school, he started shooting children, teachers, whoever was in his way. He was shooting everybody. Texas Department of Public Safety spokesperson Lieutenant Chris Olivares told the Daily Beast. So whenever motherfuckers say that, you know, you needed a good guy with a gun, you needed a good guy with a gun, you needed a fucking person in that situation to defend the school, we need to arm our teachers. Remember, there were good guys with a gun there. 2 good guys. And they couldn't stop him. They let him walk into a fucking school. And then they even lied. They said he had a body armor. What are we going to do? They sat back and they waited for Border Patrol to race to the school, including over a dozen members of a SWAT-like tactical and counterterrorism unit, which is called BORTAC, by the way, which was an operation famously in Portland during the George Floyd protests. Trump literally sent them into Portland to black bag random fucking anarchists on the streets of Portland. Okay? They were very good at that. This article saying the cops were outside were shot. I thought the official statement was just that they suffered minor injuries. They could have scuffed their knees. Yeah, I don't know how they were shot and suffered minor injuries. I don't know what that's about. At the same time, a team of agents from BORTAC came in, but it was one lone Border Patrol agent who was working nearby at the time who ended the shooting. He entered the school on his own and killed Ramos, who was hiding behind a barricade at the time. I believe it was 30 minutes until someone actually walked in. Governor Abbott identified the shooter as Salvador Ramos, who attended a nearby high school. Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez told CNN that Ramos was born in North Dakota and had recently purchased a weapon on his 18th birthday. A former neighbor told the Washington Post that Ramos' home life with his mother was rough and police were regularly called. The Post reported that months ago, he moved in with his grandmother. Classmates said 2 months ago, he posted an Instagram video of showing him aggressively fighting with his mother, saying she was kicking him out. According to a former friend who spoke to the Washington Post, Ramos would use a knife to cut his face for fun and drive around shooting people with a BB gun at random. Other former friends said that the shooter had a speech impediment and was bullied hard by lots of other people. They said when Ramos and his mother relocated to Texas, the shooter became a different person and kept getting worse and worse. Classmates at Texas high school attendants said Ramos got in numerous fistfights with classmates, tended to take jokes too far, and told a friend he only wanted to join the Marines to kill people. Just another broken fucking person from a broken fucking family that got no fucking help at any part of his fucking life from a government that takes in billions, trillions of fucking dollars a year and refuses to spend it on mental health, refuses to spend it on additional school programs, that refuses to spend it on catching and also stopping people from actively getting further and further radicalized or falling further into mental illness. And then we sit there and we go, how could this have happened? Oh my God, how could this have happened? Well, what do you expect? What the fuck do you expect? This is why it is a fucking, this is why I always say it's a powder keg, okay? Waiting to explode. And the prevalence of guns and the ease of access to weapons makes it so much more, so much easier. He would take things too far, say something that he shouldn't have said, and then he would go into defense mode about it, one classmate said. Ramos worked at a Wendy's, Daily Beast reported, where a coworker described him as having an aggressive streak. He would be very rude towards girls sometimes, and one of the cooks threatening them by asking, "Do you know who I am?" And he would also send inappropriate texts to the ladies. At the park, there'd be videos of him trying to fight people with boxing gloves. He'd take them around with him. His online footprint was remarkably small for someone in the digital age. An Instagram account tied to him was taken down in hours following the shooting. The Instagram featured a photo of himself taking a mirror selfie and an image with a rifle that was posted 3 days prior. There was no bio, and the username was simply the biggest op. A similar-looking TikTok page went up 23 hours before the shooting, with the TikTok account, which was viewed by Vice News before his removal, was bare bones, just featuring one post of a game and the same photo as the Instagram account. This profile, again with the username The Biggest Op, had a bio, however, which said, "Kids be scared IRL." No other social media accounts on other platforms have been connected to the shooter, though he was active on Yubo, a live streaming platform aimed at young people. Back in March, he contacted randomly Anita, who did not want to share her second name with Vice due to privacy concerns, on Yubo, using the same name and profile pictures as his Instagram account. This is apparently, I don't know what fucking Yubo is, but apparently it's like Tinder for kids, like a under 18 Tinder. He asked me to be his girlfriend and stuff as a joke. I don't even know. Anita told Vice News in a voice memo on Tuesday night. And I said no. The shooter asked if they could move their chat to Instagram. But when she said no because she was already chatting to someone on Instagram, he got aggressive. "Who are you talking to?" he demanded. When Anita said it doesn't matter, he responded, "It does. Who? Exactly. Tell me." According to the screenshots of the interaction, Anita said she didn't then or doesn't now have any more information about who the person she was speaking to was. He contacted her again on May 12th, this time with this time on Instagram, where he asked her if she was going to repost my gun pics. Then on Friday, he tagged Anita in pictures of the guns he purchased on his birthday. She responded, what your guns going to do? What your guns got to do with me?" And he said, "Just wanted to tag you." Anita replied that it's just scary. "I don't know. Be grateful I tagged you." "No, it's just scary for real." "How? I barely know you and you tagged me in a picture with some guns." Ugh. IG. And then, "Hey." After news of the shooting broke, Anita posted screenshots of her interaction with Ramos and wrote, "The only reason I responded was because I was afraid of him. I wish I had stayed awake to at least try to convince him not to commit his crime." Despite making it clear that she had nothing to do with Ramos, people still blamed her for the shooting. Now people are attacking me for it, and they think I'm his girlfriend, which I am not, Anita said, adding that some people are saying that I should have predicted what he was going to do. He bought the rifle 8 days ago. According to the Daily Dot, the gunman posted about guns frequently on his Instagram and then recently purchased the gun online. One of the Instagram followers who spoke to the Daily Dot told the outlet that just over a week ago on Ramos' birthday, he purchased the rifle online. This corresponds with what Senator Gutierrez said, as May 16th is reportedly Ramos' birthday. The user shared screenshots with the outlet showing a receipt that he purchased a weapon for $1,870. Prior to this, he would post images of guns on his wish list. By the way, imagine fucking attacking this random girl. Oh, how psychotic. But expected, of course. The website that Ramos seemingly purchased the gun from has several firearms listed online, and AR-15 matches the price paid in the receipt. Other followers of the shooter on Instagram said, like Anita, that they interacted with Ramos on Yubo and frequently posted images of weapons online. "All I know is he would always post guns on his story," one anonymous follower told the Daily Dot. Yes, to the Europeans in chat, Americans do indeed purchase weapons online. In the state of Texas, he can legally purchase a weapon online as long as he's 18 years old. How he was killed is not what the governor said. He said it was not actually a single BORTAG agent. They grouped up a team of 3 to 4 cops after 30 minutes of him being there. They exchanged fire with the guy, and he barricaded himself in the room. They breached and killed him. Olivares told Ken's 5 that once a tactical team arrived, they shot Ramos. Police officers rushed into the school to get their own children out of the school, he added. There were some police officers' families trying to get their children out of the school because it was an active shooter situation. Right now, it's a terrible situation right now. Nice. What are your opinions on a closed, unbreachable, self-conscious AI that no one controls, that watches, listens to everything, and only informs authorities when things are guaranteed to happen? Something like in persons of interest? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? I don't know what you are referencing. All I can think of in that situation is like it will be used for what? It will be used for awful reasons. Hey, by the way, for those of you who want to know what Uvalde's Uvalde's budget looks like for the Uvalde Police, the Uvalde Police Department was recently been notified it had been approved to receive a $532,000 Operation Lone Star grant, which the department applied for in October. According to UPD Chief Daniel Rodriguez, the grant will be used for equipment to fund personnel overtime shifts at the October 26th meeting of the Uvalde City Council, he told councilmen the grant opportunity had been announced a couple months before by the office of Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And if I'm not mistaken, 40% of their budget goes to the cops. Yes, this is, I forgot to mention this today. Or I forgot to mention this yesterday. The school district for Robb Elementary has its own police department with 5 cops and 1 security guard. Under the city of Uvalde's police department received just under 40% of the entire city's budget for the year and got a $500K grant from the state. Neither stopped today's massacre. There have been 2 subway shootings in the past month in New York City. One of the largest police forces on the planet. New York City's police department itself is literally bigger than most standing armies on the planet. Their budget is larger than most standing militaries on the planet, for the record. And yet, they did nothing. The Buffalo Police and FBI both did nothing to stop the massacre just a week ago. Despite record funding across the country, the police have stopped nothing because they don't actually stop shootings. Police do not protect you or your children. They serve only to keep workers in the country subdued and in line. This is all intentional. The U.S. police must be abolished if we ever want to feel safe. In case you don't believe my first tweet, here are the sources for the info, all readily available online. Here's the grant, and here's the overall expense sheet for police and animal control getting $4 million. Where the money goes, look at that. $4 million. NYPD legit has 6 submarines and a bulletproof boat. Yeah. Is there a known motive for the shooting? No, they're just saying, from what we know thus far, the motive is that he was just like a fucking broken dude who loved guns and literally purchased guns. And then I think like a fight broke out between him and his grandmother, who was like yelling at him for not being able to graduate. He was bullied regularly, you know. Was transgender? No, he wasn't, dude. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Fucking literally video game yourself, okay? In a video game. You fucking piece of shit. If your immediate inclination is to like turn around and be like, oh my God, it must be a trans person, you are just telling on yourself, you pathetic loser, dude. Holy fuck. It's just like incredible that like shit like this happens. At least like, I go back and forth on this, you know what I mean? Because like, a person that says that is probably the next school shooter, okay? They have the same fucking qualities of every other school shooter. They're like angry, pathetic little fucking turbo cuck virgins on the internet who are constantly trying to make everyone else's lives as fucking awful as their existence is. And instead of fucking trying to get themselves out of that insanely dark reality that they live in, that they've, the prison that they've created for themselves, okay, and actively try to fucking better themselves, they fall further and further into that dark pit and use every opportunity to fucking shit on trans people or shit on other marginalized people and make their lives fucking awful. Holy shit, dude. Police funding is at some of its peak levels. U.S. Prog 1033 transfers billions in military equipment to police departments. Mass surveillance has exploded. If throwing more money at police worked, it would have by now. At this point, it's a band-aid politicians use to avoid actually solving problems. You just reported their account. Hopefully they get booted. They're not going to get fucking booted, man. They're not going to get booted. It's a sock account. Says the politician. At least she's saying the right things, dude. Holy fuck. I know the bar is so low, but god damn it, dude. We don't even have most of the politicians say the right thing. So what the fuck do you want? Anyway. Oh, yeah. Have you seen the picture of the American family on the porch with all their guns? Must be the most burger country pic ever. Yeah, Fox News has probably already shifted the attention away from the shooting to cover whatever God knows what. And I think people are talking about, like, people are saying that Fox News is currently covering Hillary Clinton or some shit.
To get meaningful police reform legislation on my desk as best we can, as quickly as we can, beyond what we're doing here, affecting states as well, directly. On this day, we're showing the America we know we're a great nation, because the vast majority of us are good people. And there's nothing beyond our capacity.
Doesn't feel like it.
When we act together as the United States of America. This is a start, a new start. May God bless you all. May God protect our forces. And I'm going to go sign that executive order. Thank you.
Bro, this dude was literally fucking VP when Sandy Hook happened, by the way. Like, this dude is literally, I mean,
President Biden now
if there's
signing
any perfect representation of, like, ineptitude in action in the face of, like, senseless gun violence and mass shootings, you got homie right here, okay? Just a great example.
his neck for more
The
than
living,
9
breathing
minutes. I want to
example.
bring back Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut to discuss our top story, that horrific school shooting in Texas. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. Before we cut to President Biden, we ran some clips from Senator Marco Rubio and from Senator Rick Scott, in which they pushed back on the idea of banning AR-15s. I wanted to get your reaction to what they had to say, suggesting that it would not have
Biden is currently signing a executive order for police reform, as he was mentioning. This is the George Floyd anniversary. President to take action regulating federal law enforcement agencies after failure of attempts to legislate. This executive order is meant to improve police accountability. And White House officials said that they're doing this. The order, drafted in the absence of legislative action, direct federal agencies to revise use of force policies, banning tactics such as, again, federal agencies, banning tactics such as chokeholds and restricting practices like no-knock warrants. Federal agencies, not like the local police forces, because we can't mandate that at the federal level for all the local police stations to engage in. A ban on chokeholds is already in existence for the most part, but people don't abide by it. You know, New York has a fucking ban on chokeholds, for example. It doesn't even matter. It also calls for the creation of a new national standard for accrediting police department, establishes a national database to track police misconduct. This stuff is actually good, for the record. I do admit that this is a good thing. Further restricts the transfer of military equipment to police departments and requires agencies to implement new tools to screen for inherent bias among officers as well as recruits, including those who promote unlawful violence or harbor white supremacist views. Yeah, good luck with that. The order, which will apply to more than 100,000 federal law enforcement officers, is a reflection of a delicate balance Biden is attempting to strike on policing as advocates and progressives push him to fulfill a campaign promise to hold police accountable. We can't do that, though. There is no legislative action taken here, so there's no control over, like, the local... there's no federal control over local police departments and their jurisdiction. So remember that. 100,000 federal law enforcement officers, right? We have, I believe, like 900,000 cops overall and people that are working with the police force. So I'm a crisis counselor, and I've watched you for the past 2 years do more for my field than you realize. I've watched you care for many people when they needed a place to go, and you've accepted people who radically hate you for caring. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Hey, if you're a crisis counselor, what you're doing is significantly more important than what I'm doing. So yeah. Are the parents being helped at least, and the kids that survived it? Sure, there will be something. Anyway, here it is.
Assault-style weapons, as you note. But what about the Toomey Mansion provision, Mansion Toomey? What about passing that? I understand it wouldn't.
The Toomey Mansion provision is so old
that it seems like maybe some work can be done.
Absolutely right, and hopefully Senator Manchin will be involved in an effort to expand background checks. 90% or more of the American people are in favor of covering all gun sales with background checks. But we're also working hard, Senator Graham and I, on a red flag statute, such as was adopted in Florida after Parkland. If a person indicates that he's dangerous, if he's going to kill himself or others, then a court order could separate him or her from a gun. Not more than half of all gun deaths involve suicide. And so a red flag statute can help prevent those kinds of self-harm as well as harm to others. And we're working hard. I'm very hopeful that maybe a red flag statute, we worked on this measure for years, could pass with bipartisan support. I think that we have to work on every one of these possibilities.
All right, Senator Richard Blumenthal, thanks so much for your time today. Appreciate it. Coming up, the chilling messages the shooter sent right before he shot his grandmother and then killed 19 fourth graders and 2 teachers. Stay with us.
Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Incredible. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking awesome. Asked if he believes that there should be... Oh, here, by the way, let's talk about some stuff that is tangentially related to this as the midterms were... As the midterms are kicking off with primaries all around the country. Asked if he believes there should be new gun laws in the wake of the Texas shooting, Georgia Senate GOP nominee Herschel Walker, who just won last night, told Manu Raju, the chief congressional correspondent of CNN, in Atlanta, what I like to do is see... let's show you what he said.
Hey, Manu Raju with CNN. I know. Do you support any new gun laws in the wake of this Texas shooting?
Do what now?
Do you support new gun laws in the wake of this Texas shooting?
What I like to do is see it and everything and stuff. I like to see it and everything.
A favorite New Jersey trip?
Bro, that dude cannot speak, dude. It is like, holy shit, dude. You got CTE running straight up. CTE just CTE'd out the ass. And honestly, he's gonna win. He's probably going to defeat Raphael Warnock, who he is running against, for the record. Incredible. This is America, dude. What a wonderful fucking existence. Hey, man, he played for the Georgia Bulldogs, brother. With or without Donald Trump, with or without Donald Trump's advocacy for him, he still 100%, in my opinion, would have won that fucking primary. Yes, he is friend of the show, Christian Walker. I'm kidding when I say that, obviously. He is Christian Walker's father. Yes. Going forward, I mean, this is the way. You know, the best way to fucking win elections is just have like a famous public figure. When your country has so much freedom that literal teenagers are free to open fire on innocent children, a pastime that police officers themselves enjoy as well. Yeah. Can we wish ill on a friend of the show, Christian Walker's dad? I mean, I don't give a fuck. You can do whatever you want. 19 children and 2 teachers are dead, but Governor Greg Abbott is approaching this from a glass half full perspective. It could have been worse, he said. That's fucking sick, dude. That's awesome. He's right. It could have been worse. What if he had a fucking tactical nuke, for example, and he wiped out the entire state of Texas? What then?
Start looking at how easy it is to get around it. You would literally have to ban every semi-automatic rifle that's sold in America.
This is after students of Stoneman Douglas. Cameron, who was on earlier, is one of these students. He's there. This is where Marco Rubio brings up the potential notion of like banning literally every semi-automatic rifle that's sold in America. Everyone cheering for it. He was not happy with that. Anyway, my coworker keeps saying he's trying to enjoy the military and he's excited to go kill people in other countries. Yeah, good luck. He's a wonderful future ahead of himself then, if that's the case. You know, you can totally do that in the United States of America, so good luck. They were cheering for banning the guns? Yeah, yes, they were. They were cheering for banning the guns. Can you imagine, I don't know, something as deadly, for example, as you know, cars. Like, what if we had a similar structure for cars? You want to ban cars? Like, I mean, that's not constitutionally protected. You want to fucking, make sure that there's a competence test for vehicles? Is that what's up? You want to just like make sure that there's a competence test for driving a vehicle in this country? I mean, that's crazy. Oh, wait, we already do that. Fuck, we already do that. We do that all the time. It's called a driver's license. Oh, man. Imagine now if there was a similar structure for, I don't know, the murder machine that is not a fucking, the murder machine that is literally has no other component, that has no other significant, like that has nothing other than just murder people. You can't ride your gun on your daily commute. Gun owners would be so tight if we had a DMV for guns. They would never, they don't want that to happen because it's inconveniencing, okay? That's it. Congressional correspondent for ABC, Rachel Scott asks Senator Lindsey Graham if he can assure the American people that this time something will get done. He says, I can't assure the American people that there's any laws we can pass that would have stopped this shooting, he said. We can't do it. Did you see the post that Vice posted today? Yeah. It's not in my financial interest to protect you kids from getting shot. Yeah. It's great. It's fucking awesome. It's great. There's nothing you can do about it either, by the way. Good luck. Good luck if you want to do anything about it. You can't. What are you going to do? Organize? You have no power. What are you going to do? Get the Democratic Party to do something? You have no power. You can't do any of that. You can't do any of those things, okay? This is why people probably fucking move on and go back to, like, celebrity nonsense. Oh, yeah, a shooting happened. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's listen to, like, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp talk about what they did to one another for the millionth time over the course of the past fucking 6 weeks. And what it feels like is literally an ongoing, is just like an ongoing case of defamation for the past like 8 years, it feels like. Talked about ICE already. Talked about Biden's executive order. It's impossible to care about all the suffering in the world. Caring about this doesn't actually lead to any change. If people know that, nobody in this chat will care about this in 2 weeks. Will it be any less important? Will it be any less important then? Nope. Some people just skip the 2 weeks waiting period. No, I know. I know that. I understand that. I thought you said you were in favor of guns, so gun control on your end would be what exactly? How do you balance the line between keeping guns away from the people plotting these atrocities and citizens trying to protect themselves? First and foremost, okay, you are infinitely safer if we have gun control than if you actually have a gun to defend yourself. So let's just get that out of the way, okay? And I, as someone who literally gets death threats regularly, am telling you this. I, as someone who has actually gotten like legitimate death threats from people with a lot of fucking guns, actually, and with a lot of interest in following through on death threats, am telling you, a random person living in Kansas or whatever the fuck, that you're ridiculous. I would feel a lot safer if we had less guns on the fucking streets. I will feel a lot safer if we disarmed the police alongside with the population. Obviously, you can't do one and not do the other, okay? It goes hand in hand. One of the immediate things that I believe we should be doing is cutting the circulation of guns immediately, stopping it, dead in its fucking tracks, okay? We already have more guns than we have people in this country. Another thing that I believe we should be doing is creating a national registry of weapons, okay? A national registry of weapons so that everyone that wants to shoot a gun at least has to demonstrate their competence, okay? Demonstrates that they know exactly what safety measures they need to take. This is normal regulation and normal restrictions that happen in every other fucking sane country where there are guns in circulation. That's it. It is not that insane to suggest this. The only reason why we can't do it is because people use the Second Amendment. They say, nope, there's a constitutional There's a constitutional fucking right for me to own a weapon and use a weapon. Okay? And you can't stop that. You can't get in the way of that. You can do it for trucks and cars, but you can't do it for guns. You cannot do it for weapons. Why? Because the Constitution said so. You're limiting my freedoms.
As well.
Let's talk about the kids now. What do we know about how young minds process this? What do kids need emotionally to understand or deal with the news of what happened in Texas?
The first thing that they need are adults around them who care about.
Okay, this is boring. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. I was going to show this to you. Hey, by the way, guys, this guy just won. I just want to say, this guy just defeated Jessica Cisneros, unfortunately, last night. This guy that Jim Clyburn, number 3 in the Democratic Party, and Nancy Pelosi campaigned for, okay, who is backed by the NRA in Texas 28, won by the slimmest of margins. 177 votes is what made the difference between this fucking 9-term incumbent and Jessica Cisneros, who we've had on this broadcast. There's a recount that's happening, but it doesn't seem, I don't know if it'll actually change the outcome or not. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I don't want to be fucking hopeful and then feel bad over and over again, okay? Now let me show you. Back in 2017 or 2018, after the another Texas shooting, here is Henry Cuellar, the most conservative fucking Democrat, who is literally just a Republican. He's pro-life, the only remaining pro-life Democrat, and pro-guns, pro-Second Amendment, talking to MSNBC in the aftermath of yet another shooting in Texas. Let's see what he has to say.
Acceptable just to say that, if someone wants to kill someone, they're going to kill someone?
Well, I mean, again.
Oh, this wasn't after a Texas shooting. Maybe was this after Vegas?
Do you think it's acceptable just to say that, if someone wants to kill someone, they're going to kill someone?
Well, I mean, again, do you want to ban trucks because a truck was used? Do you want to ban an airplane because?
Look at that. That is the dumbest argument on the planet. Please ride your fucking AR-15 to work tomorrow, okay? Just do that. Just ride your fucking gun. You use it for different things, like lighting up a cigarette, for example. Let's see how that works. There is no other utility for a gun. And also, more importantly than the fucking trucks and planes argument that he's about to establish, there are licenses for trucks and planes. The amount of training that you have to undergo to be able to drive a fucking truck, you have to demonstrate your competence over and over again. There is consistent checkpoints where people make sure that you know that you're still driving the truck appropriately. There are laws about how you can drive a truck. There's more training required to drive a fucking truck than to purchase a gun. There is more utility for a truck, okay? Obviously, it is used in commerce. You cannot use guns in commerce in a similar capacity. There is no reason for you to have a fucking gun other than because you want to kill shit, okay? And it's fun to shoot. And I admit that. It is fun to shoot. But the fact that we can't even fucking have any sort of sensible, reasonable fucking national registry of weapons where people have to demonstrate their competence to be able to get a fucking gun and then level up. Like, if you want to fucking shoot you want to shoot birdshot, it's the easiest one to get. You level up after that. You want to use a shotgun, you need to get a separate license. You want to use an AR-15, you need to get a separate license, for a long barrel weapon, okay? And then ultimately, if you want to use a pistol, you need to get an even, more rigorous license. Just like fucking how it works with vehicles, except obviously size in this circumstance makes it harder to hide, and therefore handguns are the most difficult ones to achieve. Okay, why can't we do that? And why can't we greatly fucking greatly reduce the amount of guns that are in circulation? Why can't we? Well, we can't because people just like shooting. And that's it. They've established that this is their identity. This is the most significant part of their fucking identity. Because we're pathetic, dickhead losers in this fucking country that fancy themselves as John fucking Rambo. Okay? That's it. That's the fucking reason. Because we're pathetic fucking cuck losers who think that we are going to be the good guy in that situation. We are going to defend ourselves with a fucking gun. Well, no, you're not. You're not going to do that. But you have an entire industry dedicated to making you feel like you're going to do that. Every other facet of your life, people are telling you you're going to do that. You're going to step up. Every guy is like that fucking weird fantasy when they were in school or whatever, when they fight someone and bravely protect everyone else. It's like a classic fucking dumb guy fantasy that everybody has. And it unfortunately transfers into adulthood and manifests itself in the form of like a gun owner thinking that they're John fucking Rambo. Like they have literally stunted emotionally, and they have stunted their fucking emotional maturity. Their brains are stunted to think that like they're gonna be an anime hero in a situation and come in and fucking tactically take down the bad guy with a gun. When time and time again, empirical evidence shows that if you introduce a gun to any kind of altercation, the likelihood that that gun will be used greatly increases. And by the way, the idea that I'm talking about, the John Rambo idea that I'm talking about, is demonstrated perhaps perfectly in the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting case, okay? Kyle Rittenhouse did that. He did the John Rambo thing. He like got a gun, okay, brought it into a place that he wasn't supposed to, and thought that he was going to defend people and protect people. And guess what happened? When people were chasing after him, he shot and killed people. And then became an active shooter. And when other people tried to apprehend the active shooter, he shot and killed more people. And then the Republican Party defended him. That was probably after the Texas AFB mass shooting. I was under the impression those don't happen because it's not a school, it's not a soft target. It's almost like total bullshit that happens on even on military bases. Of course.
Let me just finish. You asked me a question. I'll let you ask the question. Let me just answer the question if you can. So, do you want to ban trucks because they used a truck in New York? Do you want to ban airplanes because the terrorists used it in 9/11?
Once again, first and foremost, we literally have a fucking security theater for this process, okay? Like, what are you saying? People did take action. People have taken action. Truck murders are not as fucking common, or like deliberate attempts at terrorism with a truck are nowhere near as common as mass shootings are, first and foremost. And there are plenty of fucking safeguards. Probably part of the reason why it doesn't happen as frequently is because we have safeguards for that, okay? You can't just like fucking easily buy an airplane and fucking fly it into a tower, dude. You can't easily buy a truck and drive it legally. And with the same ease you can purchase a gun on the internet and then use it. I hate it.
There were some laws in place. We're going to find out why he was able to get the guns under the circumstances that you mentioned at the very beginning. Mm-hmm. So again, I want to look at the investigation. I want to see if there's any lessons learned. And we're going to take a look at...
Democrat, by the way, not only a Democrat, but a Democrat defended by Nancy Pelosi. A Democrat defended by Nancy Pelosi and Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn, literally, at his old-ass age, fucking traveled to Texas, to his district, to do a fucking big push for him. In front of like 80 people, all of which who probably voted for him, who made up the fucking difference between him and Jessica Cisneros, for the record. Whenever this shit happens, this is the guy. This is the guy, chat. This is literally the guy I was trying to fucking unseat. Remember when I had Jessica Cisneros on? This is the guy she was running against. This is the guy who she interned for originally. It was like, wow, this dude's fucked up. I should get more involved in politics and stop this dickhead from having his 10th fucking season in Congress, dude. And he's pro-life too. He's anti-abortion. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi's still fucking hitting my line. Old, crusty piece of shit. Stop fucking emailing me, asking me for money. You will never get a fucking dime out of me. I promise. will never get a fucking dime out of me for the rest of my goddamn life.
That keep in mind also the person that probably saved some lives yesterday was a resident from there that we saw that he used a weapon to scare him off. It was okay for this suspect.
You know you can unsubscribe, right? Dude, I do it all the time. It doesn't matter. They're like fucking still send emails. I don't know how. It is one of the most psychotic things, bro.
To use a gun at a church, but the moment somebody confronted him with a gun, he ran away like a coward, got in his vehicle and took off.
Well,
so again,
I would say that he's a coward for
facts.
shooting those people, not for running away, but both, I guess. Here's the thing about cars and airplanes. They're not designed to kill.
You have to take a test/class before you shoot a gun at a range, but you don't need to prove anything when you're buying one to shoot in your backyard? Hell yeah, dude.
Cars and airplanes are not designed to kill. Guns are designed to kill. And then secondarily, after this incident in New York, the president immediately came out and said we got to strengthen our visa laws. After terrorism with planes, there's immediately a sense of what can we do to stop this? How can we strengthen our borders? How can we vet people more properly? What can we get from their background? And it seems like whenever there's gun violence, the answer is just, well, it's going to happen.
Well, no, I mean, I think we need to do more than that. And again, you are right in the fact that if this would have been somebody named Mohammed or this would have been somebody with a Hispanic name, I think the reaction would have been a little different from.
Shut the fuck up, idiot. Mohammed. Just because I'm thinking about it at the moment, I feel compelled to say again that filibuster does far more to impede bipartisan legislating than it does to facilitate it. Oh, yeah. The logic of this is incredibly straightforward, which is one of the many reasons you know that the filibuster defenders like Manchin are full of shit. Yeah, it is designed to kill bills. And historically, it has been used against actual progress, like civil. It has historically been used against civil liberties, dude. Like civil rights legislation by actual white supremacists that at the time were in Congress. I mean, there are still plenty of white supremacists in Congress, but like, you know, they're not as open about their pro-segregation agenda. So just remind yourselves of that. Like historically, that's when it's been the most notable for filibusters. And even back then, it was like literally fucking. Wait, what? Manchin called on Senate to pass bipartisan bills that would get 70 votes on gun reform, such as bolstering red flag laws or a narrower background checks bill, even as that has proven elusive. He said he didn't want to get rid of the filibuster and called for bipartisan talks. Manchin, who worked for years to pass a bill to expand background checks on commercial sales, signaled he was concerned about expanding the checks to private transfers, which the House bill will do. On getting rid of the filibuster, Manchin said it amounts to throwing out the one tool that we have that gets us, that keeps us working, at least talking together. I can't say what I want to say. So I'm just going to say at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, please, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Because if I say what I actually want to say, what I'm thinking currently, I will literally probably go to jail. Like I won't just get banned off this platform. I will most likely go to prison, okay? I'm holding everything. I'm holding everything inside. So, you know, the ad break is coming, okay? The ad break is coming. If you are lucky, maybe you can get gifted a sub or if you don't have that kind of luck, you know, you make your own luck. Harsh Apocalypse, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Okay. Fuego. Thank you for the 5 of the subs as well. It's not illegal to say you hope they all get shot in the space and torn apart at the molecular level. No, it is illegal. I can't say that. And I'm not saying that. Here is Rick Scott on allowing people to have AR-15s.
What about getting rid of AR-15s? Why are these semi-automatic rifles necessary?
If people want to talk about banning specific guns...
Wait, this is not Rick Scott. This is Senator Marco Rubio.
They should propose that, but it wouldn't prevent these shootings.
The shooting would occur.
Banning a weapon like that would.
I mean, they could commit the crime with a different weapon that performs exactly the same, just wouldn't fit the definition in the law. But
bro, then fucking legislate that away too. Are you that fucking stupid? This isn't Rick Scott, by the way. I don't know why the fuck Manu said this is Rick Scott. Ironically, then do that. Then ban it. Ban that too. What the fuck is this? Dude, this idea like, oh, well, technically, you know, well, you can change the pistol grip and then make it seem like it's a different weapon. Like, okay, ban it. You're a politician. What the fuck's wrong with you? You just don't want to. That's the point. You don't want to. Don't act like there is no way that you can do this, okay? You can just straight up say long barrel rifles are no longer allowed to be in circulation, okay? And the ones that are in circulation, we're going to engage in buyback programs as best as we can. Boom. There you go. And the people that want to continue using their long barrel rifles have to undergo rigorous training to show and demonstrate their competence. Boom. All of a sudden, millions of Americans are like, all right, well, fuck that. I don't want to do that. I'm going to go and get my money back on this thing. That's it. That's it. You literally say national registry. If you don't have a national registry, we will literally, if we stop you and we find a gun on your person and you're not a part of the national registry, we will take it away from you. You might even have a fucking steep prison sentence as a consequence of that. Boom. Doubly done. Okay? Super done. Look at that. Now everybody's fucking very easily joining the National Registry to demonstrate and demonstrating their competence in handling a gun. Immediately, you are literally lowering the amount of fucking weapons that are in circulation. You are currently personally making sure that like people are even more safe in the way that they use their guns. Kind of weird how gun control is the only area where conservatives think over-policing just won't do anything. Yeah, I know. It is weird, isn't it? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, that worked really well in New York with handguns. What the fuck? What do you mean that worked really well in New York with handguns? Dude, New York is not far removed from like the rest of the country, okay? It's not in space. It's in America, okay? We are the #1 exporter of guns to Canada and the #1 exporter of guns into fucking Mexico. At the street level, every gun that the cartel uses is an American weapon. Most of the guns, well, 50% of the guns that are used in Canada are American weapons, okay? We are trafficking guns to other countries that have strict gun control. Like very strict gun control. What the fuck makes you think there's no interstate commerce happening when New York is a part of America and there's no fucking defense? There's no security. You can just like drive over to Pennsylvania or Ohio. Why? Why do you think this is a good fucking argument, dude? The overwhelming majority of guns that are in the black market in circulation in Chicago are coming immediately from other states that are right next to Illinois. You fucking idiots. Stop. This is like such an easily dunkable fucking argument. Why are you still making this argument? Like every single argument that gun nuts advance is so quickly fucking dunked on. It doesn't even matter though. Just like it doesn't matter when people say, "Oh my God, what about the fucking? What if we had more security in our schools?" Well, there was security at the school. They shot at the fucking guy, and you know that, you see that, you hear that, and yet you still act like that didn't happen. And that actually, what if there was even more guns in the school? And that, what if the teachers had guns? What if the kids had guns? Right? Only then would we be able to stop this. I'm talking to the point about you face jail times and fines still doesn't deter people. What are you talking about? There is no fucking place in which like in New York. First of all, New York State has greatly combated gun violence. So I don't know what the fuck you're bringing up New York for, you dumb bitch. Okay? With respect to the 80s and 90s, gun violence is like literally almost non-existent in New York. There is still a problem and gun violence is growing. But New York City is like one of those fucking places where like you could literally, even before stop and frisk, which was a abject failure and just totally racist, New York was dealing with its gun violence problem much better, okay? idea also that we cannot do anything. The idea that we cannot do anything about gun violence, so we should just like let it ride, is a psychotic one.
That wouldn't prevent these crimes.
Why do people actually need an AR-15?
Well, I mean, I think, we have in our Constitution
Oh, Rick Scott did say that. Okay, it is Rick Scott. Trigger warning, Rick Scott.
Why do people actually need an AR-15?
Well, I mean, I think, we have in our Constitution our Second Amendment rights, and I'm not interested in taking away rights for law-abiding citizens.
Awesome. For the record, and Megaphonics also pointed this out in the chat as well, this is something I talked about yesterday, we already have arbitrary restrictions placed upon guns, and no one is fucking crying about them, okay? You have to pay like a $20,000 tax to be able to even operate or hold on to an automatic weapon, okay? We don't make automatic weapons. They are not in civilian circulation. So they are also incredibly difficult to come by. That's another secondary guard against people being able to use automatic weapons, right? Do you hear motherfuckers be like, Second Amendment right dictates I can have an automatic weapon? Why? Why not? Why not? Why not? Same principle, Second Amendment, except people understand that, okay, that's an L. We can't do that. Okay? That's an L, and we just can't have that. Because people abide by the arbitrary restrictions placed upon them after a long enough time has passed. Okay? There's a reason why gun nuts aren't like, we should have automatic weapons. We should have automatic weapons. We should have automatic weapons. They're not running around saying that. And no, I'm not talking about the actual psychopathic gun nuts. I'm talking about like the average fucking American hog who is a gun nut. They get it. They get it. That's an arbitrary restriction placed upon guns. I mean, there are ways to get around that with bump stocks, right? Don, you're wrong on this one, Lamau. What do you mean I'm wrong on this one? Oh my God, I hate LARPing leftists so much. We are the problem. Pepega chatter. Yeah, no, totally. Chatting is my right to use my weapon poorly. Like, leftists who are just like gun-loving LARPers, they think they're fucking Zapatistas, are the most tired, most boring, most feckless, ineffective group of losers on the planet, by the way. It's like, you got nothing, dog. You got nothing. I can't bring this up enough. Like, literally every other gun nut thinks you're a pussy, okay? They think you're gay, and they think you're a pussy, regardless. No matter how much you fucking act like you're, big boy with your gun and whatever. Like, you will never get the fucking, no one is ever going to turn around and be like, wow, that leftist boy, he sure knows what he's doing. No, it's not happening. And you're also talking to someone who also enjoys shooting guns, like I do. Why can't communists not like guns? No, I don't have a fucking problem with like shooting guns, okay? I shoot guns. I shoot more guns than most fucking leftists do, okay? You're missing the point. Just because I like shooting guns, okay? Just because I enjoy shooting guns does not change the reality that there needs to be severe regulation around it, okay? There needs to be a national registry. You need to be able to demonstrate your competence, okay? It is so fucking stupid. And whether I own a gun or not is none of your business. Chat is literally copying incel behavior. Please make this stop. Yo, I got on the H3 stream moment too. You guys are hitting the same points. Creepy close at times. Yeah. When cars first became widely available, we had a problem with kids dying because they were playing in the street. It literally took jaywalking laws, which were fought by lobbies to finally get people off the streets. Gun control doesn't mean no guns. We don't have, we literally do not. Put it back on your desk. I don't know what you're talking about. How is anything you just suggested be implemented? Save anyone? Is it possible to fully remove guns from the United States? No. The argument I've heard from fellow leftists is that increasing regulations makes it harder for poor POC to get guns. That's all. Dude, that is like the best way to fucking get like dumbass leftists to also advocate for the NRA, for the record. Like, that's so stupid, man. That is so incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, man, like, only the rich people have access to guns now in that situation. Yeah, okay. Well, all matter of legislation have that effect. You know what I mean? Sorry. It seems like just until they change the Constitution, not much is going to happen. There's not going to be a change in that front. And for the record, there's a long and complicated, or maybe not so complicated history. The argument those people are trying to make that can be easily replicated by demilitarizing the police in tandem. Yeah, exactly. I am a fan of demilitarizing the police, which includes disarming certain like traffic stop cops. You know what I mean? And one way that cops refuse to get disarmed is by claiming that everybody has guns. And they're right. Everybody does have guns. So maybe disarming the police or demilitarizing the police force starts with taking the guns away and having less guns in circulation in the streets anyway. That's literally a good way to fucking prevent at least some of these mass shootings from happening. Okay. Is there a good video on the history of the NRA and how our interpretation of the Second Amendment changed? Because I mean, I'm very familiar with the history of it. I just want to like find a good video to show you though that will. I've talked about it over and over again, but the NRA originally was created by Yankees, a New York Times journalist cuck, as a matter of fact, in the aftermath of the Civil War, where the Northerners realized they don't know how to fucking operate guns and were getting their shit pushed in by the Confederates. So they created the NRA, the National Rifle Association. This was to teach and educate people how to properly use a gun. The NRA then, for a very long time, was simply just a hunting club. It was a club for hunters, and it protected hunters' rights for the most part. Then the Second Amendment changed. The interpretation of the Second Amendment changed in basically like in the 80s, or not even in the 80s. I think it was like in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. And it turned into what we now know, the modern interpretation of the Second Amendment. Here, let's watch Last Week Tonight. I'm sure John Oliver does a good job talking about the NRA.
And it will not surprise you. Everyone has had their own ideas on the root of the problem, and it will not surprise you to hear where the worst of those ideas came from.
I've been talking about it for a long time. And I've been saying it.
I don't want to listen to John Oliver, actually. But
60 minutes. Handguns than anyone else has done more to prevent the passage of a federal law to license and control handguns than anyone else. You'd find almost no one would disagree with you.
The NRA back in the day literally was an advocate for gun regulation. There's also a famous instance where, the NRA was very much in favor of gun control and fought against open carry. If you recall, that was when the Black Panther Party in the state of California demonstrated their right to bear arms, and very quickly, oh my lord, the NRA was like the NRA was a big advocate for the Mulford Act that passed immediately and instantaneously. Shouts out to Ronald Reagan for that. So yeah, that's why people always say, the quickest way to, get the NRA to be in favor of disarming the American population is when black people are demonstrating with guns. So just remember that. Yeah. The NRA supported gun control when Black Panthers had their weapons back in the 1960s. Even the NRA supported gun control to disarm the group. Yeah, remember that.
Including the NRA itself. If that's true, how does the NRA do it? Where does its power come from? How does it throw the fear of defeat into the Congress of the United States? Well, tonight we're going to take an inside look at the NRA, an organization whose voice is loud and clear, as Jimmy Carter will learn if he tries to fulfill his promise of a strong law to control handguns. But to some legislators, men like Adlai Stevenson, the issue is not gun control, it's the NRA itself.
And that's the issue. The issue isn't any longer control of pistols. The issue is the gun lobby. It's whether or not the government can stand up to the gun lobby. And so far, it hasn't been able to.
And this is the NRA in full array. The NRA is over 1 million strong in members, who are organized into almost 10,000 clubs across the country. And when they assemble an annual convention, they are bound by a sense of history. In no other country in the world have so many free men been permitted so many weapons in peacetime.
It's America, baby.
The NRA was founded over 100 years ago to improve the breed, to help make the citizen soldier a better marksman.
Yeah.
And that connection with the...
Founded literally by a fucking cuck-ass, libtard-ass, well, at the time, a Republican, but, you know what I mean, a New York Times journalist, okay?
The U.S. military has continued down the years. Until recently, the Pentagon tie-in made it easy for NRA members to get ammunition and target practice at military installations at reduced cost, or even free. Although federal budget cuts have cut down the favors, the military connection between the NRA and the Pentagon remains close, warm, and fraternal. And so are the ties between the NRA and the manufacturers of small arms. For the NRA is not just hunters and sportsmen and conservationists, it's the marketplace of a billion-dollar industry, or billions if anyone can ever count the value of all the small arms weapons, miniatures, and antique guns, the ammunition loaders and sports clothes, the bits and pieces of hunting, fishing, and shooting equipment. Critics complain that the small arms industry, in effect, subsidizes the NRA with heavy advertising outlays in the NRA publications. But NRA people scoff at this, and neutral outsiders, if there are any, point out that the arms people would advertise no matter what the cost, as a matter of pure self-interest. At any rate, the symbiotic relationship between the NRA and the small arms industry is like the tie that binds the NRA and the Pentagon.
Thanks to you, the members and supporters of NRA, no national gun law has passed this year. It is not likely at this time that one will pass. If we will stand together, strong, dedicated, shoulder to shoulder, for what is right.
This is Harlan Carter, Vice President of the NRA and its former chief lobbyist in Washington. Pistol champ, unyielding, uncompromising, long a symbol of NRA resistance to anyone who would try to license, register, or outlaw handguns.
Any national gun law, no matter how innocent in appearance, no matter how simple it might be, presupposes a still further growth in a centralized, computerized gun control bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. A monstrous invasion of the rights to privacy of you law-abiding and decent people who have never committed a crime and concerning whom there's no evidence you ever will.
But tough as Harlan Carter and the NRA leadership may be against any gun control, many believe that the membership is even tougher.
The members of the National Rifle Association and gun owners throughout the country are sick and tired of getting the blame for the criminal element that uses firearms. We are tired of seeing the criminals receive probation. We are tired of seeing the courts let the criminals go and watch the legislature concentrate on lawful people who own firearms, the honest citizen because he owns a gun to defend himself. That's what the NRA is about.
And the most important thing that sticks in my mind is this organization stresses proper and safe gun handling. And the reason that I'm so familiar with it is because I'm involved in that program in Boy Scouts of America, and anything they endorse can't be wrong.
A census taken a few years ago found that over half the NRA members were family men. 80% had gone through high school, 20% had a college degree. About a third were white-collar workers. Most earned around $15,000 a year or more. In short, just about middle America, with plenty of clout in the professions. And a good number of them are local elected officials. The NRA is trying to recruit more young people and more women. Dues are only $10 a year.
and many have taken out life memberships for $200. Only life members can vote at conventions. And at the last convention, they were able to vote out the former leadership, which was suspected of having gone soft on the gun control issue. Harlan Carter was voted back in command.
For the record, the NRA no longer represents the interests of its massive fucking population of card-carrying members either. It has a mind of its own at this point, and it totally operates at the behest of just gun manufacturers. Now, the reason why I say that is because I believe, what is the polling number? I mean, it's like 90% want universal background checks, 90% of Americans, but like even 80% or 75% of NRA card-carrying members also want fucking background checks. Now, of course, the reason why you won't get that regardless is because the NRA doesn't want that. So it's not like they're even fucking listening to their own card carrying members. Now, part of the reason also is because card carrying members doesn't even mean anything anymore. If you buy a gun, I think it comes automatically with NRA membership, if I'm not mistaken, and they will literally fucking constantly annoy you. Right? Isn't it? Don't you get an NRA membership automatically with a gun purchase now? It's depending on it. You just have to redeem it. Cameron Kasky is live on CNN right now. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna watch him. I mean, I don't know. I want to finish this instead.
Vote gave warning to gun control advocates.
You guys want to watch that? Who? The dude who was on the stream already. It's a HasanAbi head on CNN. Here, let's hear. Oh, damn.
Still breathing. So unfortunately, when something like this happens in a state like Texas, of course, the first thing we can point to is the fact that Texas basically markets itself as a state that proudly has gun laws that are so that proudly doesn't really have very many gun laws at all. But undocumented individuals are going to suffer. People are going to continue to suffer. And, you know, things have changed since Parkland. The Parkland shooting, people knew the names of the victims. And the selfish part of me says, thank God. People knew the names of the victims. They knew the names of the survivors and the activists. Now, I don't know the name. I can't remember every shooting that's happened in the past 48 hours. So it's a catch-22. You know, you tell people to vote every time there's a shooting and that voting for Democrats will make things better. And the shootings continue. But on the other hand, when I see what's happening in Texas, one of the first things that comes to my mind is they better elect Beto, because Beto is the only one who's going to make a fundamental change. So telling people just vote your way out of this, it's kind of bogus. But on the other hand, Greg Abbott winning is really, really, really bad, and O'Rourke would at least make some sort of attempt to make substantial change. Yeah. And that's the corner that Joe's been painted into.
So Cameron, you were critical of President Biden's address to the nation last night. You said you wanted to hear the words executive order, but instead you heard what you called essentially thoughts and prayers. What executive action would you like to see President Biden take to try to address the gun violence crisis in the U.S.?
Well, the natural response that everybody has to that, which is correct, is what EO can he pass, what executive order can he pass without it instantly getting knocked down by these Trump judges? And my perspective is that we need to be setting a precedent where the president of the United States is strongly advocating for these things. We need a situation where the president of the United States is actually using the bully pulpit in a way that is going to substantially help people. Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who are so rarely called out by name, are kneecapping an administration's agenda that was set out in 2020. On top of that, it was an agenda that was going to help a lot of people. Maybe not, it might not have been the agenda that young people who tend to lean more progressive like myself would have voted for, but there was plenty in it that we wanted to see. And now it's 2022. The Democrats have a midterm election coming up. Things are not looking good for anyone. And and President Biden's statement is about how sad this all is. And I don't want to diminish the unbelievable emotional pain that not only these people are going through, but also Joe Biden has endured on his own. But this is a political matter about the president of the United States establishing a precedent where we tackle these issues in a substantial way. And in my personal opinion, which is my personal opinion, we didn't hear enough about action in that speech, and we only heard about how sad this all is.
The Washington Post has been tracking how many children have been exposed to gun violence during school hours since the 1999 Columbine High massacre, which I guess took place before you were born. They count more than 311,000 kids and 311 schools have gone through what you went through at Parkland to one degree or another. 311,000 kids. What's your reaction to that?
My reaction is the Republicans during campaign season this year are going to be talking a lot about police deaths and they're going to be pinning police deaths on peaceful protesters around the country when more children have now died. I'm almost certain, and I believe I read this last night when I was preparing to speak with Anderson. More children have died now this year in schools than police have died in the line of duty. And the top cop killing thing this year has been COVID. So more children in schools are being killed. More children are being killed in schools than officers in the line of duty. And the Republicans are about to sway a lot of American voters into believing that the problems we need to deal with are cop deaths and things like that happening. Meanwhile, the bodies continue to pile up.
More school children have been shot and killed than cops have been shot and killed.
Democrats and Republicans alike are letting this cycle continue. So what is the inflection point? What is the boiling point? You and I were speaking in 2018 when everybody was dead convinced Parkland was the one where we were going to be able to make this kind of thing happen. Am I going to be sending my children, if there's any living beings that are unfortunate enough to have me as a father, to school and not know if they're coming back? Are we going to fix this? What are we going to do? Is this just about how sad all this is?
You'll be a great dad, Cameron. Thanks so much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Tapper,
Coming up, he's come the closest of any lawmaker since the 90s to get gun legislation passed in the U.S. Senate. We're talking to a Republican senator about that next.
Crapo? He's going to talk about Crapo? Probably. Isn't it Crapo? Or not, is it a... Live Tapper reaction, neutral phase? Okay, let's continue.
Congress that the hardliners were back in charge of the NRA.
Take the guns away from the American citizen. This country will go communist just like Russia or any of your others. It's been a proven fact through history.
If you take my rifles, my shotgun, and my pistols away from me, are you going to take the bows and arrows too? And then what are you going to do then after that? Take the
My bows and arrows, bro. Wow, look how much things have changed, dude.
pocket knives, the hunting knives, or, where's the stopping point?
And if he comes into my house and he's pointing that gun at me, I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm not going to meet him with the Holy Bible, because I'm going to meet him with one of my own.
Critics of the National Rifle Association might regard it as nothing more than a sinister group bent on preventing the Congress of the United States from passing gun control legislation. A cabal that holds the power of political life and death over the Congress. Or they may regard the NRA as a group of near Neanderthals, gun-toting rednecks who shoot first and ask questions later. But the fact is, most NRA members are what's generally described as average Americans. Average Americans.
Interesting that 60 Minutes is doing propaganda for the NRA and gun ownership all the way back whenever the fuck they were doing it. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, brother. How interesting.
Americans with a particular passion. It may be hunting or, as with these people, marksmanship. And they're no more likely to go and stick up a bank or go berserk with a gun than you or me or any non-gun fancier. They regard their guns as the tools of their sport. No more dangerous, they feel, if used properly, than a tennis racket or a bowling ball. And if anyone typifies how the NRA's
Yeah, dude. That's why I think we should replace what cops have with tennis rackets. Like, That's crazy. Damn, son. Okay, 60 Minutes. Yeah. Just doing a little school bowling, you know? That's wild. Yeah, give cops a bunch of bowling balls. Cops are literally shaped like a fucking bowling ball.
Clout works. It's the longtime captain of the championship U.S. rifle team, a Californian named Jim Whitney. I gather your involvement with the NRA and with shooting has gotten you involved in politics.
Well, yes, it has, because we find a city councilman or a state senator.
Back when California was fucking bright red, baby. Let's go. That's my state. That's my state before it got cooked over by the libtard agenda. Brought about some of the greats in American politics. Nixon and Reagan, baby. Woo! That's the OG Texas boys.
Or a congressman that's of our persuasion, we offer our help. Now, we have all of our clubs available and all of our individual members available. And these people, in regard to the gun issue, are pretty much a one-issue voter. And they will support this type of person. They'll not only support him with a vote, but they will support him with stamp licking and envelope stuffing and all that sort of thing. And in our own place in Los Angeles, there's been 2 instances where, without the votes we cast, our man would not have been elected. This is not to say we elected him, but if the votes weren't there, he would be unemployed.
But supposing you approach a congressman who doesn't agree with you, and supposing he's in a district that he's won just marginally by a few hundred votes, a few thousand votes, what can you do?
Well, we approach him with the facts, because these are readily available, and if you find a man that's got a marginal vote, you know the percentage he won by. But if we find that he's in there pretty skinny, like 1 or 2%, we just lay it on him and say, oh, look, we can muster, say, 40,000 votes in this area through our gun clubs. We've got the mailing list. It's computerized to the zip codes here. Now, how do you feel about this particular program? Do you want to keep working?
And what does the politician usually say?
They usually play ball. They usually play ball. And when they don't last long. They don't gain any seniority.
I figure that nationally, the NRA has that kind of clout that can almost pick and choose as far as congressman is concerned.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that at all, because although we've got 1 million people, you have to get these people organized.
And this is where the NRA organizes its 1 million-plus members. This is headquarters in Washington. Plush, computerized, heavily staffed, well-funded, and geared for action. Friend and foe agree the NRA's power to scare.
I wonder if the NRA actually has a national database, like a registry-style database of like what kind of guns people have. I'm just like imagining a government that violently overthrows the NRA, uses the military and police force to go in there and take all of that information and then turn it into the national database. Could be pretty sick. Just throwing some ideas out there. Also, if guns were not so fucking violent and scary, the NRA convention that is happening on Friday, that will be attended by Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and Greg Abbott, would not have a ban on guns.
Our congressman lies in its ability to mobilize its members in any congressional district at the touch of a computer button, to raise Cain with any congressman who may be thinking of voting for gun control. There is no proof that the NRA has ever defeated any congressman on the gun control issue alone, and the NRA does not make that claim. But the threat against a congressman who may have been elected last time with less than 5% majority is enough to make him pull back from the gun control issue. The NRA also mobilizes enormous write-in campaigns against newspaper articles or television broadcasts that it feels do not support the right to bear arms, and against advertisers who sponsor such broadcasts. It may seem to some that the strident voices run the NRA. The fact is that they are supported by more sober, thoughtful men. Noisy or quiet, the NRA does speak with one voice. Gary Anderson is an American rifle champ, a minister, and a member of the Nebraska State Legislature.
I think one of the things we have to do is simply to recognize that solving crime is going to involve solving a very deep-seated social problem, and that just picking up on one single issue, namely the gun, is really not going to.
I love when conservatives who love guns so much end up making like a materialist analysis on accident. Like, homies are like, I love guns so much and I'm going to keep guns so badly that I will literally engage in historical materialism. Like, it's just wild. They're like, yeah, actually, everybody knows that guns are not the cause of the problem. It's our material conditions. There's a specter haunting America, as a matter of fact, and it's a good specter, dare I say. It's called the specter of communism. That's right. Throughout time, even in the ancient Greek era, everybody knew and endlessly pontificated on the socioeconomic structures that where crime manifests. It's a vicious cycle of poverty and violent crime. It has nothing to do with the guns itself. You have nothing to lose but your chains, comrades.
Going to solve the problem. I think we're starting to come together on the idea that we need to punish those people who are using firearms in the commission of a felony and make this a much more serious offense. And we seem to have some agreement there. Now maybe we can focus on things like that, and if we can get together on that kind of a thing, maybe we can see that we're really after the same thing.
But if NRA members see the real issue as a breakdown in law and order, NRA critics say the issue is basically guns. Handguns. Not revolvers and pistols in the hands of law-abiding gun club members like these people in upstate New York, but weapons like these that end up murdering people. For many, the rising crime and murder rate is a direct result of too many guns too easy to get. The NRA argues that no one here will ever likely be involved in a crime, to which critics of the NRA say, if that's the case, what's the objection to licensing and registering handguns?
Owned!
Because, says the NRA, that would be the first step to confiscation. And they point to the biggest test case last year in Massachusetts, which had a referendum that, in effect, would have outlawed all handguns in private hands. A leading gun control advocate was a sheriff named John.
Things have just not changed at all. Isn't that wonderful when you think about it? I mean, literally just the same. Everything is the same. Nothing has changed, and nothing will change. We will just keep repeating the same fucking stupid arguments back and forth.
John Buckley of Middlesex County.
Never once in the whole history of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has any bill dealing with handguns ever passed the Massachusetts legislature without the approval of the National Rifle Association. And I rest this case in the fullest of confidence in the people of Massachusetts that they have seen enough violence, they have seen enough murders, and they will outlaw the deadly handgun.
But the NRA and its friends went into action. The Massachusetts referendum to outlaw handguns lost by more than 2-1. For the NRA, this was the best test of all. But the people in favor of gun control felt they lost because the referendum went too far. They still feel the country is ready for a federal law just to register and license handguns in private hands. An early advocate of that, Senator Adlai Stevenson.
There's no debate, no serious debate about the need for measures to restrict access to the weapons, principally the pistol that are used in the commission of crimes. There are debates about how you do it, but not over that proposition anymore. And that's why the issue is primarily one of guts, of fortitude, of...
Bro, how can you trust a motherfucker with a comb over like that, bro? Like, at that point, give it up, dog. Like, everybody knows what's going on. You didn't even do that thing where you, like, grow it out a lot, you know? There's, like, one piece sticking, and he's just like, nope, gonna use that. I don't know, man. I'll listen to you when I can't get one for 1 month of food stamps. You can't control it here in the state. What?
A willingness to stand up to the gun lobby, and by that I mean the NRA.
But at its Washington headquarters, the NRA remains steadfast, still pouring out a torrent of bulletins, reminders to its members of who are its friends and who are its enemies, not compromising an inch with its own special faith. But wherever it goes, the NRA is shadowed by this man, a man with a mission, a man even the tough old NRA cannot keep quiet.
We will have 100 million handguns in civilian hands by the turn of the century. That's just 23 years from now. Will we?
Oh, is that so? Is that what you thought? Is that you thought there was going to be 100 million in 23 years? Is that what you thought? Triple it, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. We, woo, not even close, dude. Back then, they were like, okay, you know, there's going to be a lot of fucking guns in the streets, man. It's kind of scary. Oh, shit, dude. No shot. Not even fucking close. How many guns in circulation right now? Let's see. There are more than 393 million. There are over, nope, sorry. Latest is there are estimated to be over 400 million guns in the United States. And 82.7% of that are handguns, by the way. So for people saying, he said handguns. 82% of the 83% of the 100 million guns are handguns. In America, there are more households. 56% of households in America have guns. 44% of households, 44% of guns. 44% of households have a gun in their household. 56% have no gun. Most Americans, what the fuck is this, dude? Most Americans do or might someday own a gun. Future gun ownership. How many guns in America? 400 million. The average gun-owning American has 5 firearms, while nearly 22% of gun owners only have one single firearm. 98% of the 400 million guns in circulation between the police, military, and American citizens are in the hands of civilians. That is the equivalent of 120 firearms per 100 citizens. When your day of reckoning comes, will you wear your naked skull proudly? Morbid Namai? Like, that's a red flag, dog. I would take this person's gun away. You post some shit. As a matter of fact, you post in a Twitch chat, you should probably not get a gun. Watch the movie Morbius, no gun for you. Watch the movie Morbius, no gun for you. You tweet about the movie Morbius, or you say, it's Morbin time, doubly no gun for you. Your family can't even have guns now, okay? Number of guns purchased per year. There were nearly 40 million guns purchased legally by Americans in 2020, let alone, alone according to FBI records. What the fuck? What is this? Nick at News. Reporter at New York Times. New York Times reporter Nicholas Bogle Burrows from upstate New York says the gunman who killed 19 children and two teachers at a school in Uvalde, Texas, texted an online friend yesterday morning saying, I just shot my grandma in the head and I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school, per text shared with me. All right, he left. I'm going to tell you right now. Hold on. Waiting for this bitch. I'm going to do something to her right now. OMG. She's on the phone with AT&T about my phone. It's annoying. I just shot my grandma in her head. I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school right now. That's what he said. The online friend met Salvador Ramos on an app for live streaming with strangers and told me he recently FaceTimed with her from a gun store. He also received a large package of ammunition in the mail the night before the attack, she said. Do you not think that that's a problem? Like, do we really just, like, not think that that's a problem? I mean, seriously, this is not... Wait, you can get mailed ammo? Yeah. Streaming at the gun store on Kid Tinder, Jesus Christ. Yep. His online friend lives in EU, judging by those timestamps. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, wait, it's 6:30. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck it was 6:30 p.m. at that time. Friend lives in Germany, according to CNN. Okay, got it. God forbid any 18-year-old drinks legally, though. I mean, dude, it's fucking nuts. It's nuts that, like, you can do all this shit. I work at Amazon, and every single day I package some red dot scope or a holster, Sag. Yeah, I mean, at least you can't Amazon Prime guns at this point, I don't think. Which I'm sure Amazon, get on it, you know what I mean? That's a big marketplace that you're not taking advantage of. You can buy most of the parts, though, I think. America's such a fucking weird country, dude. Like, the fact that you can... Vodka delivery is illegal in 38 states? Good. God forbid, dude. God forbid some fucking freak gets access to this deadly fucking alcohol. Famously, you can get a plate carrier on Prime. I know, but you can't get plates, apparently. Almost another school shooting? That's great. BNO News is not super reputable, though. Student caught with AK-47 rifle outside his high school in Richardson, Texas, says the police. Dude, stop.
Will we then be safer? Will we then be more or less free?
This is Nelson T. Shields III, a man who, until a few years ago, believed in the right to bear arms. We'll hear his story next week on 60 Minutes.
What? In another shocking anti-constitutional and lawless ruling, the half-Trump Supreme Court majority finds Americans don't have the basic rights against false conviction or extralegal execution we all have come to take for granted. The Supreme Court just condemned a man to die despite strong evidence that he's innocent. The gravity of this ruling cannot be overstated. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no laws abridging the right to seek redress, but Thomas ignores this and cites a law he claims denies courts the authority to intervene in miscarriages of justice. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to be properly defended by competent counsel, but Thomas ignores this and essentially argues with zero foundational law. There's simply no need to correct such an injustice. Pro-life, by the way, boys. Remember, we're the pro-life party. Remember how I was talking about, like, every single fucking pro-lifer literally gets off on justifying the execution of, like, mentally ill black people in states like Texas and fucking Florida. This is a thing that still happens, by the way, in this country. Yeah. Remember that these motherfuckers are not pro-life in any meaningful capacity. They don't even care if, like, you are literally you're could be exonerated. Pro-life, but pro-capital punishment. The Supreme Court just condemned a man to die despite strong evidence he's innocent. The court effectively overruled 2 of its previous decisions, and it's likely an innocent man will die as a result. In 1995, Bear Jones was convicted of murdering Rachel Gray, his girlfriend's 4-year-old daughter, and sentenced to die. Since then, the case against him has shattered. Gray died of a laceration of her small intestine, an extremely painful injury that slowly fills the victims with poisonous fluids. Prosecution's theory was that Jones must have inflicted this injury on Gray during a 4-hour period when he was taking care of her on May 1st, 1994. Gray died about 12 hours later. But this theory does not make sense medically. Gray's injury would have killed her slowly and should not have proved fatal in only 12 hours. In a comprehensive article reviewing the evidence against Jones, The Intercept's Liliana Segura quotes 3 physicians who say the prosecution's theory is wrong. One who Segura describes as a renowned pediatric forensic pathologist, saying that Gray's injury could not have possibly been inflicted on the day prior to her death. There are also several other potential suspects. Gray's mother, Angela, for starters, was eventually convicted of child abuse and sentenced to 8 years in prison. There's evidence that Gray's brother sexually preyed on young girls, and on top of that, Gray reportedly said shortly before her death that a boy had hit her in the stomach with a metal bar. Simply put, no sensible jury confronted with all this evidence would have concluded that Jones was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But Jones's lawyers failed to present crucial evidence at his trial. As Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote in an opinion released on Monday, Jones's trial counsel failed to undertake even a cursory investigation, and as a result did not uncover readily available medical evidence that could have shown that Rachel sustained her injuries when she was not in Jones's care. Then, after Jones challenged his conviction in a state court proceeding, he was met with, as Sotomayor put it, another egregious failure of counsel. In the words of the law, Jones was denied his constitutionally required right to effective assistance of counsel twice. This is the reason why we say lawyers are fucking demons, by the way, and that this is the reason why lawyers get away, like defense attorneys get away with like insane shit. It's because this is the constitutionally protected right of every single individual that they will have competent lawyers do everything in their power to basically get them off, okay? Sotomayor, however, wrote these words in a dissenting opinion, one-party line vote, in Shin v. Ramirez. The court has held that Jones will not receive a fair trial despite his lawyer's poor performance. Jones would have received a new trial if the Supreme Court hadn't changed the law. Before Monday, the Supreme Court's decision should have guaranteed Jones a new trial. Both decisions deal with what should have happened in the unusual circumstance when someone is accused of a crime receives ineffective assistance of counsel twice. Wait, do you mean prosecutors, right? No, I'm talking about defense attorneys. Defense attorneys, especially like public, especially ones that are working for free, they're not going to do the best job, but their goal is, as defense teams, their goal is to get their client off no matter what happens, okay? As long as like the client is not directly, as long as they don't know that the person is like actually engaged in said crime. But yeah, public defenders are overburdened. Why are defense attorneys so bad? I mean, they're not. They just have like there are good ones as well. I'm just stating that like they are seen as like demons for this reason. They're seen as like bad people for this reason. Ineffective assistance is a very hard standard. I mean, this is great, dude. This is great. Like our court system is incredibly violent, incredibly brutal, just awful in general. Doesn't matter if you're fucking if you could demonstrably be proven innocent when there's like exonerating evidence. Or at least like a severe lack of evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you committed said crime. And then also on top of that, further evidence that even casts more doubt on the jury's decision. But the jury never heard that evidence. Okay, that's great though. That's cool. Thomas and Sotomayor have wildly different views on why criminal trials exist. The Sixth Amendment guarantees criminal defense Defendants the right to an effective assistance counsel at trial. Sotomayor writes in the first line of her dissent. She continues that this court has recognized that right as a bedrock principle that constitutes the very foundation of our adversary system of criminal justice. Like the bedrock principle at the top of the hour ad break. At the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Yeah, that's right. Get fucked. I'm going to fucking debate you a little bit, okay? And one other way to avoid is by getting gifted a sub. But if you're not lucky, you can use Twitch Prime, which is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account. To your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Get fucked, everybody. Watch if some shit defense attorney fucks up a J6 case. Thomas will rule on the opposite side of what he just ruled. Maybe. This court has recognized that the right is a bedrock principle. It doesn't really matter, does it? Doesn't really matter what bedrock principles are, considering we are fundamentally altering the way that we understand super precedents, even, or we are so easily casting aside what the majority, the overwhelming supermajority opinion is on particular incidents or particular amendments, particular interpretations. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is whatever the fucking Republican Party wants to do, whatever the reactionaries want to do with the court in this circumstance. I posted about this a while back, but it dovetails on my previous analysis on the U.S. political system, but I'm going to run it back. There's only one possible way to pass gun control legislation to stop mass shootings, and Democrats aren't willing to do it. End the U.S.? What? Like, Senate? At this point, what the fuck? He said, end the U.S. Mad Vapes Rep Nash. Thank you for the 5, get the subs. End the U.S., just end it. That's cool. At this point, 7-point tilt of the U.S. Senate towards GOP means that Democrats will never or rarely control the Senate, and when they do, they will never have the 60 votes to defeat a filibuster. That'd take winning elections by 16 points, 3 cycles in a row. Yeah, we've talked about this already. If you recall, and I talked about the state legislatures too. This inequality is built into the state legislatures as well. Yes, you could end the filibuster and pass a law in the very rare times Democrats hold the trifecta, but then you could run into 2 problems. The GOP will just repeal it the next time they hold the trifecta. SCOTUS is just going to overturn it anyway. So federal gun control legislation can happen without overturning the filibuster and holding the trifecta, but it would likely just get overturned by the Supreme Court if it had any teeth whatsoever. And it is more likely that the GOP will loosen federal regulations. Because of the GOP tilt in the Senate and the 5-point electoral college lean, Republicans will hold the trifecta far more than Democrats, assuming that the GOP doesn't just decide to overturn federal elections at the state level, House or Senate. It's also a terrifying prospect. Texas, for example. She's a defense analyst at a think tank. I don't give a fuck if she's a defense analyst at a think tank. What she's talking about with respect to the electoral proceedings in the United States of America is 100% true. The tilt that she is describing is true. She talked about this last time as well. Remember, I used this as a fucking way to mention like the unequal state legislature system that is in existence. Like what she's saying is completely correct. I don't give a fuck what her background is. Everything she said is correct. You sound like you're losing your voice. I know. I think I've been yelling too much. At the state level, most states are held by GOP. We have who have gerrymandered and suppressed their way to permanent majorities. The odds of the GOP base embracing gun control is 0, even if it started to impact them. True. The GOP genuinely believes owning an assault rifle is a right ordained by God. They blame what's happening on mental health, video games, not enough praise in schools or society needing more guns, despite 420 million already out there. Jonathan Swift wrote that you cannot reason someone out of something they were not reasoned into. There's no possible way to convince Republicans. Okay, I don't care about like that. Every serious scholar knows the law averages will catch up on it. Enough guns in enough people's hands will inevitably result in someone committing a mass shooting eventually. Every other nation with a functioning government knows this, but 40% of the U.S. won't. And that 40% controls the government. They control the Supreme Court and will do so for decades. Oh! Oh, I got it, but also I hit my hand so hard that with my ring that my fucking... I'm so fucking good. I love doing bug violence. Okay. The Ninth Circuit struck down California's assault weapon ban. 2, there's no law you can pass that the courts won't strike down. Indeed, SCOTUS just found that innocence should not be a barrier to the death penalty. The system is broken and depraved. One observer remarked the U.S. as waiting years of the USSR energy. Nobody thinks the system works or is even hypothetically capable of working, except the tiny minority of elites running it who it doesn't work but don't have to care. Most Democratic politicians do is rail passionately against the intransigent GOP. The GOP base is either deluded into believing that the problem is the guns or that positive dead children are simply the price of freedom. So yeah, I guess she is saying end the U.S. That's fucking so weird. She's like, yeah, end the United States of America. She's saying end the union. Oh my gosh, she is saying that. Continue pretending the system works and live with schools full of massacred children forever, or escape the sunk cost fallacy and end the union. We must seriously ask the question, are all these dead children worth preserving a broken system that mostly serves as depraved, deranged people? Democratic leaders at every level need to come clean and admitting that the system has deliberately been broken beyond repair. First of all, dude, every state would die. Like, except for fucking like a Pacific Northwestern alliance and a Northeastern alliance. Like, every fucking Republican state would die. Like, if we balkanize the United States, unironically, the only fucking state that would survive that relatively unharmed, unscathed would be, not the only state, but like the Pacific Northwest. You know, as long as you have a Colorado, as long as you bring Colorado into the fucking equation, you know what I mean? It's like, this is a Putin psyop. It was guns and brain rot the whole time. What? New York Times reporting this? Yeah, we already talked about it, but yeah. Gunman was inside the school for an hour before being shot. Every single update has been decidedly worse about how the cops reacted. The bar for me for the police is underground, and I'm still shocked. I feel like I'm going insane. Yeah, bro. Fucking incredible stuff. Hey, boys, venerate the boys in the blue, though. You know what I'm saying? They're doing a good job. They're doing a great job. Remember when we fucking clapped? Immediately, people were like, oh, dude, can we just celebrate the cops for a second? On National Police Violence Prevention Week of all weeks, by the way. Fuck this country, dude. Fuck the government. Fuck the media. They all literally operate as willing soldiers of the capitalist organization of the economy. And cops are the boot. And they do everything they can to venerate the cops and make it seem as though the cops are fucking so good in every circumstance. When in the one circumstance where they're supposed to be violent, they fucking fail because they're cowards. They're baby shit cowards, dude. Holy fuck. There's no better example. There is no better example of a fundamentally broken way of doing things than what we are seeing in front of our fucking eyes, dude. Look at this. Cops get 40% of the city budget. 40% of the city budget in Uvalde, okay? 40 fucking percent. And they could not stop this fucking shooter. They knew he was going to the school. He fucking crashed his car and he got into the school and they waited for a fucking hour before they actually breached and killed him, dude. 19 children died as a consequence of that. 19. How much more money do you have to give the cops? How much, like, what kind of extra weapons do they need? Every fucking police officer at a random traffic stop is equipped like a goddamn guerrilla soldier, dude. What the fuck? Do they need a javelin missile? Is that how they would have fucking ended this shit? They needed a man-pad. Sorry. All of our man-pads are going to Ukraine right now. We need to give it to our fucking brave boys in the blue so they can fucking, shoot pickup trucks with suspected shooters in them. Do we need a Metal Gear? Do we need to give fucking cops Metal Gear, dude? Is that what's going to finally stop? Should we give them a tactical nuke? Drone strikes. If they had drones, they could have struck the school. Yeah, exactly. Come on, bro. Come on. Just a bit more, dude. Just a bit more. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know, I'm spitballing here, but like they're not fucking doing their job, or rather, the way we fundamentally understand what cops are supposed to do, which is this. Literally this. This is it. If you can't do this, you don't have a job. You're just a bunch of fucking fat pieces of shit, heavily armed to the fucking gills, running around and harassing people, doing civil asset forfeiture, and basically harassing citizens. That's it. You have nothing else. This is the one thing that you always fucking say you're supposed to do. Oh, we are the first line of defense. I am the fucking, sheepdog that prevents the sheep from being harmed by the wolf. Like, no, you're not. You're a fucking pathetic, cowardly fucking loser who can only mag up into a unarmed suspect that's like fleeing you because you can't run after them. So you might as well fucking kill them and get back to eating your donuts. That's the only thing you do. And when there is an armed suspect who is like very credibly presenting a threat to little babies at a fucking elementary school, you can't do shit. Breitbart literally posted what you're saying about Ukraine. What is it? If Washington can spend $40 billion on Ukraine security, why can't they spend $40 billion on American school security? Dude, they are such psychos, dude. They are such psychopaths. Like, I presented that as a fucking meme, dude. Like, America is so fucked politically that when I say something sarcastically, it becomes the Republican Party's agenda, dude. It is fucking insane. Like, 5 to 10 years ago, you would probably joke and say, oh man, what are we going to do? Arm the fucking teachers to prevent school shootings from happening? And then Republicans are like, yeah, no, we got to do that, actually. Yeah. I'll be like, what are we supposed to do to the cops? Give them fucking $40 billion in drones and shit? And Republicans are like, no, actually, that's literally what we should be doing. We should put auto turrets. It's insane. It's insane how psychotic Republicans have been with like their lack of solutions. Tess Owens, the cops have been extremely vague and contradictory on the timeline. It's clear that the gunman was inside the school for more than an hour. The question is whether there were children inside the classroom that the cops contained him into. Bottom line, law enforcement was there. They did engage immediately. They did contain him in a classroom. They put a tactical stack together in a very orderly way and breached and assaulted the individual. DPS Director Steve McGraw said twice that the cops were the ones who barricaded the shooter into a classroom. That contradicts previous statements by other DPS spokesperson that the gunman barricaded himself and immediately began shooting kids. Oh my God, did the cops actually fucking barricade him into a classroom full of fucking kids? Yeah, good thing cops are notoriously liars in situations like this, and they will continue to get away with lying in situations like this, and we might never actually find out what the truth is in this situation. We do not know what the actual thing is. What we do know is that right now, conclusively, there is proof that, one, the cops were there on the scene. They were there when the shooter was entering the scene. Two, the shooter claimed that the shooter had a plate carrier on him, but now they openly admit that the plate carrier contained no plates. Okay, so it was just a fucking vest. And three, that the shooter was barricaded, whether by cops or on his own, inside of one of the rooms. Remember when cops killed the FedEx driver on the highway on live national television because a person who took him hostage was shooting at the cops? Remember when the cops shot up and basically emptied like multiple magazines into a fucking random pickup truck because they thought it was Christopher Dorner's pickup truck, even though it was like a fucking Latino mom and daughter who were actually, on their way to deliver newspapers. Luckily, they actually survived. because cops are dog shit at aiming. There are numerous instances of this happening. They're so fucking bad. Wait, cops are allowed to lie on the job? Dog, there's a terminology for it. It's called test-a-lying. Cops lie all the fucking time. It's perhaps so normalized that they have a word for it called test-a-lying, okay? They literally lie all the fucking time, dude. The grandma died in the pickup shooting? No, I don't think the grandma died. No. They actually survived, surprisingly. Justice rules. Justice rule: police do not have a constitutional duty to protect someone. Nice. Oh, the other thing is, like, part of the reason why police budgets are so fucking fat is because, you know, they need like an MRAP and they need like maybe anti-personnel landmines or something, whatever the fuck they're getting. But they are getting the MRAPs. I'm joking. But the other reason why police budgets are so fat is because they have to pay out millions of dollars in damages. That's right. Our taxpayer funded police brigade that is untrained, violent, unaccountable, that routinely kills civilians for no fucking reason other than, oh, oopsie, I guess I just, mag dumped into another unarmed civilian, an unarmed citizen, will then have to pay millions of dollars in court fees and millions of dollars in awards to other citizens. It's like, it's great. It's a wonderful system that we have, dude. And whenever motherfuckers come in here and try to defend cops, I want to always be like, dude, listen, I pay more for I pay more police salaries than your dad and your grandfather combined, okay? Straight up. I am single-handedly funding the fuck out of the police. So suck my dick. I was just thinking about that. Like, so much of my fucking taxes in the state of California at the federal level, so much of that is going to fucking subsidize these dickheads. So much more than most other Americans, and yet I can have no say on the matter. I can't fucking have a single say on this process. Anyway. Okay. Where the fuck was I? I was gonna look at something else. How the NRA shot itself in the foot. I mean, that's really dumb. Person was walling out. Gunmen. Cops have no. Oh, here. Oh, yeah, here it is. In the last 24 hours since the Uvalde massacre, Fox News has proposed at least 50 solutions, and none of them are gun control. Remember how I was joking about, like, people are so desperate? People are so desperate to move on from, presenting the actual solution to the problem, that they will, like, literally turn around and fucking advocate for insane shit. Even like even like a historical materialist perspective, you would never hear normally. Yeah, well, here it is. Here it is. Let's take a look.
I advocate always for an armed security guard,
armed school safety officer,
armed.
There were cops there that were armed.
Deputy
arming teachers,
potentially arm and prepare and train teachers and other administrators,
armed school staffers,
bring in policemen,
training the students themselves,
retired military,
training the students themselves. Oh my God, the Sacha Baron Cohen skit is literally real life now. Homie said train the students themselves. Bro, he's doing it. That was a joke. That was another joke. That was quite literally a fucking joke presented by Sacha Baron Cohen, and motherfuckers are saying that is a reasonable solution. Oh my God, dude. Stop. This is what I mean. They're so fucking psychotic. They're so insane, dude. I gotta show you the clip now. Like, it is, I mean, if you haven't seen this, it's...
I don't want to
AOC
be
is live on
one of those
Instagram.
ding-dongs that just tells you to vote harder. Because the solution's a lot bigger than that. And it's going to take a lot more of us and from us to fix this. This isn't just about voting harder. This is about doing a lot more than that. And we have a long ways to go. And it's really important that we understand the roots of this. The vast majority of mass shooters
Wait, why didn't I show up
are
as
young
having a
men.
blue check mark? What the fuck?
That have a
That's
very
bullshit.
troubling history with women. Almost every single time there is violence
What an L.
against women that immediately predates this violence. This shooter
Not
in
even
Texas
verified? Shadow ban? No, I'm not.
shot his own
Fuck off.
grandmother.
Stop adding me on the
We've
fucking
seen
Instagram
pattern
live, you
here with
weirdos.
this. And when it talks about like what can be done short term, I mean, are there solutions? Yes. We know that there are evidence-based solutions that work. Can we get that past the finish line with the political environment? That's the question. And when you have an entire political party that is completely subservient to little daddy NRA,
Stop fucking adding me in AOC's live chat. Chat, what the fuck's wrong with you?
that will defend an 18-year-old a troubled 18-year-old boy to be able to impulse purchase an AR-15 before they're even legally able to purchase a beer. And then you not only have a Republican Party that's like that, but then you have Democratic senators who defend them and run cover for them. This is a lot more than just voting harder.
I'm gonna turn off the fucking. I'm gonna turn off the Instagram
And
live.
it also cuts to the basic structure of our democracy, if you can call it that. Because when you have a presidency that's not determined by a popular vote, when you have a Senate where
I can't hide the IG chat. I don't know how to.
tens of millions of people more can vote for one candidate, one party, and still be in the minority, where even in the House of Representatives that's supposed to represent our population, that it gets gerrymandered to all hell once every 10 years in order to ensure
What the fuck?
an outsized minority rule and voice in both the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It is becoming increasingly difficult for people to defend the stance that we live in a democracy, in a true one. And
here's Candace Owens who lied, by the way. What drives an 18-year-old to murder
is
innocent children? I don't know, but judging by the photos of him
when you
cross-dressing, we
look
can assume
at
there are
the
plenty of
fact that our
signs, like
elections are
fucking piece of
bought,
shit.
that corporations have, and lobbies, powerful corporate lobbies, have more say in our legislation than everyday people. We are living in oligarchy that has its democratic moments. We live in an oligarchy that has maybe some democratic areas geographically, maybe some democratic moments, but I mean, we live in a time when the person who's actually supported by more people winning is a rare occasion. That is shocking and thrilling when people can beat the power of big money. being on the right side a lot of the times means that you are on a lonely side that feels small, because the power of money, the power of institutions, the power of intergenerational dynastic families can be and often is overwhelming.
Why are you so cringe, chat?
But that doesn't mean that we give up. And I'm not trying to give people some kind of like corny locker room pump up speech, but that is just simply the fact, is that hope is an existential question. It is an existential decision, because what all of these powers are trying to do is to extinguish the life out of you, whether you are alive or not. They seek to extinguish your hope. They seek to extinguish your faith. They seek to extinguish your desire to fight for a better future. They are doing everything they can to get you to give up. And that's not just the Republican Party. This is the entire power structure of this country. Last night, Democratic leadership went to the mat, to defend the day and day after, the days after, during, and all of this stuff. Both today and I imagine they would continue, and yesterday, supporting an incumbent that is pro-NRA, anti-choice. They mobilized to deflate a grassroots. They mobilized to try to stop a historic victory candidate. I mean, there comes a time when you have to ask if the political leadership in this country is fighting against everyday people or for everyday people. No matter what they say, you have to look at what they do. And I have always seen my role as just trying to be the small crack of a window, the small crack of a door.
I can't believe how hard they fucked over just because it's narrow.
Everyone else through. It's not about anything else. My battery's going low, but it's like, you know, if I cared about getting anything else, I would not act the way that I do in Congress. I do this because I feel like everyday people need to have a voice and in all of this, but it's hard.
Shut up, you're really so hard. Illiterate. Nice, dude.
And it's gonna get worse.
Like, what fucking motivates some fucking dickhead to do this
I don't like, as a leader,
in the chat of a congressperson.
But so long as a party, especially a Democratic Party, thinks that there is some level of horror that is going to convince Republicans to change their mind, like, so long as they're banked on that, like, this is gonna keep
hiding
happening.
the chat again. The moment that I fucking turn on chat, there's idiots reading negative comments in AOC's chat.
And when you look at people like Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, I mean, people aren't stupid, man. Just look at the FECs. Look at the reporting. Look at the disclosures. It's really not hard to put A and B together. There's a lot of people in here that are not working for you. And we need a renewal. People treat Congress like it's some kind of incumbency protection racket. These seats do not belong to us. I've had arguments with people about this, about whether this belongs to us or not, because it doesn't. This is a seat of power that the public entrusts to
No,
certain
zooming doesn't
individuals.
help.
We're not entitled for it.
Literally makes it worse.
To it. It doesn't belong to us. We have to earn it. And a lot of the times,
I think
you know,
she is
decisions are
spitting
made
big
by
facts.
default.
And a lot of
And we
people
can't
who
be
like
making them by
despise AOC and criticize her for everything, not like the reasonable shit to
deserve to
criticize
have
her
higher
over,
standards.
but like criticize her for all the dumb shit. Don't realize that like this is what Bernie Sanders did
deserve
for
to
the
have higher
longest time as
standards.
well.
That's just it.
You know what I mean?
I
Like
mean,
this is
at this
literally
day and
what
age,
fucking Bernie
why are
Sanders
people
also did.
taking
So if you
NRA
like Bernie
money?
Sanders and you
Why are
hate
people
AOC,
taking
then there's like an
corporate
inconsistency
money
there.
of any kind. Why are we doing that? So, you know, there's of course a political issue that we have here, but then there's also a very deep cultural issue that we have. We have the radicalization of young men. This is an issue. Young women are not doing this. Young non-binary people are not doing this. Trans people are not doing this. This is an issue that we have.
Country isn't going to last
And
long enough for her to
young
run for
men
president,
are
Law. I
being
mean,
radicalized right now in ways that we have not seen, and we need to talk about that. I mean, and who's in charge of all of these platforms that are perpetuating this misinformation and violence? Men.
The problem is
Mark
standing
Zuckerberg.
politicians. I mean, I
Where you
agree.
at,
And then
bro?
she says like rad lib
Where
shit
you at?
too. Like she's saying it right now.
4chan,
She's
Reddit.
like she says like rad lib stuff too every now and then. It
What's
cringe
up?
stuff.
Because all these little things that they're talking about, when they say free speech, they don't actually mean it. Because they don't protect all speech. They do draw a line at some point. But, you know, people like Mark Zuckerberg are busy having dinner with Tucker Carlson, who's also airing little great replacement theories that are inciting violence. And he's platforming the very people that mass shooters are citing in their own very clearly written manifestos. Let us dispense with this myth of mental illness. Okay? After this pandemic, millions of people have struggled with mental illness of some kind. Whatever it is, depression,
I don't like
anxiety,
that. That's not a good
bipolar,
take.
you know, whatever from
I don't like the fucking argument that like mental
illnesses that are
illness
less
plays no
presented
role in
to
this.
mental
Like
illnesses
it
that are more
does. It demonstrably does. And like the real fucking way to argue against it is that the real way to fucking to mention it is like, yeah, of course, the overwhelming majority of people with mental illness are not fucking going out and like doing psychotic shit like this. However, if you do think that mental illness is a factor, then fucking fund Medicare for all. Like, but they don't want to do that. They don't want to solve mental illness either. There have been multiple instances where like measures have passed to fund adequate mental health care, which is already really complicated in countries that have socialized medicine. And Republicans are against that too. Democrats are fucking against that.
More police in schools does not solve this problem.
Motherfucker says you're
That
hot
is
as
not an
fuck.
opinion. Look at the data. Increasing police officers does not do anything. More money to policing does not do anything. Just if it did, it would have by now. And we have teachers who are not even making a living or a dignified wage, some of whom have sold their blood plasma in order to make ends meet. And they're now sacrificing their lives for the chance of possibly saving their students' lives. And where are we talking about putting resources first? Not them. Not in healthcare. Not anywhere else. But in the place that already has the most resources that have yielded the least amount of change? Come on. Just because both parties can
You just
agree
said she's
that,
Bernie and just blame
that this
men?
is something that
What?
they love putting more and more money in, no matter how much data tells you that this doesn't do anything, that this doesn't move the needle significantly.
Chad is in here cringing at her blaming white
Because
men. You
the
serious
issues
right now is literally the fucking
and
truth.
the ability
factually.
to actually address the root issues is too politically fraught because of what? Because of money?
I'm the biggest fucking rad lib on the planet when it comes to like describing fucking whiteness as a you know political tool and whatnot. I quite literally have a video called whiteness is not real, okay? But no, it's not just fucking white men, okay? Saying it's just white men is not correct. It's inadequate, it's reductive, and as a matter of fact, it quite literally is just anti-materialist. It's silly.
We live in a country that...
Yeah, it's white women too. No, I'm just kidding.
In the middle of winter.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Sawi men are a little evil. Deal with a dog. Dude.
Of trains and throw them on the street to die, many of whom are veterans.
It's just fucking rad femme bullshit, okay? Being just like, oh, it's just men. Blaming men right now, especially white men right now, is not going to do anything but reduce the conversation of white men being upset about this one thing. No, white men are going to be fucking dumb and get mad at that regardless of what she says.
Give you health care, you're basically bankrupt for the month, or you're just out of luck. I lived years of my life with no health insurance because I couldn't afford it, just ignoring pains and hoping.
It's isolation, is internet radicalization, is republicanism, or no, rugged individualism. It's gun availability. It's a ton of converging factors. Yes.
That incentivizes charging so much for housing that an entire generation feels like they may never be able to own a home unless their parents gift them some generational wealth. This is barbarism.
Right.
This is barbarism. And we are surrounded by violence. The precarity of all of our existence every day. I was walking down the street today after staying up until 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday, thinking about those babies, thinking about those families. And I cross a park, and there's all these people in the park. People are taking pictures, and kids are, playing on swings. And
dude, if you're saying white men are responsible for this at a time when like a fucking Hispanic shooter shot up a fucking Latino school, I don't know what to tell you. Like you're just putting out a point out there that is going to get immediately used against you, and people are going to vilify whatever she says regardless.
That
but
precarity, we deserve better. Everyone deserves better.
She never said white men. She said young men.
Politicians out here that have more words to say.
Anyway, it's ultimately not that important.
A goddamn AR-15 and defending the right for radicalized teenagers to impulse purchase an AR-15, and they have more to say defending that than they do have to say about those babies. Than they do have to say about those elders in Buffalo. They do have to say about our Taiwanese brothers and sisters. They do have to say about people in Tree of Life or First Emmanuel. They have more to say about guns than they have to say about these kids. Why? Because there's a gun lobby that gives them little pieces of paper to read off of. Just copy paste. And it's literally what they do. I've noticed that that horrified and heartbroken is the new thoughts and prayers. Because these people are just taking money and taking the little talking points and babies don't have that. There's no money in protecting kids, is there? Apparently. And it's like, you know what?
Bro,
like,
we are a deeply sick country, straight up. Like, I don't know if we should call it mental illness, okay? Because plenty of other countries have similar rates of mental illness, and yet they don't have fucking gun violence, obviously, right? But like, we have a different kind of illness. Just American rugged individualism, our reactionary approach, white supremacy, patriarchy. These are all factors that exist in other countries as well, other Western nations as well. But the one thing that is different about America is absolutely like the prevalence of guns. That's the main fucking factor. If you look at every single country and you match like similarities, okay? Like our culture is twisted. Ultimately, though, it is the prevalence of weapons and the ease of access that make it such a uniquely American problem. American is the biggest, though, and most diverse. That doesn't... Okay. Attitude towards guns. America's gun culture is super sick. Yeah, 100%.
Nobody wants to hear it unless you are capable of doing something about it and are doing something.
But at least they only have a knife to kill
unless
people.
You're trying. And these people aren't trying. They are interested in defending themselves and the people that they work for. I'm just going to pop into the questions right now because, I'm sorry if I'm just rambling, but this is just, it's just unacceptable. It's messed up. This is a country that doesn't pay its teachers, that can't invest in schools, that refuses to offer universal or guarantee health care. You can't even send your kid to school thinking that they're going to be safe. And people are just masquerading on this mythology of American exceptionalism when the whole world is looking at us like, ¿qué barbaridad? And it's wild to me, the level and the degree of propaganda. It's like, you want health care, you're a communist. You want wages, you want to be paid a decent wage, you're a like, there's like literally, you just ascribe to them. Or like wanting the smallest crumb of dignity in your life makes you some far left radical. And it is not Republicans, just Republicans that do that. The Democratic Party is also complicit in that. And especially if you're not a man, or if you're black or brown or indigenous, and you happen to want the same modicum of dignity, then you're extra left. Then you're like super far left. It's like there's a paper bag test for how far left you are. For having the same damn positions and ideals and just, whatever as anybody else. It's so crazy to me. When I got to college, I didn't grow up in an ideological household. I grew up in a household that was like, none of these people are working for us. Eyes open, navigate swiftly, and it was so crazy to me that when I got to college, people would call me an activist. And I didn't like that at the time. I was like, why is everyone calling me why are people calling me an activist when I literally just think that my nieces should have the same quality of education as like 2 zip codes down? Why does that make me an activist? Like, I didn't even feel like that made me an activist. Like, it was just like, why? Because in America, that's radical. Because in America, if you want a kid from the South Bronx to have the same quality public education as a kid from Westchester, you're like some far left crazy loon. It's really depressing. And it's like really depressing from my own party. Because it's not just me, it's not a personal thing. It's what they're telling people in communities like that you're radical for just like wanting to live. It's a barbarity. It is violence. And so, we allow so much. Of course we allow this, right? Of course these systems allow this. They allow everything else. They allow veterans to go homeless. They allow people to go without health care. They allow diabetes patients to have to choose between rent and insulin. Of course they allow this too. They allow us to boil our planet. But like, hopelessness is not an option. And the thing is like, once you get to that point as to why, it's actually very empowering. Because I went through that time where I chose that cynicism. It's like, because the thing is, politics is very relational. It involves trust. There's a lot of relationship dynamics that actually apply to our politics, which makes sense because politics are about our macro relationships as a society and with each other. And so it's really easy when government doesn't work for you to say like, screw this, I'm out, I'm opting out, and like, that's it. It's kind of like when you have your heart broken over and over and over and over again, you say that I don't need love in my life. No more. Except we do. And by giving into that cynicism, you become less human. You turn off a part of your human experience. And that's exactly when they got you where you want to. Because you will accept anything. And we're not going to accept it. We're not. And, it's not just about voting harder. There's so many things we can do. There's so many things we can do on a local level, on a community level. There's direct action that's possible. There's tons of stuff at our fingertips. And it's just about getting creative. And it starts in one place. It just starts in one place. Whether it's a bunch of teachers doing a sick out or parents doing a sick out.
Honestly, teachers are the key to this.
It starts.
Like the way to like try to get some kind of restitution. I think teachers is the way to start. Teachers unions is one way to start. They are powerful still. They have a semblance of organization. Teachers have even successfely done wildcat strikes and stuff in places like Oklahoma, even if they're not unionized. So I think that is definitely something that could happen.
You got an idea? Try it. Because like Joe Manchin's not going to save us. That's for sure. This system on its own is not designed to save or protect us. It is designed to defend the powerful. It's designed to defend concentrated money. It's designed to defend undemocratic institutions. It's designed to defend...
It's illegal for teachers in Florida to strike. Being one, I've looked into it. What actual recourse do I have considering I can't go without a check?
Just all of it. I mean, the thing that, like, the country was founded...
There's no such thing. Like,
on oligarchical
this notion that it's, like, illegal for you to strike is actually not real. It's just about how much funding can you capture to maintain a strike.
It's like a democracy... We're talking
of course
about
it's illegal. I mean, this is the whole point. We live in a bourgeois capitalist state. The entire purpose of that is to crush labor momentum, crush collective action. Of course it's like fucking illegal to strike.
It can happen on a city level. It can happen on a community level. It can happen on a state level. But we have a lot to contend with. Because these disinformation machines are really something. And that's what we're contending against. And I wish I had easy answers. I wish I did. I don't. And even hopping on here, I'm like, Even I sometimes, I'm like, what's the point, right? I don't have a solution to give you all. HR 8 passed the House. The House of Representatives has passed several bills relating to gun safety, and they just are sitting in the Senate. So the good news, at least politically and just procedurally, is that, you know, you've got 2/3. We don't have the
No,
Senate.
boycotting is not a method that can meaningfully move the dial. What are you going to boycott? Guns?
But the Senate is not designed for the people to hold. But, you know, there's just so much that we can do. Someone says, elaborate a little bit on these bills. So I would look up HR 8. HR 8 is, just so you all know, the House of Representatives every term, when you get a bill number, it can be like HR 26100, HR 2652, you know, where you get all these random numbers. HR 1 through 10 is designed, those numbers are reserved for the speaker, and those indicate
Why is
the
she
top
talking to
10
her followers
priorities
and not Joe Manchin? Bro, she's a fucking young
of the
congressperson. Like, she's a representative. What the fuck are you talking about? Not Joe Manchin. What do you want her to do? Go beat up Joe Manchin's ass? I mean, I kind of do want to see that. That would be fucking sick. My man said Joe Manchin, by the way, like a house. I mean, that'd be pretty sick. Okay, I take it back. At first, I was like, oh, man, that would be terrible. But also, at the same time, I take it back. That would be sick as fuck, actually. Just learn Krav Maga for like a year and then beat his ass.
You know, there may be, people may have debates about universal background checks, how effective they are, etc. But ultimately, if you look up, for example, advocacy groups like Every Town for Gun Safety or March for Our Lives, there are full
Fun fact, I was a
legislative
speaker at March for Our Lives.
there.
I forgot to mention it with
And
Cameron
some of them
here.
are really
I spoke at the rally in LA.
so basic. And when you look at some of these things, you're like, how have we not passed this yet? There are some people that should not have firearms in the United States. Maybe we should have waiting periods. Maybe we should assess what kind of guns are up for purchase. There are so many things that we can try. There are several things that have been passed, but at the end of the day, you have 2 Democratic senators that just don't believe in governance. I mean, you literally had Senator Kyrsten Sinema that said she doesn't believe that DC is going to have a solution to this. Girl, what? This is literally what we're sent here to do. And there's just far too many people that are like proxying their job. Like, instead of thinking problem, solution, they're thinking problem, election this, or they're thinking problem, money that, problem, ambition this. We can't come to a solution. There is no solution. No, that's not what we're sent here to do. We're sent here for problem and solution. And, you know, someone said, I love your point here about starting small. And like, that's the thing that I think is so important, is that it is about starting small. And like, when you're in the frame, when you're of the mind of thinking only like super big, and it's important to think big, but if you're only thinking on a macro level, of course it's going to feel impossible. Of course it's going to feel impossible. But there are things that you can do in your immediate community. Literally try anything. Anything. There are local safety communities. I mean, there are communities where elders you're basically, your neighborhood watch, and they go out on the porch and they keep an eye out, and eyes make communities safer. Feeling seen makes communities safer. We know this even from city planning and design. And so there are no actions that are too small. There are no actions that are too naive. You know, at the beginning of the year when Omicron was really starting to swing up, there was a high school, I think it might have been Brooklyn Tech, but correct me if I'm wrong, that organized a walkout. And they were like, and it was the students that organized a walkout. And they were like, this is ridiculous. Like, someone's testing positive every other period. Like, teachers are going in and out. My life is so unstable. And they did a walkout. And it was literally forcing the city to reevaluate its approach. And the only reason that it didn't, I think one of the only reasons that it didn't like fully kind of come out is because the wave had plummeted just in time. But don't underestimate the power of small groups of people. Small groups of people. It literally, when my campaign for Congress started off with me in little living rooms of people in my district. Just don't underestimate how much power you have in your community. We're working on this issue nationally, and it's tough, and you should continue to stay engaged, and you should continue to look at who's elected to represent you. But also we need to build a bench. And it could be local elected leaders. You could not even be involved in electoral organizing at all. You can organize around your school. I mean, literally it gets to the point where we're seeing so many young men radicalized to violence. It's like, even just at this point, especially if you're in high school or if you're in your 20s, but really all over the place, just keeping an eye out on your friends. If you see them, just starting to fall down these rabbit holes, it's just when they're starting to fall down these rabbit holes that you can most quickly get a hold of them again. And even that is really effective. And someone said not young men, young white men. I think this is something important to talk about because we're seeing that in instances of mass shootings, that there is a racial, component in some of these, but it's actually a lot of young men, period. It's just that the mass shootings that happen in our communities don't get covered as much. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, in the South Bronx, these are shootings where many people are impacted and they're treated as different. But this is a crisis of young men. It manifests in different ways. But we need mentorship. We need our strong male, healthy male role models, out there mentoring our young men. We really need it, because if our healthy, strong role models aren't having those relationships, and I mean, I get it. We live also in a capitalistic society that breeds isolation. And unless it's like your own
Hasan got to mentor our
nephew
youth
or your own child, it's like, how am I supposed to have that relationship if you're not a teacher or in some type of position like that? But we got to figure it out. Straight up.
It's so hard not to troll in chat.
Whether
Literally.
it's just literally walking around your block, we need connection.
It's so hard not to
And
troll in chat. I get it. I get the urge. I get the
Especially
psychotic
after these
urge
last
of
2
the
years,
chatter,
but,
the average chatter.
it continues, is a huge part of
I
this
get it.
equation. It's part of the larger equation of radicalization of all kinds. Check on the men in your life. Seriously.
Why do you think so many old heads are toxic?
Because it just feels like there's very few like role models.
Yeah,
and
if AOC was operating like me right now, she would click on my name, pull my user card, and then shit on me and then ban me.
There are a lot of crises. And especially as we try to evolve out of a world that is predatory on women, gay, non-binary, and trans people, because traditional regressive, patriarchal values really create men's identity, men's identity and uplift men's identity in relation to
Look at the chat. What does it say?
Other things in relation to like how women treat them, how much stuff they have, etc. And when for a very long period of time we have
And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe
and
for $5
women are
or for free
less than
with a Twitch
as
Prime.
they say,
by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime
oppressive
subscription a
societies,
month.
Equality feels like oppression. And so I think there are a lot of structures.
He's gonna
that
do
are
a
having
60-second ad break
identity
post,
crises
isn't he?
right
No,
now
I'm not.
There is progress towards equality.
Real D Mello, thank you for the 25
But
gift
there
to subs.
is such a thing as healthy
Allowing 25 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
subjugation
You can also avoid them as long
and
as
that
you
other
are either
people's
lucky
full
or
personhood does
get
not
gifted a sub or
from
use your Twitch Prime, which is free. By connecting your Amazon Prime
But
account to
we
your Twitch
need
account, you get
good
one free Prime
examples of that.
subscription
There's
a
a
month.
lot- there's just
Mad
a
Vape,
lot
Mad Vapes Rep
trash
Nation, thank you for the 25 get the subs as well. Here's the
and
1 minute
they
ad break now.
are just acting like predators on young men out here, and it's precipitating a lot of this. So, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's very deep. That's why it's not as simple as an election. This is cultural, this is historical. And the thing is that the muscle memory for this country is for white supremacy. It has a muscle memory for patriarchy. It has a muscle memory for hate. And so to choose a different path is to form a new muscle. Is it harder? Yeah. Is it worth it? Also, yeah. So, that's what we're up to doing. I'll post on my IG stories some of the legislative points.
Okay,
for you all to
she's
take a
ending
look
it.
at.
She's ending the live stream. Okay. We're gonna get back to Who is America that we were watching beforehand as I got stun locked into watching AOC talking about a lack of action from Congress and Democrats and Republicans operating in unison almost in their feckless cowardly ways. So remember this original stun lock, which was Kindergartens, where I showed you like the how easy it is for someone like Sacha Baron Cohen to sneak into the DC circuit by simply portraying himself as like this macho Israeli guy, and getting these lobbyists to say some of the most unhinged shit. Let's continue, and then we're going to get back to the original video that we were watching, only 18 seconds into that one, where Republicans used 50 different things that you can do instead of gun control as a distraction away from gun control. What is this? I won't regret clicking it. Cops when they see a school shooter. True, that is funny. You are right.
With kids.
Yeah, that was great. Okay, let's get back to this now, because the reason that I watched this was because here it is, the Kindergartens joke that was like outrageous proposal. I mean, it'll never happen. Oh wait, it fucking did happen. They actually pushed for that now. They're doing it on Fox News currently.
School staffers.
Bring in policemen.
Training the students themselves.
Retired military, retired law enforcement. We can offer them tax breaks.
If you give law enforcement the opportunity to impose martial law, we can guarantee safety and security.
What the
Securing
fuck?
that perimeter.
Homie said the army should do martial law at schools, bro. They need to like literally laser fucking black students, like if they want to. Carte blanche.
Kind of providing kind of a ring of steel.
You have the fences, you have the main administration building, and then you have wide gaps on either side. The fencing's not very high.
Where the doors locked, bulletproof glass. All of these shootings have happened at the same time that we see religion and Christian values and Judeo-Christian values declining.
Anybody who decides that they want to do something like this should immediately know that attacking a school is a death sentence for them.
Kids are afraid of being the school snitch.
Make attacking a school a death sentence?
We have to stop
school snitches.
Letting these schools be gun-free zones.
People need to put their phones down and get to know the person next to them.
We have spent billions of dollars on COVID-related measures for our schools. Let's take some of that money and divert it over to hardening these soft.
Wait, but we did that. We are doing that. The Biden administration literally did that, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, Kellyanne Psycho, for suggesting something. But by the way, that should go to show you exactly what the Democratic Party's agenda looks like. That is the Democratic Party's agenda. That is literally what Joe Biden said last week before the school shooting. Here, I mean, don't believe me? Let's take a look. Here it is. Biden urges cities to spend COVID release money on police and crime prevention. Last week. They did this last week. May 13th, dude. President Joe Biden on Friday urged states and cities to use unspent money from last year's $9 trillion COVID relief package to fund crime prevention programs and hire police officers. The president stressed the need for more funding of public safety programs at the White House event with mayors and law enforcement officials. Not only that, but also, okay, didn't like you before, but after watching you for a couple months, I think you're a good dude. Keep it up, bro. Thank you so much, man. That's nice. That's all I ask of people that watch me is charitability. Yeah, so remember, like, the Democratic Party is also fucking feckless and corrupt and awful. What's also funny about this, for the record, what's funny about Biden saying this is because, newsflash, that's exactly what the cities were doing anyway. Oh, wait, Biden urged them to do that? Oh, hold on. California cities spend huge share of federal COVID relief funds on police. California? Yeah, that's right. Maybe the fucking, the KGB, I guess, the heavily funded fucking police brigades that got even more funds of the COVID relief funds. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not just California. It's a money grab. Billions in COVID relief going to fund police and prisons, according to the appeal. Look at that. Less than 2 years after racial justice protesters sparked to defund the police, states and jurisdictions are using pandemic aid to pad the already bloated law enforcement budgets. That's how it works. Always.
Targets.
A lot of these private schools, they take security way more serious.
Parents, take your children to church.
This anti-police narrative is forcing people not to call police.
A series of interlocking doors at the school.
By the way, everything that they mentioned happened in the shooting, which is also kind of, I mean, dark, twisted, funny if you have a bad sense of humor like I do. And that is that they did call 911. Like, they were paying attention. Maybe not martial law, but they did have like actual cops right there shooting at the person. Like, most of these things that they're suggesting already happened and it failed.
Entrance that are triggered by a tripwire, and it traps the shooter like a rat.
God is the answer to that.
There's a moral rot going on that we all need to dig in and try to address.
I vote for decreasing social media exposure.
We need to start focusing on mental health.
Tell us why you think it's important to pray in a moment like this.
It calls for faith and prayer.
Why is it that schools aren't protected in the same way?
Honestly, though, I mean, you might as well pray, because like you're not getting it either way. You know what I mean? Like, what do? Why do you pray? You pray when there's no other way to get something done, right? And in the United States of America, you bet your fucking ass we're not going to get anything done on this matter. So you might as well just sit around and pray, because it's done. It's a wrap. It's already predetermined that it's not going to happen.
Way that airports.
There are some people who don't want police officers in schools.
Noticeably absent from the 50, well, 37 so far. Noticeably absent proposal is less guns on the streets or some semblance of gun control. Nope, none of that.
With guns, because other people are triggered.
Assault rifle and enhanced body armor.
A notification system to let everybody in the school
Notice how like a lot of these guys are like ex-cops, by the way, or like, you know, police benevolence association people, or you know, from the fraternal order of the police. Like they brought every single Thumbelina ex-cop they could.
Know what's happening?
Single point of entry.
I don't like.
Which, by the way, ironically, was a gigantic failure of the police force that is already getting 40% of the budget in that city, including additional grants, including being there, present with guns at that time, and failing to still apprehend, subdue, stop the shooter from killing 19 children.
Like talking about this stuff as it happens, because I don't think it contributes anything positive.
Parents should be held accountable for raising their children properly.
Ballistic blankets.
We just don't have the resources to get law enforcement there quickly.
How about an executive order for these mental health facilities?
We have to start rebuilding this country and returning to God.
I arm myself everywhere I legally can.
It's up to you to protect yourself.
This was a great video.
Being the
I watched Tucker Carlson, so you don't have to, says Kat Abu. I'm not afraid to say schools need to stop being on the defensive and start going on the offensive. We need our toddlers to form militias and roam the streets in order to protect their headquarters, their kindergarten class, against the enemies of the street, likely immigrants. New Jubilee for later, ranking who's the most liberal. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Where I live, we have lock-in doors and metal detectors and have to be buzzed in. Yeah, that's not. It's fucking wonderful, dude. I mean, these guys, you have to recognize that they're just not even remotely interested in solutions. That's the whole point. Minimum wage gap is widening in the U.S. California, D.C., and much of New York already require wages of $15 an hour or more. Massachusetts and likely Washington State will join them in 2023. However, a grocery store cashier who's guaranteed $15 per hour in California can legally be paid $7.25 in Texas and in 19 other states. The wage gap is growing in this country. I used to sell ballistic blankets. It was so goddamn depressing processing those orders, knowing that money was being spent to buy these and not actually doing anything to protect us from these things happening in the first place. Yeah. We should just preemptively send all our children to prison. It's easier that way. I agree. I think that's what we should do. We should do that. Fuck it. YOLO. Georgia State minimum wage is like $4. No, that's illegal. I mean, that's the one thing. It has to be $7.25. Thank God. Unless you're in the service industry, in which case it can be as low as you want it to be because you're operating on the basis of tips that you're getting. But it has to be $7.25. That's the federal mandated minimum wage, which is communism, by the way. I just have to mention, once again, that's communism. Yeah, that's right. The nanny state telling me how little I can pay my employees. No, thank you. That's communism. It should be $0. How about that? The minimum wage should actually be minus $10 where you pay me for the privilege of working here. It's like $5 except when federal wage applies. Federal tip minimum wage is still like $2 something. Yeah. Would abortion be legal if we gave doctors a very tiny gun to shoot the fetus in self-defense of the mother? Mother? What? Why did I say that? Why did I say mother? What's wrong with me? Okay. 5 liberals rank themselves on the political spectrum by Jubilee. Let's take a look at, some lighter shit.
Culture. Like,
are you talking about like cancel culture? Canceling?
Canceling
is
fake,
in my
opinion. It's not something that actually is happening.
If you had to rank yourself against others based on a specific trait, what would it say about how you see them? And
I hate the American concept of like liberalism, which, by the way, is a political ideology that is otherwise considered right-wing in every other country with like a functional, robust labor party. So I just want to point that out really quickly. And also, liberalism is built on the foundational principle of putting private property over the interest of even lives itself. So we got to lib in this video. We got to lib in the video. One Max Payne. Hello, I'm Max in the video, lol. Okay, well, spoiler alert. We now know who the most liberal person is. Why did you fucking ruin it, Max? Why would you ruin it for the rest of us, Max? We now know who is 100% going to be the most liberal, Max. Which, of course, is ironic because, like, maybe not. Because if you're in this community, you are considered a socialist, communist, derelict, degenerate, pervert, you know, many things. But of course, in the interest of, like, trying to, you know, put this on a liberal spectrum, I don't even know if you'd be considered a fucking liberal here. I don't know. We'll see. A heathen, exactly. A weeb. No weebs. Shut up.
They see you. We brought together 5 liberals and had them rank
Also,
each
I just gotta say, Max is drippy as fuck.
other least to most politically left. Then we had them take the political compass test.
Once again, the the HasanAbi like selfie days have shown us time and time again is that the HasanAbi complex is what the fuck? The HasanAbi my uncle just texted me the most random shit. Sorry. As I was saying, Hasan Twit, and also HasanAbi Selfie Day, which is happening today, has proven once again that we are the most drippiest community, obviously. And every time there is a, I did text him back. Every time there is a HasanAbi head in any video, we find that they are the drippiest.
And rearrange them based on how left they actually are. This is ranking.
My name is Max. I turned 24 today. It is my birthday. I work in the video game industry.
My name is Chris. I'm 26 years old, currently between jobs, so I don't know, just a person living.
I'm Ajay. I work in nonprofit education. I'm 27. Yeah.
I'm Brandy. I am 30 and I own a wellness and lifestyle brand.
And I'm Allison, I'm 26 and I'm an ad writer / editor.
So just straight into it, just like what I think would count as like a left-leaning person. Yeah, sure. Pushing for medical care for everyone, free medical care for everyone, stuff like that. I want this person to be a living wage. I want this person to be living comfortably. I want this person to just like live. If I had one thing to say to people in general in a large population is like, fight for other people's rights, fight for other people's comfortability, make sure other humans are human to you.
Bro, I get so fucking proud. I'm so proud of you motherfuckers, dude. Oh my God. It makes me so proud when I see HasanAbi heads in the wild. Dude, it's just fucking sick.
What I would prioritize, which is like someone on that side would prioritize, like I would, fair housing before most things.
Yeah.
Because if you guarantee housing, I guarantee you most problems will be solved.
What would you be willing to lose for that though?
I would lose like a good amount of military spending for fair housing.
Of course.
Oh yeah,
I would
absolutely.
also,
I think we all would.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
Because I think that there are people that are conservative, maybe not like extreme right wing, but they would say that they believe in like LGBT rights, but they're fiscally conservative. Oh, I'm pro whatever, but if you're not like putting money toward those things, I just don't feel like you're actually saying that
Fiscal
you believe in it.
What's your guys' view on like the whole Palestine-Israel situation?
Yeah.
Do you
Like,
guys have like an idea for like a solution, two-state solution? Let's say.
Like a two-state solution?
Anything really?
No, because it's like really hard, but like I do know that I care a little bit more about that than the Ukraine thing right now. Because like it's not the worst thing I've seen this past 5 years.
It's a good point that there's all this like, all the
What the fuck? That's so wild. I'm surprised he said that. Okay, that is, whoo, sheesh. Goddamn. He literally said I care more about Palestine than I do about Ukraine.
rain flags everywhere and everyone's all throwing all the support when like
that's like that'll get you fucking that's the easiest way to get like motherfuckers with a globe in their or a sock in their fucking Twitter account to like dox you and then send death squads down your doorstep. You know what I mean? Proverbially or not literally but figuratively on the internet.
Palestine-Israel conflict has been happening for way longer. How do we feel about like PC culture? Like,
are you talking about like cancel culture?
Canceling?
Canceling is fake, in my opinion. It's not something that actually is happening.
I'm just gonna say Dave Chappelle. I have nothing.
Dave Chappelle? Question mark?
Does anyone's opinion change of him after that last special?
There was a part in the special where he said, "Hey, I'm just a human going through an experience."
Yeah.
I think that was the main thing that everyone kind of missed. That like when he was talking about his friend that had passed away from all that.
Sock perverts think that they're different than globe perverts, which is pretty funny. There's a lot of people who put socks in their in their bio on Twitter, and they think that like somehow that makes them more woke or more radical, their politics, than like the neoliberals. But like they're literally like this. Okay. Even if they're like, even people who are like, I'm a social democrat. Like, if you're a social democrat, you got to have like at least Bernie style politics. You know what I mean? That's it. That's the bare minimum. And motherfuckers don't even do that. They're just like, they are just neoliberals.
I think he just got
misquoted.
Misquoted, yeah.
I also think him saying I'm just a person having an experience is him just kind of putting the cushion down. Like, hey guys, I know you're gonna knock me. Just like, don't hurt me too bad.
No, but that's real though. That is a real thing though.
It is a real thing. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't.
There are certain things that are like sort of like deal breakers, right? And so I have people, if it's a deal breaker, then no, they're not friends.
Yeah, I got friends that are on the right side spectrum. I got cousins that are, you know, I guess you can say racist or whatever. I actually engage in conversations with them just because I want to see where they're coming from.
It would be cool to get to a point where the right's like, oh wow, so these people genuinely are pushing for stuff that does affect us in a friendly manner.
But do you think that people think that? Do you think that people on the right think everyone deserves a home, or do you think that they feel like I worked and I earned this?
They don't think that. Of course they don't.
Hell yeah. Speak over the woman. That's right, Max. Let's go. Making me proud, dude. Making me freaking proud. Speak over that woman. I'm just kidding. Please don't take that seriously. Oh my God. Oh, that's a real HasanAbi head right there.
Are so extreme that it kind of crosses into like a morality question for me of like who they are as people, how they view other people, and I don't want to.
That's a joke. Ironic misogyny is still misogyny, okay? But like also, don't do that, obviously.
In a friend relationship with someone like that.
I don't know. I don't think that just because you label yourself a certain way politically, you can't be with people who are on the other side. And it's not that like they're bad people, but it is sometimes I think about like, would they be my friend if I was a certain color or a certain like religion? Like, would they still like me?
I grew up in the church. I was in my church's band. I was like, I had multiple weeks where I preached. And then one day I was like, oh man, this sucks. These people have views that are anti-human while they're the ones here preaching, love each other, love everyone. I'm like, you hate your neighbor. Like you're the ones telling me that gay people deserve to burn in hell. I genuinely did lose a lot of friends when I stepped out of that.
So like, was it more personal or was it like more political though?
It's probably more political. A lot of people that are more pro-life. It's like, this is the most like normal thing we could do is be pro-choice. And they're like, no.
Some women have a hard time being able to get like their tubes tied, you know, if they don't have children or if they're too, like the doctor decides they're too young. You know? It's like, it's a personal health decision that's being taken.
We could move now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt like it was more about trying to prove who's the most of the most.
This is just like everyday experience when you put like any leftist together, by the way, ironically. Which is who's the most liberal, I guess, is like a diss in leftist circles for the most part. It means like who's the most like annoying. But ultimately the energy is like who's the most leftist always. And whoever the most leftist, other leftists believe is going to like somehow be the king of all leftists. But that's never how that works. You just become the most annoying, smarmy little douchebag in the group.
Probably gonna go one over here, maybe.
I think I'm
over here.
So then you would have to come
right
here, Max.
So I would maybe put myself like here. I don't know. It's hard because it feels
God damn, they said Max is the least liberal. What the fuck?
we all agree to a degree on a lot of things.
That's what I'm saying. We need to ask like a controversial
rank
question.
Controversial question. How do you feel about like the police?
I do think they're necessary evil.
I think regulation's important.
Sir,
I
you
think
can move.
You gotta definitely police unions. I think police unions are like the biggest, strongest unions in the country.
They are. I don't know if I would say ACAB. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I do believe in taking some of their budget and redistributing it to like services that will help people.
The fact that the New York Police Department
Max is like, I'm the most leftist motherfucker. I would. I would.
Like the size of a military is terrifying. That's so scary, and you see a lot of bad things occur from that.
For that reason. Here we go.
Bro, sometimes I feel like, you know what's really funny? What he said about the New York Police Department having a budget that larger than the size of like standing militaries. I know a lot of people in the fucking chat always say like, oh, I just use your talking points to get like laid or whatever. But like, this is how you should use the talking points, okay? In a Jubilee video specifically, okay? That's what you should do to establish yourself as the most liberal, or I guess the most leftist.
Step to
Here we go.
Okay.
Military?
I mean, again, like a necessary evil.
Yeah.
I'm very pro-military.
Well, I just got a lot of friends from like economic purposes. I had to join the military, you know, for and the military gives you teaches you a lot of things about life discipline, which helps people translate into civilian life, I feel.
Do you feel like there's a bigger issue there though? Like that people have to go into the military in order to be economically sound? Like I feel like it's a jobs program.
That's predatory.
Exactly.
And we're allocating this money to weapons that aren't needed, insane things. I'm not a big fan of the military.
Okay, I'm gonna move over.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think the military overall, like 90-10, is like better than not.
I think it is very conservative to be very pro-military. That's like a poster conservative ideology.
I'm personally pretty pro-military, but I don't know. I'm not that passionate about it to get into the conversation they're having.
Okay, I kind of have a question about like
American liberals would be like ACAB, but then also like, you know, the American military, which is just the police force for the rest of the world, which arguably some could even say is like worse than the police force as an institution. That's all good. I love when motherfuckers who say ACAB are like, I love NATO. I love NATO. ACAB, but like NATO is so sick, dude. Big fan of that, actually. Big fan of the protection racket that the American military-industrial complex have like basically planted upon the rest of the planet. Now, of course, true, you know someone like that? Yeah, there's like entire communities built around that fucking cognitive dissonance. What are you talking about? There's like so many. Especially like everyone that made a YouTube video at any point in their lives, okay? YouTube essayists that are like, that love the debate are all that person. What I'm describing. Straight up. Like, this doesn't justify, I mean, the biggest fucking NATO head, in my opinion, is Vladimir Putin for quite literally giving us, gift wrapping and hand delivering us another, you know, at least, depending on how long the world survives, at least like fucking 20 to 30 years of NATO. So shouts out to Vladimir Putin on that one. That was really cool. That was super sick when he did that. When he was like, yeah, I know like the influence of, I know that you know, not a lot of people are like super on board with NATO, but like we should try to justify that. And also everything else, including like fucking Azov and right-wing paramilitaries in a country like Ukraine, is awesome. It was so sick. Thank you. Shouts out to Vladimir Putin. Good job, sir. You fucking did it. You did a really good job.
Representative diversity. A lot of times when we talk about diversity and things like that, it's never a
awful take, but you cute China Good actually. You have a China Good actually fucking username, and you think Vladimir Putin did not single-handedly by invading Ukraine in this bloody, unjustifiable invasion personally, like I mean literally personally legitimized like the existence of NATO for so many people? Why do you think people in Finland are like all of a sudden saying, hey, we should actually join NATO? How did that happen? Fucking 40 years of not having that happen. All of a sudden they're like, yeah, we should actually join NATO. That's actually a smart idea. All of a sudden it went from like 10% approval to like 60. How did that happen, dude? I wonder if like I wonder if a fucking crippled military power ironically both showed how little power they had by getting fucking owned into oblivion, which made it less likely for that military superpower that previously people thought was like really good at like land battles, okay? Showing that they don't even have enough strength to actually take on multiple states at the same time, while which made it, you know, less scary for people to join NATO, while also simultaneously justify countries joining in this nuclear armed pact to defend themselves. China good, military intervention is good. Does Chatter know anything about China? Yeah, literally. If there's one thing that China doesn't do, it's that. Realistically, those Scandinavian countries will never actually join NATO, but NATO is certainly popping off. Bro, there was literally a fucking guy that said, there was a NATO general that straight up came out and said, we need to build significantly more military bases. Turkey's cockblocking Finland? Yeah, Turkey has no fucking power. Shut the fuck up. They will do whatever the fuck their Western overlords force them to do.
Progressive. It's always just like appearance-based diversity.
I care more about policies than like being represented.
Yeah, like I could care less who's but like the policy.
You know, like I'm definitely for like we need to diversify like models or like people that we see in these industries, but I do think it should be more like who they are.
I mean, because like equity is the goal, right? Like if we did a better job of identifying differences in the first place, then we wouldn't have so much time like making up for it. Colorblind society led to this issue with DEI, which I like find really annoying. Every training I have to go to. Anyone like particularly pro-capitalism or like anti?
I'm kind of anti. I'm pretty anti.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I participate in it because you got to.
I think I'm in the camp of like I'm more of an equitable capitalist. Like I feel like we could do capitalism better, or like we could.
There you go.
I think that's cool. It's like the.
So ironically, if we were using the normal definition of liberalism, those guys would be the most liberal. Obviously, those two on the left. However, in the American sense, in the American colloquialism, liberal just means like you're more liberal. If you're like a leftist, like you're the most leftist. But like these two would be the most further to the left, and therefore the most liberal, I guess.
The guy in Seattle that forfeited his wage and turned everyone's wage to $71,500.
Dan Price, yeah.
We are in a world
That dude is sus, by the way. That's not a good dude. Anyway,
where people have yachts.
For those of you who don't know, that's not a. There's a reason why I've never like really brought him up. But yeah, he's. Didn't he get arrested for sexual assault? I know that there is. There's some sexual assault stuff going on. There were sexual assault allegations against him, but now it's like turned into something even more serious than that. Hold on. Gravity Payment CEO Dan Price accused of rape. New rape allegations against Gravity Payment CEO Dan Price. Police report says victim was sleeping. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Going to space for fun while there are people dying on the streets and like starving. Like, you know, if you can give more, I think you could and you should, just because it's like it's a group.
How much does one person need, really?
Really.
But who defines that?
But then, bro, this is the part that I just fucking despise. Like, the how much does a person need really is not even a conversation that we should literally be having at any stage, okay? But especially not this stage. And I'm not fucking saying that because I'm rich, okay? I don't give a fuck. I already give a fuckload to charity. I already give a fuckload to the government. Way more than any fucking wealthy person ever does. And I don't care. I live on a basic necessity budget for the most part anyway, okay? Yeah, I know. Give more. I got it. You got it. The reason why I say that is because it's fundamentally not the conversation that Marxists should be having. It has nothing to do. If a society was built as a dictatorship of the proletariat, okay, this would not be a problem. Like there would be no inequality or wealth inequality to this degree. It wouldn't even exist. Okay. Didn't you say most people couldn't afford your diet? I mean, yeah, because I can eat out. When I say bare bones, I mean like within my means, but it's like food. Expensive because of the delivery mechanism of the food, or a car that is expensive, or a house that is expensive. That's what I mean. But it's still well within my means. But the conversation around basic necessity and you live in $1 million house rich, oh my God, brain dead. No, I'm talking about fucking shelter. Expensive, yet still shelter. Stop saying LA mansion. Stop misunderstanding my point that I'm making. Oh my God, I fucking hate how reactionary every single person turns into. Literally, every single person turns into the least charitable reactionary fucking idiot the moment that this can of worms opens, okay? So many people are just like, I'm leftist because I fucking hate rich people. You should be leftist because you hate the way that commodities are produced and the relationship that the working class has with the means of production. You fucking dummies. You don't understand. Fundamentally, the reason why Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk give money to philanthropy is unironically to stop people from thinking the way that you're thinking about them. How do you not understand that when you fucking fall for the aesthetic shit every single fucking time, you unironically are making it like, you're making the argument that like Elon Musk, who doesn't live in a house, by the way, is actually a better leftist than someone like myself, okay? The world's wealthiest fucking billionaire is literally a better leftist than me. I mean, come on, right? I mean, he doesn't live in a house. Warren Buffett lives in the same house that he bought for like, what, $50,000 or some shit. Hasn't moved out. Probably a better leftist, right? Would you say that, you know, ultra capitalist hedge fund manager Warren Buffett is a better leftist than me? Because his house is, if we're only hyper focusing on the aesthetics, you will constantly lose sight of the real prize, okay? While I still donate a shitload to charity and do fundraising and all that good stuff, you are basically engaging in the same liberal reactionary attitude, okay? You're focusing on the aesthetics. You are unironically cucking yourselves, okay? They didn't also move their family in. I mean, it doesn't matter. That stuff is whatever. Still aesthetics. People generally hate wealth inequality more than they hate their jobs, though. Yes. Why would we as leftists focus on the aesthetics rather than focus on dialectical materialism? Because a lot of people are not actual leftists. They are not actually anti-capitalist. They are simply rad libs who are trying to desperately move away from the negative association that most people have intrinsically with liberalism. They're literally just, there's so many anarchists, for example, that'll be like, I'm an anarchist. And then you try to ask them like what ideological reasons they are anarchists or what they believe in, like the ACAB, but pro-NATO conversation that we're talking about. And that is straight up a inherent contradiction. In European politics, people almost solely focus on aesthetics, by the way, mostly leftist alley. I know. You know why? Because the Cold War was lost, okay? Red Scare propaganda was very effective in the Western world. American capitalism won. That's why we are living in a global capitalist hegemonic world, okay? We have a global financial system. We have... that's it. Like, we are living in a capitalist universe currently. So, of course, in that circumstance, in that situation... unironically are going to have even the most like people who consider themselves to be radically in opposition of capitalism to reinforce capitalist ideology within their leftist values. You get it? Now, it's super easy. And by the way, I don't even fault you for feeling shitty about my financial status. Like, I don't even fault you. As I've said time and time again when people were fucking yelling at me, I get it. I understand. If you don't have a lot of money and you see some fucking dickhead like myself sitting around making a lot of money, living in a nice house, able to pay his brother's student loans, able to house his family whenever he wants, able to travel, This is frustrating for you. You're like, this makes me mad. This makes me upset. However, that's envy. That's not a real revolutionary or radical feeling that you have. It's just, as a matter of fact, the least radical feeling that you could have. And it's also a completely understandable feeling that you have. I don't fault you for that. I get it. I totally understand it. I am totally on board with it. Use that anger and energy and frustration, however, on, more productive things rather than yelling at me and trying to consistently fucking find some inherent contradiction in my existence. Keeps begging you to tax him though. It's true. Has never worked an actual physical labor job and I've been working for 10 years. I'm going to video game myself. Dude, you're fucking insane. Why would you do that? Obviously don't do that, man. I mean, quit rubbing it in. No, that's not. I'm not rubbing it in, dude. If I fucking, what do you want me to do? Lie? Like, If I engage in modesty, you turn around and you say, well, fuck you, you're LARPing as a working class person. If I admit my financial success, if I admit that I, as a consequence of like doing this for 10 hours every fucking day for the past couple of years and cultivating a community of like-minded individuals, some of which who, in spite of my many reinforcing the attitudes, in spite of my fucking constant repetition to the top of the hour ad break, where the only part of the broadcast where you actually are paywalled for 60 seconds, still choose to fucking give me subs or still choose to fucking give me $5 a month when this content is free because they appreciate it, they like it, they like that I have editorial independence, and they're like, all right, fuck it, like I think it's valuable. This is entertainment for me. This dude does it for a very long time. I think it's valuable to give this dude $5. That's how I've made my fucking profound amount of wealth, okay? By telling you that at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Okay? I knew you before Twitch. I make less than you do now, but I still support you because I supported you hoping that you would get to this point. I'm glad you got elevated to your prominence, and it sucks you have to deal with this bullshit like buying yourself a house. It's fine. I get it. I understand where it comes from. Dara006, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. The Dojog, thank you for the 50 big ones. Allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 1-minute ad break now, by the way. If you understand why people are mad, you should also be able to understand why you might perceive it as a flex when you casually drop that you paid off your brother's loans. No, I don't think it's a incredibly, it is a profound achievement for someone like myself. I'm very proud of that. I don't give a fuck if you think that it's a casual flex or not. Yeah, I literally don't care. Okay, yeah, all right, it's a flex, I guess. Fuck you, dude. I feel awesome about it. Sorry. I literally, I feel fucking dope about it. I've also raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and have personally fucking given hundreds of thousands of dollars to mutual aids and charities. That's a fucking flex too. Got a problem with that too? Go ahead. I'm incredibly fortunate, a fact I recognize every fucking day. But I'm sorry, like that is something that I'm profoundly proud of that I'm able to do. You know what I mean? Do these people want you to feel bad for being happy about paying off your brother's loans? Yeah. That is being so insane. I have a modest amount of money accumulated in my amount and live within my means. My parents are trying to downsize from their home to save money, and I was able to give them a fair chunk of money to do. So how is that anyone's fault for doing something like that? Yeah, I don't know. They just like, when I mentioned that I am grateful, chatter still perceived as a flex. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just going to be honest, you know, and I am.
But like the system that we all were born into and our parents were born into, we all kind of were opted into the capitalist system where we kind of thought like, oh, we make the most money, you earned it and all that stuff. But Jeff Bezos got all that money, bro, and we got hella homeless people on Skid Row.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
what's up with that?
Yeah. But like the thing is, it's still illegal to take his money.
You know, we have politics.
Like the problem with billionaires is that I personally believe that every single billionaire, just like every single homeless person, is not a consequence of individual choices, but a consequence of policy failures, okay? Straight up. Even if you are a social democrat, you should agree with me on this fundamental issue, which is that the wealth hoarding to the degree of, the wealth hoarding to the degree where like you have the existence of billionaires implies that there is a gigantic fucking issue with the way that wealth trickles upwards, the way that wealth accumulates under a capitalist organization of the economy. That's just it. So to that degree, I understand why it is easy to make that argument. The only reason why people fucking hyper-focus on me individually is because I'm within reach, and I will respond to you, and I will try to take you seriously and try to describe to you why you're wrong, all while, you know, getting owned additionally further because, like, aesthetically it looks stupid when a fucking millionaire dumbass Twitch streamer is saying stuff like, you know, I'm not your enemy here. So I do get that. I do understand that the existence of billionaires is fundamentally what is bad. So you're just gonna move the goalpost? Goalpost shifted. Got it. I just wanted you to read my logs. You guys are so pathetic, bro. Come on, please stop. Hasan got me shooting first and asking questions later. Real leftists doesn't envy wealth. They just desire stability and peace of mind for every person on earth, and that currently only wealth provides, so that we can become a better society. Yes, those are my desires as well.
Politicians don't really care about the well-being of working class people and stuff like that. Minimum wage is still $7.25, you know. What are we doing here, guys?
I guess here's like a question though. I guess, so, you know, I want the best for everyone, but that also kind of puts like some personal responsibility on it. I don't want someone to just kind of like get a bunch of money and then do nothing.
I think that's definitely a very left-leaning thing to think about, how everyone should be up and working and doing that. I think that's more than fine to say, because I think everyone contributes for a society to work.
Some of what you just said right now, I feel like I might be on the other side of you on that issue. People work so hard, and it's not like it's a fair game to start out with. So sure, no, yeah, people shouldn't be just like sitting if they can do something else, but if they can't, they still deserve comfort and to live like a life of dignity.
I don't think I care what they're doing. As
just
long
doing something.
What if they just want to relax and chill, man?
Then
life is stressful. Sometimes you want to just have a good like.
So and I mean that's like I don't know. And there is I don't think there is anything wrong with that.
Okay, you guys are now going to go to politicalcompass.org and take the test there. In spot number 5, Allison.
Solid.
Nice.
In spot number 4, we have Max.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised that Max was like next to me. He just gave me vibes of someone who is more like anti-establishment, anti like capitalism, more like anarchy kind of vibes.
This was in spot number 3, we have Christian.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck?
Like anarchy kind of vibes.
This was in spot number 3, we have Christian. In spot number 2, we have David.
Oh, okay. Nice.
That's crazy.
Spot number 1, we have Brandy.
Interesting.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fucking PCM. It's broken. PCM is broken, dude. It's a garbage test. It's bullshit. Inaccurate.
So we weren't close.
I do firmly believe things are on me, and like I'm.
What? I smoked all these fake liberals. Where is the dude, Max, in the chat? What has he said so far? Did he just leave?
Care?
And I kind of expect you guys maybe to pick like one random like conservative to throw in there to kind of like throw us out, but it was cool.
It was cool to see how similar we all felt on some things, but then also how there were definitely things that were like more deviating, but we all still agreed that like we're all liberals, we're all part of this.
I honestly thought it was going to maybe be in the 3 spot.
Yeah, I thought I was going to move out. It's hard to like range people.
I wonder what I chose that was more of a conservative thought. I was still pretty far left on that compass, so that's crazy. That's like it's impressive.
Embarrassing, bro. Lemma, they hate me. I'm sorry. No, I've been here. I told him before I went that I'm not a liberal. Lamau, he is sus now, very bad. I live in LA now. Put Max on the HasanAbi show. Yep. Hello, I'm Max in the video. I'm sorry. Degenerate communist. The Hasan drip is contagious. Embarrassing. Couldn't even become the most liberal in that group, bro. What the fuck? If you say gay people are okay to exist, boom, lib left. Auth left is impossible. Dude, I don't even understand how the fuck a kid got arrested for having an AK close to a school and the grandfather of the shooter had an interview. Okay, Jessica Cisneros has a call to action. Let's take a look. Hope this is not too much hopium, but...
Hey y'all, this is Jessica Cisneros. It's been a long 24 hours. Trust me, I know. But I wanted to take a quick second and say that I'm so proud of how far our movement has come. Victory has never been closer, and we are almost there. As you all know, this race is too close to call, and we're not taking anything for granted, and we're not backing down from this fight, because every single vote should count. Henry Cuellar is the only one calling this race for himself. No one else has, because this race is super close. Currently, our movement is just 177 votes shy. And with vote by mail ballots still coming in, with provisional ballots still waiting to be cured, we clearly have a shot to take down the last anti-choice Democrat in Congress. So we need your help. This is our call to action to make sure that we win this election. So if your mail-in ballot was postmarked by Election Day, which means May 24th, track it using the link below to make sure that your vote gets counted. If your mail-in ballot was rejected...
177, dude. I know that we have a lot of like anti-electoralists and stuff in the House. You know what I'm saying? Like we always talk about we talk about a multitude of different things, but like, you know, people who are like, oh, dude, voting doesn't matter. Voting doesn't matter. Like 177 or 117. Regardless, like this person who I've had on the broadcast is straight up like infinitely better than the overwhelming majority of American congresspersons, okay? And certainly better than the most conservative Democrat in Congress, okay? Every fucking person that we're able to put in a position of power within the Democratic Party's structure is moving in the right direction. It opens up additional opportunities for writing legislation. It opens up a bigger coalition of progressives that can at least exert some level of influence over the Democratic Party by playing the role of a spoiler. Okay? Like, we're talking about a guy who is anti-choice, pro-guns. Okay? It's just so, like, it's just such a tiny, minuscule amount of voters that will potentially give Henry Cuellar his 10th fucking congressional run, dude. Sucks. 177.
Call our voter protection hotline. The phone number is...
The stats are rigged. This is just so push young progressives to start voting and become a cog in the machine that is the fraudulent system of American politics. See, this is what I don't understand. Like, do you think I'm a fucking cog in the machine? You probably do. You probably think you're super edge and super based and whatever. But like I despise the Democratic Party. I really do. But there are instances, especially like local voting, like especially your own locality and whatnot. These are instances where like you absolutely can't bait it. Okay, good one, dude. These are instances where like it does matter. It's a perfect representation of how you can exhaust the state machinations to enact your agenda, your desires, or to even make it easier for fucking workers' coalitions to exist. Okay. How are you going to get fucking labor unions up and running when the entire government is literally fundamentally against labor unions? You know what I mean? One less person in Congress that is going to stand in opposition of labor unions is a good thing. A lot of you dumbasses fucking fantasize about the vanguard and a revolution or whatever, okay? And don't realize that there's don't engage in any kind of materialist analysis and to figure out whether or not there is any possibility of a revolution, and you refuse to fucking even recognize that like there was so much organizing that led up to that. It didn't happen overnight. This was, decades of work leading up to it. We don't have a fucking factory style production capacity anymore, so it's not super easy to organize anyway. It already makes it already is incredibly difficult to organize in the same way because you're not sitting on an assembly line for 12 hours a day with with other people that personally recognize how much your bosses are fucking you over. Okay? We have a stake in the financial structure that the oligopolies, the oligarchs have built. You have a 401k, so you think your future success is also determined by how the market shifts. So like charity work, follow me on Twitch and raid me. Day off. Shit like this while I'm making a good point. I don't know, man. Not a perma, you going soft? Yeah, I don't want to do that, obviously. Do you think work from home is also a barrier to labor organizing? I guess no. I mean, I don't think so. I don't have a problem with that. Work from home opens up a lot of opportunities for people to at least enjoy themselves and shit. If work from home was a problem for anyone but the capital owners, would not see so much reaction to it from capital owners. The only people that hate work from home are bosses.
Is 956-413-7752. And we'll go ahead and help you and guide you to cure it and make sure that your vote is counted by this Friday. Again, if you have any questions about your mail-in ballots or your provisional ballot, if you casted one, please call our voter protection hotline at 956-413-7752. We're gearing up for a recount if it is necessary. And this is especially important because this is our opportunity to ensure a fresh voice, pro-union, pro-reproductive rights champion is elected to Congress to represent our district of Texas 28. So make sure your vote is counted. Muchísimas gracias.
Fuck work from home. I had to go to work all through COVID. Now people soft and don't want to return to the office like it wasn't the norm. Okay, dude. I love when people are like, I was fucked the entire time, so everyone else should get fucked right now. I mean, I get that it can make you feel even more alienated, more isolated, right? When you work from home, but also it's still overall a good thing, in my opinion. Meeting my blind date naked? What the fuck? These kids are skipping college to be TikTok famous?
Okay, play the audio. Play your audio so they can hear the back. Last time. Right. Go ahead. Let me see it. Let's go.
About to be broke boys. That's these kids are skipping college to be broke boys.
They probably just made $15 million doing that.
I was like, what do y'all do? And he was like, I'm an influencer.
He actually answered, I'm an influencer?
Yes.
Right.
I said, how do you make money? I've never understood it. He was like, you know how there's like Beyonce and Jay-Z, famous people for music? He's like, well, we're famous for social media. I'm like, so people follow y'all just to watch your life? And then he was like, yeah. I was like, okay, sign me up.
I'm an influencer, derogatory.
So we're in West Hollywood going to a TikTok house called The Vault.
I think there's something really funny about having Michael Moynihan go to a TikTok house. Only advice, dude. Isn't this guy literally like a fucking, like a conflict reporter, isn't he? He's the national correspondent for Vice News and co-host of the Fifth Column podcast. Oh, never mind. He was a cultural news editor for the Daily Beast. Never mind. I was wrong. Oh, dude, he's the fucking, oh, God, he's the libertarian guy. He's not a conflict fucking reporter. No, never mind. He's the fucking. I was wondering why his name came across so familiar. Yeah, that's right. Because he was the literal senior editor of the libertarian magazine Reason, dog. Get him out of here. Vice should know not to send a libertarian around fucking kids, dude. Oh, no, dude. What the fuck? Moynihan was also a resident of the fellow free market think tank Timbro in Sweden, where he lived and wrote articles about politics in the country and contributed to the Swedish language publications, including Expressen, Aftonbladet, Sveriges Television, Neo, and Göteborgs Tidningen. That sounded like a slur, that last one. According to Media Bistro, Moynihan is perhaps best known for breaking the story on Jonah Lehre's fabrications. He founded the Stockholm Spectator. No way you didn't just make these up. Vice would send Chomsky to interview Cubans of Florida if they could. Wrong pronunciation, I'm offended. Yeah, I wonder what a Swedish libertarian thinks about Muslim people. I don't know. He might be like one of those like actual libertarians, you know what I mean? Wrote about the articles of the country. He was a producer of the 2006 documentary Modern Times Group of Sweden's TV8 on American conservative radio talk show Barry Farber. He performed research on Timbro, in which he wrote critically of Noam Chomsky's research methods and argued that Chomsky did not deserve an honorary doctorate he received at Uppsala University. Dude, my favorite guy. Dude, this is my favorite kind of guy who's like the most blacklisted American thinker other than like, I guess, what's his face? Norm Finkelstein. Yeah, fuck that. The fact that he has an honorary doctorate, we need to stop that. I'm going to write, dude, libertarians that love writing letters. Oh my God, the best. The best. The fucking best, dude. Associate editor for Reason prior to serving as a senior editor. Having joined the Staff magazine in 2007, he wrote wonderful things like The Marketplace for Babies and Age of Consent. Is it for you? It's not for me. The persistent threat to liberty on college campuses. Oh, this guy's fucking out here interviewing TikTok kids for Vice, dude. I hope you literally have. Oh, he announced his participation in the protest movement, Everybody Draw Muhammad Day. I really hope that he's making like 35 grand a year, okay, at Vice, interviewing fucking TikTok kids, thinking to himself, what are the steps that I made that led me down this incredibly awful path in my career? Norm is stuck a Free Palestine. Duty got abysmally canceled. What?
Six people produce content of some sort for 1.5 million followers. Now, I don't know what TikTok is, or if I download it, I suspect it'd be an Amber Alert because I'm too old for this sort of thing.
Typical libertarian behavior. Sus. Michael, don't act like you're not already on TikTok, brother.
But I need to find out what these people are doing and how they're making money. They're forgoing college and they're forgoing high school to move to LA and make a ton of money.
Why wouldn't he, a libertarian, absolutely love this, by the way? Because, you know, college is bullshit. They're teaching like homosexual Marxism in college campuses, and it's a waste of money. And these kids should already be working at the racism factory instead, right? Isn't that like
money by dancing on TikTok? It was just before noon when I arrived at Vault House.
That is good. That'll be good content.
And its young occupants had only just peeled themselves from bed, assembling for the day's writer's room, which featured no writers and took place on a couch.
Let's start morning meeting now.
Hello.
Focus.
Hello. We have hella heads today.
What are we doing?
Yeah, but we're gonna have Ballo and Swag Boy Q overs. We should do this.
Dude, this is a situation where I hate both parties involved, okay? Straight up. Like, TikTok kids living in a content house, yuck. Libertarian guy who wrote, you know, letters all the fucking time. has appeared on Fox News with John Stossel. Oh my God. One of Michael C. Moynihan's notable media appearances is when he appeared on Fox News with John Stossel discussing his Daily Beast column accusing then presidential candidate Bernie Sanders of support for food rationing and bread lines in the Soviet Union. Thanks, dude. Vice is so great. I love Vice. Literally just a big fan of Vice for rehabilitating and utilizing guys like this. Incredible. Thanks, Vice. What a cool brand you guys have over there, dude. What a fucking cool brand. I love sending this fucking dickhead over here. Real cool. All right, let's continue.
I think Kira should do a kiss or slap.
I'm not doing that.
They are sick of me kissing people.
No, they're not. They
Also, this is literally the most diverse content house I've ever seen, dude. What the fuck? Am I crazy? I feel like when I hear content house, I think like every dude looks the same. They're all white as fuck from Connecticut, from like the same zip code in Connecticut. They all grew up in like McMansions down the road from one another, and they all straight up say the N-word behind closed doors, but then throw up the BLM black fist. You know what I mean? Like I've never seen like black women on TikTok. What?
Password every time.
Kieran, Trey kissing.
Yeah. One can be don't bring a girl home or a boy home.
Oh, yes.
And then one can be don't lose the group. Can you write these down because you're going to forget and then I'm going to be very upset.
Escalating, girl.
I don't have any idea what's happening.
What's poppin', chicken nugget?
Babe, wake up.
I didn't want to go to the party. I wanted to go to the party to scare bitches.
For the past few years, TikTok has been the fastest growing social media platform in the world. It currently boasts around 1 billion active users. And its astonishing growth was facilitated by crisis. During those long months of compelled COVID hibernation, TikTok was the most downloaded app in the world. A platform famous for its ubiquitous dance trends became a sort of gateway drug for Gen Zs and younger millennials. Those disinclined to flailing on camera sought notoriety on different terms.
It's to gift me that money back.
TikTok became a vast repository of makeup tutorials, unlicensed psychotherapy, questionable financial advice, and boorish humor.
Wait, he's a libertarian. Doesn't he love questionable financial advice? I'm kind of surprised. Dude, you're a libertarian, dog. What do you mean? Half those motherfuckers, unironically, are libertarians. They're like, yeah, dude, don't pay the IRS. Hide your income from the IRS, and they will never know.
Potato salad.
Having a more female-based audience makes you more money.
Can you explain to me what I was watching?
TikTok is all run by like our age range.
Who's the youngest person? How old are you? Can I ask?
18.
You're 18. Oh, so that's the youngest. Mm-hmm. None of you are from LA, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Connecticut.
How do you get here?
An old member that used to live here invited me just to come stay and hang out.
And that's somebody you knew through TikTok?
Right. Somebody on TikTok. They offered to trial me, to see if I would be a fit for the house.
I mean, does everybody remember that first time that somebody was like, I want to pay you for the shit that you do?
I thought people were just doing videos for fun and just go viral. I had people asking to duet their videos, and they'll pay me. And I'm like $250, and I was working.
What were you doing at the time?
I was working at FedEx.
Slightly better than working at FedEx, isn't it?
Oh, way better.
So on your own TikTok account before you came here, how many followers did you have?
Before I came out here, I had 700.
Libertarian asking who the youngest person is sus. Oh, no. Straight to the point. Michael Moynihan. Who's the youngest person here? I'm just wondering. Oh, you're 18? Fuck, that's a bummer.
Well, now I have 1.3 mil.
But so you guys all have your own individual accounts still? Mm-hmm. And are you posting to those too?
Yes. Yeah. We just have to figure out how to keep everyone in their content. Everyone's niche is completely different.
What's your niche?
I just stand in front of the camera and I just blink. I really do.
You're good at standing in front.
Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes they like me to stand in front of the camera with Spence.
Wait, is this, what the fuck is Yubo? Thank God I don't know what that is. And also, oh no, don't educate Michael Moynihan on Yubo. Is that the fucking, the app, the under 18 dating app or whatever? Oh no, don't let Michael Moynihan know what the dating app is for under 18-year-olds.
Or sometimes they request I sit in front of the camera with my leg. And so if they want that, I'm like, okay, well, here's us.
Who's they?
The people watching.
Who has the biggest following? Yeah. How big is your following?
Right now, I have 4.1 mil.
I'm sorry, what that?
4.1.
You know that's the size of Ireland. It's about 4 million.
Fucking boomer, dude. Oh, you know that's the size of Ireland. That doesn't mean anything, you fucking weirdo. That's not how this works, dog. Oh my God. Ah! Why did they bring John Stossel's fucking best friend over here? This is so stupid.
The population of Ireland.
About to be like, what's Ireland?
How would you explain your appeal on TikTok?
I'm just known as a scary chick on TikTok.
She's actually talented.
Let's rip this bitch off. The most successful video I have right now is like at 68 million views right now.
I'm sorry, 68 million views?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what is it?
It's just me like transforming, like turning into like a monster.
Crush them. How is that monetized, the 68 million, even if it's fractions of a penny? That's a ton of money.
I actually didn't get paid for that video.
Yep.
I didn't get paid for that video.
Can you leave the number of your manager here so I can fire them for you? How do you make money?
A lot of promo.
A lot of promo. Wait, so you're not promoting your own stuff, you're promoting...
No, that's all, yeah. People's songs, products.
I have this one, like, inexclusive manager who gives me sound promos, like songs. So, like, he's probably my biggest, like, income.
Is that C taken?
That's my lap.
And as a manager, they take a cut, and they take like 15%?
What? They promo sounds? Bro, I don't know how the fuck this shit works either. Actually. For sure says the N-word? Oh, yeah, you know it. That is really strange, dude. But I do know that, like, artists constantly are complaining about, like, how their record label will literally be like, I'm not going to release your music unless you, like, find a song that's, like, or find a way to promote your fucking music on TikTok. It is crazy. It is crazy that is, like, something that's happening now. And part of it is obviously to get, like, TikTokers to do promo for your songs and shit. And for the record, someone watched Melon's new vid. I mean, come on, bro. You think I fucking listen to music? No, I saw a fucking Twitter thread on it, obviously. And also saw Grimes talking about it too. Halsey punching the air right now. There's some conspiracy theories about that. People think the labels are actually doing the reverse psychology thing that make it seem like artists hate doing TikToks while technically still doing TikToks, like ironic hate as a promo. That's interesting. My partner worked for one of the big record labels in LA, and they wouldn't even listen to someone without a following. Yeah, no, I know. They are interesting. I mean, look, for example, I work with ad agencies, right? Sometimes I do hashtag ads every now and then. And you guys know when I do fucking hashtag ads every now and then, I have like communicated with an agency what they look for, and they don't know what to look for. They think like your follower count on Twitter or your Twitch is impactful when it's not. I have like 2 million followers on here, but I'm one of the top fucking I'm one of the most watched channels on the platform. But they don't realize that. They don't realize that like what's more important is like your average concurrent and your peak concurrent viewership. So a lot of agencies are just like unaware of how this works. They don't know.
50, I feel like.
50?
Yeah.
Really?
Agencies will sucker these kids that come from Nebraska or Ohio or like.
No, Asmongold is. No, I said one of. I don't know if you know this 20-month subscriber in my community. Like, I'm not saying I am the biggest content creator on the platform. I'm saying I'm one of. But as far as my own, number followed, it's super low in comparison to the rest of the platform.
Isn't someone here from Nebraska?
Him. That's why I said it.
So there's a lot of exploitation in this world, right?
I work at social. We paid a TikTok house $400K for an activation last year. They had to barely do anything too. Yeah, no, there's so much money. There is so much fucking money that these ad agencies have to give to platforms that are popping off like TikTok. TikTok popped off. Twitch, on the other hand, they literally don't recognize Twitch as like a serious platform. They don't understand the amount of power that Twitch streamers have, and like Twitch, they don't understand how fucking motivated Twitch audiences are in comparison to like TikTok. And the irony is that agencies will look at TikTok and go, yeah, well, you know, my kids are watching TikTok. I think my kids are watching TikTok. I think I've heard TikTok is like popping, so they literally pump like an ungodly amount. Like you'll hear, yeah, video game companies know, but not everyone else. People will literally give like $50,000 to $100,000 for like a 7-second TikTok. You know what I mean? Like they give insane amounts of money for like a 60-second ad. It's crazy. Yeah, you know who unfortunately knows the power of Twitch? Stake. Stake.com, okay? The gambling websites, they know, unfortunately.
Will sucker these kids that come from Nebraska or Ohio or like.
Wait, isn't someone here from Nebraska?
Him. That's why I said it.
So there's a lot of exploitation in this world, right? Because most of the people are pretty young.
Yeah.
And don't have a ton of experience. It's like a pretty fertile ground.
He's so horny. He's like, oh my God.
For ripping people off.
Right.
But you guys make pretty good money, right?
Mm.
Yeah?
For the most part, yeah.
Just so you're not identifying yourself and what you make, what's like a range?
Yeah, honestly,
It depends on the person and what your content is.
A lot of money.
It all depends on the engagement at the end of the day. Because I know people that have 5 million followers, but I know people with 200K that still have better views than them.
Yeah,
and they get paid more.
They get paid more.
Like if I have like 2 mil and Spence has 1 mil, and my engagement is like 200,000 a vid, but his engagement's 1 million a vid, he's gonna get more random than me because he's gonna get pushed out more.
I mean, it's kind of exhausting though, isn't it? Do you guys ever feel like, I don't want to do this anymore?
No, because I know it's
Two answers right next to each other. No, yes.
I know if I'm not doing this, I'm in Nebraska, bored off my ass, working a 9 to 5.
Okay, so what's today? What's the rest of the day look like?
We have some guests coming over, some other creators.
Yeah. Is that normal? That you have like cross-pollination between other houses and things like that?
Yes.
What's a secret you never told your ex?
The world of influencers is competitive, bitchy, and incestuous.
That mean you chicken.
A reality show spread across dozens of Southern California zip codes. And my first day sequestered in a TikTok house featured an impromptu gathering of LA-based TikTok celebrities.
Here's when we're gonna just go. Let's go.
Bro, this is straight up the most diverse group of TikTokers I've ever seen. Like, TikTokers, for the most part, are just, like, super fucking white. I am legitimately surprised to see so many, like, black and brown TikTokers. I'm not even kidding. Like, where are these people? I've never seen these people.
I'm not waiting for them.
None of whom sparked even the faintest recognition. It was like
I think it's important for someone like you who has a massive platform to destigmatize the no PLC on TikTok narrative. What? The D'Amelio Show, the life of an Italian-American influencer with 150 million. Come on, bro. I thought you were going to make a serious point, and you're like, why would you do that? It's because you sim for conservative white women? What? No, you fucking weirdo. I'm talking about, like, in general, the top content creators on TikTok, except for, like, the one Italian dude who's black. The guy who does this, like the whatever, is mostly, they're all fucking white. Kabi, yeah. You're on the white algorithm? No, I'm not on any good algorithm, to be honest. Your TikTok bubble is white because you're white? Dude, oh my God. Oh my God. You can't simultaneously be like, black people's dances are being fucking stolen from them on TikTok by white girls from Connecticut, and then also be like, no, TikTok actually has a fuckload of black people on it. You just don't see them, okay? My point is, out of the top content creators, the ones that get a lot of play in mainstream media, it's overwhelmingly white people. Shut the fuck up, okay? Why are you immediately trying to use this as a slam dunk against me or some shit? My TikTok For You page and the communities that I engage with on TikTok are just broken fundamentally. It's all fucking dad jokes and shit, okay? God damn, dude. Is literally your algorithm law. You must be watching them all the way through. Have you guys seen my For You page? It's got no women on it, actually. It's got no one on it. It's just DIY videos. Shut the fuck up. Mad because Chad is right.
Is how you fake.
Let's take a look.
Good at the PM.
The 22-year-old me, need for 4 years, in bed playing video.
Digestive and nutritional issues killed more soldiers in the American Civil War than combat.
Could you loan me quarter? And I thought, do I want to reward this behavior? And so I thought, well, could I teach him something?
So if the sun just disappeared, we wouldn't know for over 8 minutes? Correct.
I just don't get it. I've done what I was supposed to do.
And what's that? You know, I've read all the books on how to understand things, books on people who understand.
Hello D&D, TikTok, and beyond, and welcome to Roll for Sandwich, the series where I let fate decide my lunch. Let's go. First up, roll for bread.
What free things online should everyone take advantage of? NoBayProject.com. It's a
dumb bitches being like, you thirst for white women. You thirst for white women. What the fuck are you talking about? My entire TikTok is like DIY shit, you dumb bitches. I've told you this before. You've literally seen it. I've tried to change it. Sometimes I do. I thirst. I like. And I stay and I scroll. Okay? And guess what? It doesn't happen. It doesn't. I want it. I want to change my For You page. It sucks.
You want more? I'll give you more. Here's more on how to dress sluttier as a man. Actually, this one's probably just going to be more quick fire.
When Jack Black is your musical director.
Which ice is healthier? This natural ice from a pure crystal lake in the natural outdoors, or this?
Yo, guess who's tanked? 'Tis I, brother. Hey, if I'm blinking, I'm drinking.
Yo, you're so insane, dude. 2 years before I was born, some little kid disappeared from.
Look at that. Look at that. It's just awful. It's just dog water. Okay, so suck my dick. Never.
I made this batch of red bean puree the other day, which I'm not super happy with.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you.
You see? Do you understand? That's my TikTok. The dumbass show more.
To the Castle Cabin.
Anyway, so shut the fuck up about like my TikTok.
Being present for the recording of a teenage We Are the World, but with more bling and no charity.
Just tell you guys, make sure you're eating, drinking water, stay hydrated.
Yeah, my thing is just like ideas. That's the hardest thing, just coming up with ideas that like no one else.
Everything is just a black talk doesn't want to accept you, Hasan. Yeah, that's it. That's why.
That's just making it viral.
Okay? One more time for the outfit, guys.
But even their real-life social engagements are for the benefit of social media. One I forever trained on follower counts.
Woo! That's a lot of work. Okay.
So you increase 15...
Actually, low-key, my fucking For You page straight up is the reason why I don't spend a lot of time on TikTok. Because I don't like my For You page at all. And it fails to capture my interest at all. Part of the reason why it fails to capture my interest is because like I'm looking at the dumbest shit all the time. Like I'm looking at the worst TikToks all the time, like cringe shit, conservative shit. So I think I've broken my TikTok algorithm. You know what I mean? Because of all the dumb shit I go through on a daily basis, both on Twitch when I'm looking at my TikTok when it's connected to my actual account, and also in my personal life, my algorithm is fucking doo-doo. It is broken. That's why I can't figure out what I'm into. Like TikTok. What? TikTok broke from Chad's awful videos in the charity stream? That too, probably.
million in the past year. What on earth did you do to do that? And can you write it down on a small note card for me to do?
Basically, like there's like a married couple or a couple.
Yeah, sus again, sus. He wants to fucking what fixes? He wants to be famous on TikTok. Sus.
It doesn't matter.
Come on, bro.
And I'll be like, hey, like I'll pay you $10,000 if you let me kiss your girl right now.
Can I give a girl a kiss for $10,000 all in cash?
No, bro, stop. We're not doing that.
Huh?
We're not doing that.
Do you actually pay them?
I mean, 9 times 10 of them went through on it. So look, I got this guy right here on Instagram. Do you know who this is?
That's my boyfriend.
Well, a lot of guys don't sell their girls for money. Last and final offer, I got $50,000. This is my last time telling you. Just for a kiss.
On the lips?
On the lips.
Okay.
All right?
Yo, chill. 50K with me.
I mean, kissing is that's not that big of a deal.
My God, this is the dumbest fucking. Oh God, this is so fake, dude. It's literally Sean the Black. I'll let him kiss me for the 10K. Yeah, well, that's not happening, dude.
No, it's for 10 grand.
Like 10 grand.
Deep TikTok brain. Sean is a TikToker. There you go. Broken. Immediately.
The shit that I would do for 10 grand. I mean, good Lord.
Crazy.
Okay, dude, you're so creepy. I'm sorry. Your feed in one video? What is this? I mean, I love this. This was so good. When a dad sees another dad, he knows it's his favorite spot.
I guess they'll let anybody in here.
Fuck! Let's go! Sheesh! It's so good. It's my favorite, dude. I love this TikTok. I see they let you out for the weekend then. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. They do, as a matter of fact, let anybody into Chili's. Speak of the devil. Hand signals to the waitstaff. Hey, this guy, get this guy whatever he wants and put it on his bill. All dads think they are the mayor of their favorite restaurant. It's so true. Oh, dude, I love like weird American white dads, okay? I love that. And the reason why I say I love that is because like my friends' dads are exactly like this. My dad's not like this at all, unfortunately. So it just like makes me happy to see. What is this?
No, what are you doing, mommy? Go. Right?
What?
That's cold water, mommy. And mommy, you're going to be the cause of killing them at the cold water.
What is happening, dude?
Ah, mommy, there's no fucking need of that.
Behave yourself.
Daddy, you're much for living with her.
Dude, I love that he has a rope. He has a rope to get up. That's awesome. Oh, okay. Stop. No more. Don't send me TikToks. Let's finish this video. God damn it. God, my TikTok is so bad.
Whether your talent is paying women to make out with you.
Michael says a master of his environment. Exactly. He knew. He knows if there's a tactical situation where he needs to get up, he does not have the lower body musculature to be able to do that on his own. He has to use his upper body strength. Tactical rope.
Or just being moderately attractive on camera, the influencer is always thinking about posting. Once you build a following, the key to retaining it is a steady stream of content.
Yes, the dog has to be in it.
In our short attention span age, and on a short attention span app, a lull in production and you'll quickly be overtaken and forgotten. Those seemingly candid moments are often artfully choreographed.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows.
And countless takes are performed in order to get the videos just right.
Hey, one more time.
Much of what they film never makes it to their feed, but the feed must be constantly fed.
All right, take 10.
The life of the influencer might look like one big vacation, but, I'm repeatedly told, successful TikTok personalities take no time off. And vacations are only possible if sponsored by a brand.
All right, let's rock and roll. Go ahead, Spencer.
Spin.
It's only 8 seconds, Poppy. Get it. We want to get the logo in the shot first.
Nichelle Vanius is the brains behind Voltes.
3, 2, 1.
It's Vanius who recruits the talent, signs them to her TikTok agency, and moves them into one of her half-dozen TikTok houses.
Good job. That looks good.
How did you land on the TikTok influencer beat?
So I was a little familiar having.
They're literally as talented as Hollywood actors. Fuck all of you, HasanAbi. Yeah, no, they're more talented. Bro, all of these entertainment adjacent fucking industries are just so incredibly fortunate. Okay? Same with Twitch, same with TikTok. Straight the fuck up. What we are doing is not backbreaking labor. I mean, it'll break your mind, right? It'll certainly break your mind. It'll break your soul if you let it. But it's significantly better than like actual fucking backbreaking labor. It's significantly better than working in the service industry. And, you know, there's nothing to it. Yeah, you work a lot. And if you work a lot, especially like on Twitch, which I would say is probably the most like gutter, like the most, the closest to the sewer of all entertainment adjacent industries. Because like you literally have to be on for 4 hours minimum almost every day, even then, it is incredibly preferable to anything else. John, if you're a Minecraft streamer, I mean, I can't speak on Minecraft streamer. Being a Twitter blue check mark is worse. I mean, that's not a job.
Doing social media, web development. My daughter started YouTube at like 13. I recognized very quickly that this was just basically celebrity endorsements, but on a different level. And I saw how much money it was. We decided to focus on Gen Z. We had already been doing brand campaigns on TikTok.
Neither is streaming, you lazy. No, what? Why? Why did you not understand what I'm saying? I'm saying it's still profoundly, is much, much more preferable, especially if you've like made it big. Why? Why are you not understanding what I'm saying? Even Twitch streaming, which is literally like the lowest end of content creation as far as like how much work you have to put in. It's still just better. It's still just like, oh, he hit me with a troll face.
TikTok since 2018, way before anyone was even paying attention to that platform. And then COVID hit. We were able to double the agency during COVID in 2020.
I mean, you're much more captive audience in those times. I mean, literally captive in a lot of...
They were growing fast. You know, it was still cheaper than Instagram and YouTube. And we started a content house in April. Everybody can post, but no one has four walls to do traditional product placement like we do. So you might have a roster of influencers, but I got influencers in the house.
Mm-hmm. You just sounded like a prison warden.
I've got them on.
Oh my God, Michael is so horned up right now. He's like, this is my kind of... Michael is literally like, this is a libertarian wet dream, boys. I mean, what? Exploitation? Teenagers? And also forcing them to, to be servile in a house that I own? So like I am controlling their shelter? Oh my God.
You have them captured in this one house.
It was COVID. You can't go anywhere.
Authentic. I'm so authentic. Original. Authentic. I'm so authentic. Hollywood. Authentic. You're so authentic. Original. Authentic. Yeah. Authentic.
Shut up. You're being boring.
I come to you and I want to be one of your clients. Who do you need me to be?
I need this not to be a hobby.
Okay.
I need this to be your priority. And because we invest in the younger generation, because we know how 10 times their income will be generated when they start getting married and start having kids, then they can work with the Home Depots and the Target, which is where the real money is. If I can make...
Those TikToks sucked, by the way. Can I just say, straight up, not even good? What the fuck is going on?
Maintain your production, our investment in the Gen Z is going to pay fold 10 times when they become adults. We want influencers who want to be great, not just influencers who want a number, right?
You pay them well?
They get paid well.
So you don't pay them?
We are not employers. Yes.
Is this some kind of Uber thing, like a contract thing? I know what's going on.
No.
Dude, this guy is so horned up. He's like, I'm picking up what you're putting down and I'm liking it.
Oh,
okay?
we're helping to manage their careers, right? Brands pay them.
What's the average person making a year?
The smallest sponsorship we've done for a house is $20,000. $20,000 a month for a 3-month commitment will get you some piece of content or something out of the housemates in that house. Twin Flames, where we are today, they're just launching, but they've already made money for house deals before we even launched the house.
God, you're inviting dysfunction with a couple's house, aren't you?
No, this is the reality. This is what these kids are already doing.
This house, Twin Flames, is for couples.
Babe!
You can imagine, in an era of ubiquitous reality television, why such an arrangement would appeal to Nichelle. Josh and Star just moved into Twin Flames.
What do you mean, yeah, that's awful, bro.
So you're a TikTok couple?
Yeah.
How many followers do you have?
I have like 10.4 million.
Why? Why you guys over.
He taught me how to like make a video blow up, and we kind of just learned the
Because she was never familiar with TikTok. She wasn't even on the platform.
Well, I always wanted to blow up anyway, so I probably would have figured it out. But I probably wouldn't have been at 10 mil right now.
Do you make any money from that?
A lot of money comes from brand deals.
For me, like social media is maybe 20% of what I do. Like I also do website businesses, e-commerce. I do real estate.
You couldn't do that without the money from social media, right?
Oh yeah, social media is literally what provided all of that for me.
So it was essentially for you, it was like seed capital started a company, right?
Yes.
I think social media helped me get signed to a management and get my music career like started.
Why did you choose to move into this house?
When we like first were dating.
Way too old to be watching this. I'll watch whatever the fuck I want. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Take a week off.
I had a place in Glendale, and that place cost like $4,000 a month. So I'm like, you know what? Instead of like paying $4,000 a month, I'd rather come here,
save 50 grand for a year. Yeah,
exactly.
And do you know the other people that have moved into the house, or there are people moving in, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone's moved in.
Yeah, we have a new couple moving in, Danny and Lynn, because our other couple left.
And they were no good?
The guy was just like awful.
What is it like living in a house that's not only with just two other couples, but under the microscope all the time, always having to perform?
I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
Yeah.
You want more people like wanting to know about your life?
Mm-hmm. I want to see them just like flood the DMs.
So that's, you want fame?
Yeah.
I think it's refreshing that you admit.
Bro, how the fuck do you find a place that's like 4K a month in Glendale? Seriously, Tokamon. 4K a month in Glendale? Like, what is it? Like one of those annoying fucking luxury condos that are popping up everywhere? Is that how? Like, how did you find a $4,000 a month? How many fucking bedrooms did you have? Did you have like a house to yourself or something? What the fuck? Also, how did he, Glendale, that's the Americana law? No, how did he also like pay for that before he blew up on TikTok? Like, I don't understand. Before I bought a fucking house that I'm currently living in, I never paid $4,000 a month in rent. What the fuck? My previous place was a 2-bedroom in West Hollywood, and even that was $3,200 a month. And at that point, I already had like 50K fucking subs and streamed 42% of the entire goddamn year. You know what I mean? There are layers and layers of landlords at work here. Oh. I mean, I'm just saying, West Hollywood is like significantly more expensive than Glendale, even though Glendale is probably really expensive too. Because LA, you know, everything is 3.2 is crazy. Yeah, well, welcome to Los Angeles, my friend. That's how it is. I pay $1,750 for a 1-bedroom in Glendale. Yeah, that makes more sense. $1,750 for a 1-bedroom in Glendale makes a lot of sense, actually. It's affordable in comparison to the rest of the Los Angeles housing market. Like the rental market in LA, a 1-bedroom anywhere like even near the West Side or West Hollywood or anywhere else, like anywhere that like people want to live in that are like in the process of gentrifying or whatever, you're not gonna be able to get it. Like it's gonna be closer to 2K. Affordable KW? Yes. Oklahoma Andes. I hate when you Midwestern fucks come in the chat and literally are like, well, aw shucks, affordable. Well, let me tell you something, okay, bucko? I live in North Dakota, don't you know? And I pay $400. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Like, we get it, okay? We know, dude. You're sick, dude. Oh, man. Tell me more about fucking Indiana. I know. My pappy's barn is only $50 a month. I'm just Googling, already seeing 2-bedroom apartment in Glendale for 5.2K a month. Prices are insane. Oh my God. 5.2K a month to live in fucking Glendale? Like, I'm not saying that because I'm Turkish and it's like the Armenian capital. I'm not saying that at all. But like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you choose to live in Glendale? For that price, you could live in the fucking Beverly Hills, dude. No, Glendale fucking sucks. Literally ask the Armenians that are our age that live there, and they will tell you it fucking sucks. Absolutely zero people our age, okay, my age or younger, or even fucking older, honestly, like 35 and below, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, Glendale's dog shit.
Admit it.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
What is it about fame that makes you want it so badly?
I think it's like making money, just being yourself in a way. I don't like working, like, to be honest, I don't like working like hard working stuff. I'm gonna be honest. I like entertaining. I like singing. I like dancing in front of the camera. Just be myself to an extent, even though I kind of have to fake it.
I'm a Christian guy.
Damn, bro, you couldn't get them to shut the fuck up? Like, Jesus Christ, in the background, they're like so loud. Likes working. I don't like hard work. I mean, yeah, it's not a thing that anybody likes. I say that, but I do like work. But that's because my work is my passion. I feel very fulfilled. So I don't think it's work at all. But you know, it's understandable that most people would have that kind of approach.
Like, I love God because like He's allowed this all to happen for me, and I'll talk about all these different opportunities and try to get people into.
She does not believe that. She was like, wait, watch that. Watch your face.
Just be myself to an extent, even though I kind of have to fake it.
I'm a Christian guy. Like, I love God because like He's allowed this all to happen for me, and I'll talk about all these different opportunities. And
oh no, oh no, brother. Oh, my brother in Christ.
Try to get people into any opportunity that's available.
What happens if it disappears? What do you do?
Probably devote my life to cats.
To cats?
Christ never disappears, my friend.
I really thought you were going to say God, but you said cats.
I got you.
Yeah.
No way. He popped off. He popped off on that one. Oh my God. He is blessed, dude. Oh my God. I'm tithing. I'm tithing so fucking hard right now, dude. What the fuck? That was that. Oh, that's great. He gave a flash warning. What he should have given is a Jesus warning. Okay. God damn, dude. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, he got the wings. Oh, he got the wings. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. That's fucking fire, dude. That is, oh, that's good.
Predictably, teenagers having fun and making money provoke the usual moral panic, with breathless headlines about the app precipitating a mental health crisis.
Oh, I love that. Libertarian guy talking about moral panic around children. Okay, yeah, let them be sexy, parents. Huh? Why don't you let these kids, these children be sexy? I'm a libertarian.
Teens. Pundits and politicians called for regulation.
Listen, I mean, TikTok is a platform.
Dude, you are the most annoying fuckface in the chat, okay? You're banned, fucking bitch. Every day, this fucking idiot comes in here and says, have you talked about the trial today? Dude, how much of a freak do you have to be? Like, literally every fucking top streamer is covering the trial nonstop, 24/7, in perpetuity. And motherfuckers still come in here and be like, please cover the trial. Please, I need it from you as well as like, Jesus Christ. And when you're banned, you can't subscribe. So you can't avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is like a double punishment. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Go to the checkout line at the grocery store and read headlines on Fat Grandma Magazine's Dumbass Chatter. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Hey, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, unless you are banned, in which case you will not get gifted a sub. But if you're not, then, you know, have fun. Thank you, Boomer Byleth, for the 10 gifted subs. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Okay, let's continue with this fucking TikTok
platform that is basically a Trojan horse for the Chinese government.
The Trump administration, throwing constitutional concerns to the wind, threatened to ban the app.
We are looking at a lot of
fire. This would have been the sickest thing. Donald Trump literally would have gotten reelected if he banned TikTok. I'm not even kidding. I think Donald Trump would have gotten reelected easily if he successfully banned TikTok. Like he said he would. Coward.
alternatives with respect to TikTok.
And for the tens of thousands of newly minted TikTok professionals who monetize skill sets that most people didn't even know were considered skill sets, the moral panic became an existential panic. There was this funny moment. It didn't look like it was actually going to happen where Donald Trump's like, I'm going to ban TikTok.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, pretend that happened.
It would have been fire.
What would you do?
Well, personally, I want to get into real estate and I want to start a few of my own businesses. So this was never like my main focus.
But for some people, it's
For some people, I'm
like-
concerned for them. I'm honestly concerned for those
Really?
that group.
Molly's Park Sleep.
Because of the age group, it allows them to be like really immature. You know, there's no parents. Everyone's just kind of like living like adults, but like no one's actually an adult.
There's never a moment where you're like, what the f am I doing? Do you ever do that?
I don't think I have the time to do that. I just have to deal with it.
But you make money.
Yeah. For the work that you put in, it's definitely worth it.
When you said the word work.
Right, like I use that loosely.
It's work.
It is
Yeah,
work.
but, I mean, it is, though. Do you
Yeah.
have a break from it?
No. No.
Never.
Never.
Yes! They're PDs, but they're black. And you get to pick one. They're not white anymore. Okay, Rocky.
But Nichelle shrugs off the concerns
Your snake's a thief.
I will be getting a big one eventually.
and puts her money where her mouth is.
I like that big.
Michelle, what's your mean
Her kids are TikTok influencers.
TikTok is still new. Brands are still figuring it out. The younger generation are the ones that set the trends for pop culture.
Why is there so much contempt for them doing that, though?
There was a feeling when it was relegated to the athletes, the musicians,
Yeah.
the actors, who could claim that sort of influence. Now when you open it up and you say anybody and everybody can do it, that puts a little more pressure on you to say, why can't you do it? Previous generations, including mine, you needed a degree.
I love when like kids that are in the entertainment world that are just like up and coming, straight up are just like, I'm trying to get the bag as quickly as possible and then move into real estate. Like, what an aspiration, dude. What an incredible goal to have. Like, what an incredible aspiration. I aspire to be a landlord, dude. Fucking wild. Like, don't misunderstand me, okay? People got to make the bag. People got to survive no matter what happens. But it's such a fucking lifeless thing to want to do. Like, how is that the American fucking dream, dude? Like, even being a TikToker is better than being a fucking landlord. You know what I mean? It's just like being a TikToker, ultimately, you're still like creating content. Maybe accidentally you're making someone laugh. Maybe accidentally you're making someone feel better about themselves. Like when you're a landlord, it's just like, that's it. You're engaging in this parasitic rent-seeking behavior where you are shutting off effectively a resource that people need to exist to survive. And, you're charging people for it. Fuck, dude. Oh, my Lord. Slumlord, the American dream. Yeah, you missed the part where they all said they want to be a real estate agent? That's crazy.
Even if you didn't have a college degree, you were going to have some sort of technical training. Now you're back to Amy, who lives in Florida, and Amy is making more money than her parents wearing a bikini. That doesn't make everyone feel so good, because then if Amy can do it, why can't you? For me, I went to University of Pennsylvania. I'm an Ivy League grad. I'm expecting that my kids are going to go to top schools. Neither of my daughters decided to go to college.
How do you feel about that?
I know how much money this business makes. They can make six figures at an age that would have taken them getting a master's.
Yeah, but if she has a Yale degree at 60 years old, she could make a ton of money. At 60 years old, what is it?
One or two things happens. You do this, you make a tons of money, you have parents like my daughters have, and they teach you about savings and investing, and you created your own trust fund. You've created generational wealth. You will continue to make wealth if you continue to be an influencer and you haven't burned out. Or,
God damn, that's a fucking kind of crazy thing to admit to. Like, you're literally going to keep making money as long as you're not fucking burned out.
you can make money, spend it all, and be washed out, right? Same way you could get a college degree and become addicted to something and
Entertainer to global supply chain / real estate pipeline, the classic. Entertainer to real estate pipeline is very much alive and well, and you can see it here as well in this Tic Tac universe that they're talking about. Their TikToks aren't even good. What the fuck? It doesn't matter. What they're doing is not actually creating content. What they're doing, quite literally, is just product placement, okay? It is sexy QVC, okay? That's all this is. What you need to understand is like they're not actually getting paid a subscription. They're not actually like doing something that people are like, I want to see more of this. Like whether you like it or not, most of the way that these TikTokers make money is by doing sexy QVC, basically. Sexy QVC for Zoomers who don't realize that like they're being marketed to. That's it. Could be worse. They could be getting paid to push gambling to children. Also true. That could be one thing that they could be doing. Definitely more ethical to push them to consume whatever fucking brand product they're getting paid to shill than educating children on how to do gambling and convincing them to do gambling by gambling. So yeah, you're right about that. Look at what this vacuum can do. Feels strong, man.
Out too, or
again, are you talking about me? This alien world, with its often incomprehensible rituals and nomenclature, exists to excite the neurons of teens and ultimately separate them from their parents' hard-earned money. But besides the rapid and often vapid content, it's pretty traditional. Attractive people with varying degrees of talent are lured to LA with dreams of fame. Some make it and some don't, and the ones who do are handsomely compensated. And after all, almost every influencer I spoke to dreamed of a career in traditional movies or on traditional television. There's nothing new in that sense.
So this doesn't make you want to return to Monkey? No, not really. Maybe because I'm also in entertainment and also an influencer. But no, this doesn't offend me or upset me nearly as much as some of the other shit that I see on a daily basis. Like this is just, it's bad. It's short-lived. It's popping off right now. It's not going to be it has a lot of impact, and the radicalization component is like significantly more interesting to me than or significantly more damaging to me than like a bunch of fucking wannabe actors who are never going to become actors personally that will then make money and like try to do a couple crypto rug pulls ultimately to turn around and become real estate agents like in a couple of years is not the worst offense. Okay, there's a little bit of value generated in that process. You're shilling brands to fucking children, fine, whatever. It's literally Vine 2.0, certainly. Lip syncing equals acting. I mean, I'm not even saying. That's why I said there want to be actors who are not actually going to make it in acting, obviously. But ultimately, this is just another way that whatever industry that wants to sell you product can sell you product. It's like just very normal. You know what I mean? It's just this is in every aspect of our lives. It's just more. It is basically just low effort in comparison to some of the other. What is the value they create? I mean, they generate value for brands. They're doing marketing, not value in like the Marxian sense or anything like that. But there's clearly value in what they're doing. It's valuable enough for the brands to pay into it. I'm super black pilled, dude. You're not gonna get me to be fucking mad at like random 18-year-old dumbasses who aspire to be fucking landlords. You know what I mean? Like we watch horrific monsters on a daily fucking basis literally go on television and be like, these killing machines that have murdered 19 fucking children are actually not the problem, and fuck you for making this issue political. After covering that for fucking 12 hours over the course of the past 2 days, you think I'm gonna give a fuck about some spaghetti noodle haired Zoomer dickhead doing a couple fucking Fortnite dances and then making like $100K 1 year out of his entire life and thinking that he's made it? No, fuck that. Who cares? I mean, seriously, you got Tucker Carlson to worry about. Eyes on the prize, folks. You know what I mean? Are they annoying? Yes, they are. Are they consequential? No, they are not.
But there's one noticeable paradigm-shifting difference. Gatekeepers still exist, but there are fewer. No one approves scripts, no executives offer notes, no morons in suits demand moronic rewrites. And while perhaps some of this stuff could use an editor's pen, the content is perishable. It's quickly filmed and soon forgotten. The content doesn't exist to fill some artistic need, with financial compensation a flattering bonus. The content exists almost exclusively to lure the money, to achieve the fame, for everyone to get paid.
Entertainment value is not
TikTok has
measurable in
made
a
celebrity
Marxist
more
sense.
democratic, but it also seems more aggressively commercial. Selling out is no longer an insult, it's the goal. If the content creators create pointless content, the only thing left is the personality, the influencer, the transitory fame of a human billboard.
What are you paying me? What are you paying me? Quick.
$10,000.
$10,000
For you to kiss it on the mouth.
Sounds like you're jealous you can't reach out to their audience. I have a bigger audience than those people and a better community than those people ever will be able to cultivate. I know you were just joking and baiting, but I am very serious about that. Why would I ever, like, I have one of the best communities on the entire fucking planet. You know, I have a community of like-minded individuals who are empathetic, share common values that are very, very difficult to fucking find in the rest of the world. Yeah, it's not even a thing. Like, no shot.
But first, get it away from me.
I will pay you 2 cents an hour to kiss a snake. No.
You owe me 10 See, this is really how influencers make money on aimless bets. $10,000 made. Thanks, Mom.
There was a time when I had
Giant snake climbing on my body right now.
Disgusting.
Give him a kiss.
No.
Quick, give me.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
Only time he's run away from a teenager asking for a kiss. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so there's a slow burn, so I'm going to skip the first half.
Subway and
because How To with John Wilson is like kind of a hard watch to get into. So I'm just going to go right into the TikTok house part of it, okay? Also, I love Nathan Fielder. Big fan of Nathan Fielder, who's one of the executive producers of How To with John Wilson. If I'm not mistaken, as a matter of fact, I don't know if I'm outing them right now, but Fave TikToks 420 also worked on the show, if I'm not mistaken. Leah Jospe. I think she also worked on this. Fave TikToks 420, for those of you who don't know, is one of my favorite accounts, obviously. Been a big time fan. She also worked on the show and you know, other really cool people as well. I only watched a couple of the episodes of How To with John Wilson. It's interesting though. That was great. Is this like a usual Nathan Fielder content where the others aren't in on the bit, or is everyone an actor here? No, I think they're in on the bit. It's actually funny that like we watched the OG the real life version of this, and then the Nathan Fielder version of this. All the How To epis I watched weren't direct satire. I got baited. Yeah, no, that's why chatters were like, "What the fuck's going on?" The other bizarre clout chase era 2018 Instagram comedy. Okay, listen, we've done 7 hours. I think I'm gonna end it here. Okay, we got a lot more fun stuff on the way, but tomorrow I have leftovers early in the morning at 10 a.m. And then after that, I'll be back and we will cover news and we will do Okay Buddy tomorrow. Please stop crying about Okay Buddy. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. God damn it. There's too much content. much content to cover. There's too much world news happening. Most of it unfortunate, but you know, sometimes we gotta laugh and have fun. And hopefully this was you know, a good balance a little bit. I really fucked up my hair here. I did not do a good job of... I'm realizing that I did not do a good job of tying my hair in a bun.
All the chatter's trickling in.
Anyway, all the last few shoes have been bangers. I agree.
Los Angeles, California.
But yeah, we have a lot. We have a lot to go over. We have a lot to cover tomorrow as well, and some fun stuff as well. So love you all, and I will see you tomorrow after leftovers.
There he is again.
Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react Lord frame gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home.